8.8 million naira severance for ex-LG politicians. Free at last. Final batch of abducted St. Mary's students regained freedom. 130 students liberated after month-long ordeal. Obi blasts National Assembly for refusing to criminalize vote buying. And DLA boasts female drug queen in Lagos seizes 23.5 kilogram of cocaine. Defect and take 2027 ticket. Wabara Dango's PDP offer to OT. Shade Tinubu storms the Laughing's palace for Okalomo of Yorubaland title. Osun 2026 battle, APC bigwigs close ranks behind Oyebanji. Fake vigilantes exposed. Police parade 5 armed robbers in Anambra State. The bottom strip headline, Serap to Tinubu, publish original, sign tax laws or face court. Those are the stories on the cover page of the first daily newspaper today.
And from The Guardian, the big story, fiscal indiscipline fuels budget chaos, governance gaps. That story is on page 5 of The Guardian newspaper. More stories from The Guardian. Tinubu declines assent to central gaming bill. NIBS assures hitch-free e-payment systems amid 384 trillion naira quarterly transactions. Government targets 2 billion naira savings in 2026 as MDAs go paperless. Nigeria records 33 new Lassa fever cases, 18.2% fatality spike. And at the bottom strip headlines, tax reform rule deepens as civil society demands probe, flags concerns. Stakeholders condemn Rest refusal to criminalize vote buying at primaries. And that's it from The Guardian newspaper.
Well, that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines. When we come back from this break, we'll be diving into the alleged alteration of the tax laws. Well, presidency denies the claims, and some of the Nigerians, Atiku Obi, are demanding for a probe. Well, let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand It's very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One.
No changes were made outside the established legal and legislative process. However, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has accused the federal government of migrating from padded budgets to forged laws over discrepancies between the tax reform law. Well, the tax reform law passed by the House of Representatives and the gazetted version signed by President Bola Tinubu. Now, Peter Obi expressed concern over the alteration, saying it reveals the extent of institutional decay and undermines trust in governance. He called for transparency, accountability, and respect for the rule of law, warning that no nation can thrive where laws are forged and silence replaced. In that regard, to educate people on the laws and what they need to know. Well, we have with us Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister, good morning to you. Welcome to VOP this morning.
Good morning, Moses, Fina, and Dokoro. How was the weekend?
Very well. Now we'll be joined by our other guest, Prince Adewale Adebayo, who's was a presidential candidate of the SDP in the 2023 presidential election. He will be joining the conversation in the course of time, virtually so. And also, yes, let's try and make sense of it all. Now, the alterations mentioned, Barrister, some of the alterations discovered and put out there by Honorable Dasuki, that's the honorable member. I think I have a screenshot of it somewhere, just trying to lay my finger on it now. Anyway, I probably will get to it in the course of time. But, Barrister, is this what can be done in a situation? Yes. Now, these are the things that were said, allegedly, to have been altered. Discrepancies reported, changes to funding provisions. Now, the introduction of a mandatory 20% deposit before appeals can be heard. All provisions allowing assets garnishment without court approval. Alterations to currency computation rules and empowering tax officers with police-like powers of arrest and detention. Those are some of the things, listed as things that were, smuggled in to the tax law. Now, how can this be best tackled in a situation where there are allegations that what was passed is different from what was gazetted? What does the law say? And how can this be best tackled, Barrister?
It shows that ab initio, there is ulterior motive about this tax law. Ab initio, thank God they have exposed themselves. They are working towards an answer. They are just using this tax something to cover as a small screen. Because it didn't add up. It doesn't add up. I mean, it cannot be implemented. But because they are working towards an answer, that is why this Taiwo Oyedele will be going all over trying to convince me. Meanwhile, they are not making sense. Moses, when it comes to garnishee order, it is only the court. It is only the court that can issue such order. No other institution or body. You don't have the power to do that. To tell somebody you must go and do it is the court. That means
this tax body can take my money on their own without any court order. And then they cannot arrest me for not paying tax. Look at sweeping powers. And this is unconstitutional. You are violating the constitution because you want to get at something. Please let me hear this properly. Is it all the big men in Nigeria that are paying taxes? Moses, do you remember one alphabet in Lagos State? It got so bad that the managing director had to carry their whole file and drop it with EFCC to tell them what they have been doing, cooking the books and all that. That they are owing the federal government over 100 billion naira. Alphabet. Who arrested who? Who arrested who? That thing, the man he's talking to himself. I'm not joking. I listened to one interview he granted over the weekend in one radio station. He said that when they were planning this thing, they went all over the place. They went to almost 20 embassies so that they can have the best all over the world, this and that. That they connected them to their tax offices in their home country. They tried South Africa. That South Africa have been doing it for 10 years. And then that was only France that gave them what they wanted. That France was really deliberate. And they signed an MOU. They had to come here. They said instead of going to learn it, they should come here. Can you just imagine?
Now, Barrister, you've made mention of all that, they said. Why would the federal government or the committee, in charge of the tax reform and all that, why would they go all out to start infusing things that were not presented before the National Assembly? And wouldn't this in any way now, still, make the tax law legally vulnerable?
Of course, there will be litigation. We are waiting for them. There will be litigation.
Where then are we heading to with the January 1, 2026 projection for us to have a
I said there will be litigation. Don't even. There will be litigation. I don't need to be told what will happen. They are going to challenge this thing and tell me what power you have to garnish an account. What power do you have? Who gave you that power? We are going to challenge it. So that one is already a done deal. Whether they like it or not, they are going to explain to me when tax authorities started arresting people.
Okay, all right, Barrister, what problems do you have with the garnishee order? Is it the garnishee order itself or the arrest clause that was...
Two of them. Why do you have a problem with the garnishee order? They have no power to do that. The Constitution can never give them such power.
Barrister, what is a garnishee order?
Good. A garnishee order is an order given by the court when you refuse to pay money imposed on you. Are you getting what I'm saying? The court will now order a garnishee order on your account.
Okay.
So that you will pay that money by force. That is the court.
It's a three-party thing. The creditor, the debtor, and the third party, which is the bank.
No, you don't even have a say. When the court has given order, you don't have a say.
That's what I'm saying. It's a three-way thing. The creditor, the debtor, and the bank, which is the third party. Now, Barrister, why do you have a problem with the fact that the federal government wants to recover money from tax defaulters?
Through illegal means.
Which one is illegal? I mean, Barrister, hold on. Barrister, okay. The bank will not on their own get into your account and take that money. They have to do that with a garnishee order. And you'll also appear before the court, to answer questions. Do you have a problem with that?
Look, Mr. Okoro, don't put the cat before the horse. The horse should be in front, pulling the cat. Garnishee order comes after all the discussions have been done in court. And the court now says, look, you are owing this person, you are owing the government, It is the court that give order, not you. Not you now telling me that I should pay you. Now using your own power, not even the power of the court. It is the court that will issue it, Mr. Okoro.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry, Fina. Barrister, if I'm indebted to you now, and there's a garnishee order on my account, how is it affected?
Look,
there's always a third party, which is the collecting bank, the collecting institution.
You have to, first of all, adhere to the court ruling that brought about the garnishee.
No, but you just say that it is the court that gives the order. No, before the order is given, there will have been a process in the court between the creditor and the debtor. And the court steps in to give that garnishee order. So why do you have a problem with that?
Because the court has not given it now. You are not listening to yourself.
No, you are not understanding. What is the garnishee order? Who gives it?
It is the court. And so not tax tax authority.
Now in this situation, who is giving the garnishee order? Is it not?
It's the court.
So what does the new tax law say about it?
That they will now place a garnishee order for you.
Yes, that FIRS can place the
I am telling you, I don't know what your God is in my mouth
without going to court. That's the whole idea.
That's what I'm telling you here. They don't have the right to do that. They don't. It can never happen. It can never happen.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Let's bring Prince Adewale Adebayo into the conversation now. He's a former presidential candidate, 2023 elections under the SDP. Good morning to you, Prince Adewale. Yes, good to have you. Good to have you. Good to have you this morning. Now, what are your fears or what are your worries when you heard about the alteration of the Tax Act? You know, the gazetted copies of the Tax Act. What immediate fears came to mind?
Well, I don't have fears. I only have concern about institutional integrity, because lawmaking is the fundamental duty exercising the sovereign powers of Nigeria. And it's a tree based on rule of law. So the people in government are there by virtue of law. Even my citizenship of Nigeria is defined by law. And all these laws are handled by the National Assembly. So it's important for the people of the country to understand that the National Assembly is still following the constitutional process for lawmaking, because it's supposed to be a representative democracy. So whether the law is good or bad is acceptable if the representatives of Nigerians, 360 of them in the House, 100 of them in the Senate, lean to that law and to that law, majority at least. So when that being questioned, any legislation that is published outside that's treason. It is treason. So what they are saying is that those are committing treason. That is to say, they are stealing the legislative power of the people of Nigeria and imposing law. So you can't do it. So that's my concern. We need to stand that this is not mere politics now, and we should not make it out of it. It is as bad as saying somebody forged the signature of Buhari. You know, we had that before. When Buhari would say, I didn't sign this into law. These are all treasonable things. You can't do it. So, but to narrow the issue and not make it another political talk, an exchange of words, there are two people you need to hold responsible. The clerk of the National Assembly and the secretary to the government of the Federation. Okay. The clerk of National Assembly is the one who certifies that the laws passed by the two chambers, the two houses of National Assembly, are the same that the president assented to. That's why if you see every gazette at the bottom, the clerk will certify it. So for us in the SDP, we have called our senators and we have called our House of Representative members to give us the copy that they debated and the vote of proceedings. And because it's holiday time, the national chairman and national secretary of SDP said they are coming to Ondo. We're having a small conference, and at that conference, we will invite our National Assembly members to brief us, because we don't want to talk off point. We're a professional, rational political party.
If you can affirm that there are discrepancies, what actions do you intend to take as a political party in the opposition?
Number one, any discrepancy renders that law void. So it is void. is as good as you and I, after the end of this studio, we just decide to go and sign laws and pass our opinion into law. It's void.
When you say it's void?
It's void because there is a process in the Constitution for passing laws. If you jump that process, you have not passed any law, it's void.
Okay.
Go and read the case of Land Dodger, where the Supreme Court held that the House of Assembly sitting in one corner and said they have removed the governor. It's null and void.
All right. So what other actions do you intend to take?
First, let's find out the truth. We don't want to turn into politics because it's a constitutional crime, it's a high crime and misdemeanor.
Okay.
So if the clerk, for example, of National Assembly is not able to secure the will of the people, well, that's his job there, not to award contracts and all of that. His job is to make sure that he covers the votes and proceedings.
All right.
So the three clerks, the clerk of National Assembly, the clerk of the Senate, and the clerk to the House of Representatives, all of them will be removed. Then that law will be declared null and void. Any person, including the Social Democratic Party, will find out, will go to court and ask that the law be declared null and void.
How do you intend that to come up, Prince Adewale Adebayo? Well, we've already heard from the Senior Special Assistant to the President of Media and Publicity, Mr. Temitope Ajayi, in making him look more like a political statement, saying that there is no amount of opposition pushback that can stop the implementation of the new tax law come January 1, 2026. How do you think, the clerk and every other person, if at the end of the day has been proven that we have a little alteration in it, can be bring into to answer for this when someone is already being vocal and saying that the new tax law must kick off from 1st of January?
You see, our system is based on law and order, not on the loquaciousness of individuals. That person talking is not relevant in the discussion at hand. What we are discussing is a matter of National Assembly privilege. That a member of National Assembly doesn't mean he's correct, but a member of National Assembly has alleged that there is an alteration. That has nothing to do with the opinion on any person. If the alteration is certain sections, those sections are null and void.
Null and void, you say? Okay,
yes.
Interesting.
So if it's null and void, trying to implement a law that is null and void is of no use. Because
Absolutely. But as an opposition party, SDP, I know you say you don't want to make politics and the rest, but we cannot separate the two, really. But as an opposition in the SDP, how are you working? You're going to have your conference where you look into this. But are you reaching out to any other opposition political party to push this forward? Because I see you have just one person in the Senate and two in the House of Reps.
We have two persons in the Senate.
Oh, two in the Senate now. Okay.
Yeah, we have members, representatives. So that is the issue is this. What we want to find out doesn't require number. It requires truth and accuracy. Because every member voted on the bill, all our members. So they need to, they will have read it. They will know what they voted. They will talk to their own staff. We are first interested in knowing the truth because there's a lot of cloud in the sky in politics. We don't want part of that. First is to know the truth. Okay. Once we know the truth, just like when in 2022, I running for president, I raised the alarm that our crude oil was being stolen. Navy argued with me, everybody argued with me. At the end of the day, if you look at the report of this government, they agree that I was right and that they are working to reduce it. So we are interested first in that it happened or it did not happen.
All right, exactly the point, Prince. We want to know the truth. Should we be having this back and forth, between the executive and the National Assembly? Should we be setting up a committee just to find out, a document that was gazetted a few days ago? Do we need all of that committee, all that back and forth, the government denying and somebody saying, look, this is what we have? Why set up a committee for that?
Because you are reporting a high crime. So it needs to be investigated. There are many things to investigate. So first, it's about political disagreement for some. For lawyers, it's a constitutional disorder. For most, it's a crime. You cannot alter public documents like that. And I can tell you, I appeared before the Supreme Court with Justice Rose Pfeiffer and a few other and his colleagues there, and one lawyer raised an alarm that the copies of the Constitution that the lawyer on the other side was citing was the wrong one. Supreme Court stopped sitting immediately and asked us to go to the government printers to go and find out whether, because two lawyers were holding copies of the Nigerian Constitution and the provisions are different.
Two different copies of the Nigerian Constitution?
Yes.
My goodness.
Supreme Court stopped sitting. And the matter was adjourned 3 times until Supreme Court was sure.
Okay.
And so the Supreme Court ordered that the government printer must give them the authentic gazetted Constitution of Nigeria.
Okay, now
so that they don't apply the wrong one. That's the principle.
I like the word I use, authentic gazetted. In this situation, how do we know which one is authentic? Because the Hansard in the National Assembly, where recordings are, where proceedings are recorded, clearly shows that, look, the garnishing law and the authority of the FIRS, to take money from people's account at source was not part of it. But we also see that, look, we have a member of the House of Representatives say this is what was gazetted. Now the question is,
I'm letting you know, whatever is gazetted, the way our constitution is written, they emphasize things like this.
Okay.
The clerk of the National Assembly is the authority on what was passed. That is why it does the authentication at the bottom. Okay. When you go to court and get a judgment of a court, you will get a copy of the judgment signed by the presiding judge and the clerk of the court. If you look at the case of Ukachukwu versus Chukwuba, there was, with Justice Salami presided, and I argued the case, there was a disagreement as to whether there was a judgment of the Court of Appeal, Enugu, whether they passed the judgment or not, under Justice Okpane. And one lawyer said, Ukachukwu lawyer said, the judgment was not read. And I was Gochukwuba's lawyer, and I said the judgment was read.
Okay.
At the end of the day, it was the clerk of the Court of Appeal that, because another panel was set up, it was the clerk of National Court of Appeal that came out with the certified true copy and signed it.
Okay,
and Justice Salami said this judgment is deemed to have been read. Because the clerk of the court said, the registrar of the Court of Appeal said the judgment was read in open court. What I'm saying is that it is not for politicians to be arguing.
Okay, it's not for politicians to be arguing. Now, you've established the fact that it's important and necessary that we set up a committee to get to the roots of this and untie this.
No, that committee is of no use, because the clerk, except the clerk is coming before that committee for whatever reason they want to settle the committee, but the clerk is the authority. And if there's a disagreement between the clerk and the members will remove the clerk, that the clerk doesn't have their confidence. Because if the clerk is colluding with some people, with maybe the leadership of the House, measures that they think will not pass majority, those measures they are now passing them through through the back door. They will be, the clerk will be removed, it will be charged for forgery and for treason.
All right, please, let's rely on your experience. You cited one instance here when you talked about the theft of Nigerian oil and the Navy disagreed with you. If you understand politics clearly in Nigeria, do you think that anything will come out of this investigation, trying to know? And if you understand politics too, which I know that you do you think that the government was surreptitiously trying to smuggle in, this clause, without Nigerians knowing it?
There are 3 problems there. One is a policy disagreement. I disagree with the tax bill. And I've said it that Tinubu is a chronic tax collector. If you wake up President Tinubu early in the morning, 5 a.m. in the morning, you will see that he has an ATM machine by his pillow. His own is to collect from the dead, the living, the poor, whatever. So based on that extortionate philosophy, I disagree. That's a policy disagreement. So it is different from allegation of crime, because you can pass a law that I don't agree with in terms of policy. And you can implement it. I will campaign against it and ask people to vote me so that I can remove from me that law. But it's different from committing crimes and forging laws into existence that don't exist. That's a different matter. So I disagree on policy. If whether they forge it or not, I disagree on policy, and I can give you 10 reasons why they disagree on policy. So, with that. Second is that our institutions need to be protected because Tinubu might want to insert unpopular, undemocratic terms into the bill and gazette it. But National Assembly ought to protect itself. Institutional crisis for me. If National Assembly leadership is so stubborn, so subordinated, so totally bereft of integrity that they would sabotage their own membership. So it will call for change of leadership in National Assembly for that to happen. So there are 3 levels there.
All
and
right.
I want us to be clear so that people know that they don't like Tinubu, he doesn't like me. I'm looking for job with that. But I don't want people to assume that can rise to the level where I will accuse somebody of a crime they did not commit. Because when we go to the bottom of this matter now, every person who is involved, if it happens, is to lose their job and spend some time in prison.
Thank you so much, Prince Adewale Adebayo, for your submission. Barrister Darlington Agomo, let's bring this conversation back to you. You know, we cannot take out the political aspect of this whole back and forth from what the law says. And why I'm asking this question is the fact that you have said that if there is any alteration in this tax reform, this new tax act, which the National Assembly have already passed, that it will be legally vulnerable. But we've seen also the likes of, Bayo Onanuga coming up to tell Nigerians that everything we need to know about this tax reform is already in place. It went through the necessary processes. It is now a law. And, the MDAs and organizations and agencies ready to work with this is already on ground, and nothing is going to stop it. Come 2026, it will still work. So how dare, and we know it's going to affect over 90% of Nigerians, the whole tax reform act. How then do you think that a proper investigation, like Prince Adewale is calling, is going to yield any fruits when people are already making it look like it's a done deal and we can go back on our words?
Have they done anything that yielded fruit? Point to me. Just one thing, one of their policies that works in fact, so perfect that nobody can even challenge it or talk about it. Have they? They have not. Let us start from the beginning. Taiwo Oyedele told us that they went all over the place looking for the best tax country that will help us out. And they landed in France. Good. France is coming to help you, that they are not going to collect our data. Fina, Moses and Okoro, please tell me, if this government meant well with this tax thing, please, are there no other institutional crisis bedeviling Nigeria? These other countries that their corruption rate is zero. Why have they not gone there to go and learn how to curb corruption in Nigeria? Why have they not gone to the same other countries that have zero tolerance to insecurity and learn how they curb it instead of being in bed with our terrorists? Why have they not gone to other countries that have gotten, in fact, they are well ahead of everybody in good governance? How to institute good governance? Why haven't Taiwo Oyedele gone there? Please tell me, what happened with Alpha Beta? When we came to Lagos here, some gullible Lagosians were jubilating and are dancing. At the end of the day, what happened? Why didn't he go and bring the one they did in Lagos as an example? No, these are issues that nobody is even talking about. That you went to France, and so what? These other issues that are even more prevalent in our national life. Why have you not gone to places where they have perfected it? Perfected it, that you want to perfect our tax now. Why can't you go there?
Barrister, why are we having this back and forth? Let's take it back to what played out during the list made available by the presidency. People that, prerogative of mercy, people that are supposed to benefit from it. Other people had to come up to say these were not the names presented. That shows something really played out. And then it's not the first time we're having such play out. So now we're having the back and forth of some people altering the tax reform and what is really playing out.
It shows you that Tinubu is not in charge. Some people are manipulating him and his government.
How possible is it for someone who has been a two-time governor of a state, Lagos State, not to be in charge?
I get that before, no be property. That was dead. Even when he was in charge here, anything happened? Did anything happen? Is it not propaganda?
So are you saying that
are
you saying that what the likes of Alain Jume told Nigerians about how the president is not the one ruling us, but some elements in that white and Aso Rock are the ones, dishing out orders and everything? Are you saying that those words of Alain Jume are correct?
When something is obvious, do you need to stress it? Aisha Buhari is singing Kennedy now. The woman is singing Kennedy. How some people hijack her husband's government. So, do you think such a thing is not happening now? Because look at all the things, all the policies, have they not been reversing it? Have they not been reversing? That means he was not even in charge. If he's in charge, he would have known and think about it before he would now make a pronouncement on them. Is that not true?
Oh, well, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Thanks for your contribution. And Nigerians are asking the same questions that you're asking. Well, let's quickly, before we wrap up this conversation, let's quickly go back to Prince Adewale Adebayo. Now, Prince, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Now, the optics. I understand that this is digital era. Things are not saved on paper, but we know that in civil service, a lot of paper carried goes around, but we have information saved on hard drives and computer and the rest. But the optics, what optics does the burning or the fire that raised the FIRS office in Abuja, what optics does that put forward on Saturday morning? Electrical faults. That's what the fire is blamed on. Okay. At a time when Nigerians are asking questions as to a possible alteration of a bill and the France MOU, with all those questions coming up, and then a fire incident in an office. What impression does that give you?
When there's a fire, the fire department will investigate the remote cause of the fire, where the fire started from. The fire can happen anytime. Maybe it's poor public building. It could be sabotage. It could be anything. When it comes to issue like fire, we should be scientific. We should not talk about politics. We should just ask that the fire be thoroughly investigated and find out. But these laws that you are talking about are not likely domiciled in the office of the FIRS. They are likely to be, they are in the National Assembly and with the government printers. So I don't think that will have any effect on hiding the law. The law is in the hand of all the lawmakers. So what I know is that public buildings should have good fire protection. And where there's fire, it needs to be investigated. And we should reduce the incidences that will cause fire in our public buildings. But I don't think we should turn it to the witch cry last night and the baby died today.
Some Nigerians are having, especially on social media, is that, they are trying to hide something, especially with the deal signed with France. They're trying to cover up something. Because why is it that when we're talking about this, that's when the fire, that's the
leadership cannot be following the general public. The leadership will give information. Members of the general public are entitled to speculate, but you can't do politics based on speculation. You can't do leadership based on speculation, based on fact. So people can suspect because generally...
Prince Adewale, there was an interference there, but if we still have you, let's have you conclude on this.
Yeah, my conclusion is that we should not run a republic of just mere unscientific information. What we should do is clearly, one, if there's fire in a building, the authorities in Abuja will investigate that fire, the fire department will investigate that fire. But what is at stake are three things, and we should not lose sight of them. One, the tax policy that led to that tax bill is a bad policy. It will ruin the economy. It will hold the state captive on behalf of the ruling government. It won't grow the economy, and the provisions are draconian. Secondly, it looks like there's an allegation of high crime already being committed, including treasonable offenses of altering the law passed by National Assembly thereby sabotaging the sovereign will of Nigerian people. That needs to be thoroughly investigated. Thirdly, legal actions will be taken to ensure that even if the law is authentically passed the way it is being presented, that it cannot be implemented as such because it breaches civil liberty. It's against Section 6 of the Constitution, which gives the right to judicial orders to the judiciary only, and it also violates due process. So there are no reasons for Nigerians to worry too much about this law. We already have majorities against it, and if any illegal part of it is to be implemented from January 1, it will be a harvest of lawsuits, not a harvest of tax money. And the government will realize that they've made a big mistake and they will change course. And it's one of more added lessons to the reasons why in 2027 we should do all we can to vote out bad government and put in people who are professional. By God's grace, I've already informed my party that I will be running, and we hope that Nigerian people this time around will take all the lessons.
You think the SDP? You think the SDP will be stronger than they were in 2023, 2027?
Well, any party, including the SDP, that works with the majority of Nigerian people will be stronger.
Do you intend to leave
our aim is to work with Nigerian people. It is not about political party now. It's about Nigerian people, long-suffering Nigerian people, against the draconian, unhelpful government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and APC.
How will Nigerian people do it
without a platform?
Say it's not about any political party.
There are, excuse me, let us not get confused. There are enough platforms. People just need to enter those platforms and identify with the platform. The platform is that doesn't win election. What wins election are the people. The whole of the platform is to organize the philosophy that we are around which we are running, select credible leadership, do the communication, and do the community work. There's nothing magical about political parties. They are just...
Is party SDP going to be part of any merger, any coalition against 2027?
No, there will be no merger, but there will be cooperation, and we are talking. The merger, we don't believe in it because of the fact that when the idea of merger came, I was the first person to raise the issue of merger even in 2022. 14 political parties, go and see the newspaper advertisement that they did for me. However, I found out that a lot of the definition of who is opposition and who is government in Nigeria is only if you are out of job. Immediately you are out of government, out of job, you are opposition. But our own in SDP is opposition of ideas. So many of the people who are in opposition who want to do coalition with us, they agree more with the government than with us. So we had an interview with them and said, look, your philosophies and ideas agree more with Tinubu than with us. The only reason why you are calling yourself opposition is because you are not in government, you are not part of them yet. So we are trying to do our own organizing around principles. Some are doing the organizing around personality. That's why we have this agreement. They believe that if somebody who was in government yesterday implementing the same policy suddenly is out of job now, it's automatically opposition. We don't agree. In SDP, we believe that the tendency that is ruling now has elements who are with Tinubu in government, has personal or political reasons, but they are still the same people. And that any alliance with them will produce the same thing. You will end up having a Tinubu without swastika cap. You have another Tinubu having the same policy, and the people will feel that we deceive them.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Adewale Adebayo. I needed to ask a very, but I think that might be what's it called, a personal question when you're talking about people who, the moment they are no longer in power, the moment they are no longer in office, they'll become opposition. Some have actually said that all politicians in Nigeria, they are all the same. They don't play the politics for the people. They only think of their own personal interest. And some will say that that's the reason Nigeria is the way it is. What do you have to say about that? And what are the new things or the new, let's say, ideas that you want to bring or you think your party can bring now at this point to make sure, especially the issue of cross-carpeting, because we check your party SDP, we've seen people from different parties aligning with your party when they don't really share the same ideology. What are the new ideas you're thinking of championing or bringing at this point to make sure that we have a stable, opposition party, not the ones that favors individuals and their interests?
Most stable National Assembly caucus. Go and find out. Others are losing their members in large numbers. We are retaining our own. We only lost one member. That's all. And that one member, when we asked him, he hasn't left. he hasn't resigned from us, so we want to presume that he's still with us. But he went into his state and said, I'm now with APC. We asked him, he said, no, they misquoted me, so we're watching. We don't want to breach the law. That's why we have not expelled him.
Interesting times, indeed.
Yeah, that's why we have not expelled him. So he's still attending our meeting, so we have not lost any member. But
Are you sure you don't have spies in your party as well? Shouldn't you be wary of infiltration?
There are spies everywhere, but the uselessness of a spy is that we do our things in the open. So what are you spying on us for? Our philosophy is very simple, that you must implement Chapter 2 of the Constitution. And that you must invest in social infrastructure. You must invest in housing, healthcare, education, and infrastructure. And you must be transparent in the spending of government money. And you must not make useless laws like the one they're making now, which is extortionate upon the people. So those are the areas where we disagree with Tinubu. And if I disagree with Tinubu, I disagree with Atiku automatically. It will be foolish and moronic to say, I disagree with Tinubu, but I disagree with Atiku. Then that person is not serious. Because if you look at the policy content, they are the same. So that is the reason why we said, let's be careful. What we are bringing is that Nigerian people should stop pretending. Politicians are not the same. You cannot say Ganifa Emi, when he ran for president, was the same with Obasanjo. You cannot say Patu Tomi is the same with Tinubu. You cannot say that. Let us not deceive ourselves. Just say that our people have been conservative in their voting and their politics, and that this conservatism has led to worse and worse administrations coming, and that this time around, the moment we become aware that we can't be conservative in another developed country, that we need to be brave and we need to be drastic in the management of our affairs, then you will look for someone who is new, who is fresh, and you take a risk on that person rather than allowing the system to perpetuate itself. So that is the point that that's what we are bringing out, and our opposition is not about personality. Tinubu has not offended me personally. He has not taken anything from me. I don't know him. I don't care. I am only disagreeing based on the fact that they are violating the Constitution in the manner in which they are using public resources, and that they have hijacked the resources of the country, and they are not spending it the way the Constitution says we should be spent. The Constitution that created the office of president and gave the president all the powers in the Constitution is the same Constitution.
Interesting conversation with Prince Adewale Adebayo, SDP presidential candidates in the 2023 presidential election.
That told the government on how. Yes.
Okay, I think there's a network glitch there. But it's been interesting conversing with you. Well, let's get into another conversation now. We're talking party politics now. PDP crisis is before us this morning. Wike, Makinde factions, they remain adamant despite INEC intervention. Let's dive into this.
Glad to have you back as VOP this morning. Two rival factions of the People's Democratic Party, backed by Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, have refused to merge despite the Independent National Electoral Commission's INEC intervention in the party's leadership crisis. Both factions claims to be the legitimate leadership of the party, with Wike's camp saying it embodies the party's original leadership, and Makinde's bloc maintaining its stance as the rightful custodian of the party. INEC has called for both factions to wait for the Court of Appeal's decision on the matter. And as of today, the internal wrangling in PDP still continues. We've been joined from our Benin studios by Comrade Chris Ojekere, public and political affairs commentator, and also from our Port Harcourt studios, we'll be joined by Chief Dr. Emmanuel Royanama, a sociopolitical commentator and advocate of good governance. He's also a seasoned licensed human resource practitioner, management consultant, chartered mediator, and consolidator. Good morning, gentlemen. Good to have you join today's conversation. Good morning, Comrade Chris Ojekere, if you can hear me.
Good morning.
All right, good morning, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Royanama. Good to have you join today's conversation.
My pleasure.
All right, Chief Dr. Emmanuel, let me start off with you. What do you make of this? Because I learned that the factions that went in to meet the INEC PDP party chieftains that went to meet the INEC to at least negotiate on the way forward of the party. They are still talking tough. The Wike faction is of the opinion that they are the ones taking care of the party thus far. The Sheyi Makinde's bloc were of the opinion that they are the original ones that INEC should recognize, not the Wike faction. How do we have people that have been suspended by the party now still playing or being actors still in the party that have suspended them, as well as suspending the people that suspend them? Please help us actually work on this. And what does this portend for the People's Democratic Party, the biggest or the largest political party in West Africa before now?
Well, first is the intervention method. Who was doing the intervention and why was he doing intervention? And when was the first time we heard of INEC intervening in circumstances like this? What is INEC's real interest in the intervention? These are small questions we need to understand. The elementary theory of mediation presupposes that parties in mediation seek for a mediator, not a mediator seeking for them. Again, that's an element that seems to be lost in this circumstance to me. I do not see a positive mediation result in the circumstance. Like you said, all parties are holding on to their grounds. The first principle of mediation is that parties are willing to shift grounds. And if parties in this circumstance are not shifting grounds, it presupposes that there is no real intention for mediation or resolution of the crisis. We could hear the things they sing behind the scene. Now, remember very clearly that one of the issues here is that a decision has been taken by a group who feels that they constitute a proper NEC, and that decision is that certain person have been expelled from the party. If this person has been expelled from the party, the first question will be which locus, on what basis are they even standing to do the discussion? Must they remain in the party if the party says she does not want them? What has been the precedence of this group of persons in the past? Have they actually wanted, in any time, peace in that party? Now, as we look at all of that, the next question we'll be looking at is, what kind of peace do you want? Do you want to bring them back to maintain the status quo? In other words, the division system that they actually want, or they want to follow a new leaf? The probabilities or the possibilities of them following a new leaf is as slim as 0.000 whatever. And so the question will be, what discussion is actually for? Is it to kill the PDP as seems to have been intended by these particular persons all this while? I do not see PDP getting completely back in the nearest future, not in 2027 at all, no matter what happens, whether this mediation sails through or it doesn't sail through.
All right.
A lot of cracks have been done. PDP wasted her good times. At the times she had to take a decision, she refused to take a decision much more earlier. And several damages have been done. I do not see her, assuming the name you called her, the one-time biggest party in Africa, or as they currently want to claim, the biggest opposition in the country as of today. All of that are things that are does not seem very viable in the very short run. PDP has so much work to do, with or without even this present circumstance she's in. I'm afraid, like I said before, this mediation does not have the basic principles of mediation, and I do not see it yielding any serious result.
All right, when you ask why will INEC intervene in this, it's also important to know that we have the FCT, area council election that will be happening 21st of February 2026, and also we have the Ekiti and Osun state election slated for June and July 2026 respectively, and we know that members of the PDP want to contest in that election. Josh Amapito professor said that the reason for INEC to intervene in this is because they've been receiving conflicting correspondence from the party, and they wouldn't want what played out sometime. Recall what happened in Nigeria in a certain state where after the election, because of the internal party wrangling, someone who won the election was pushed out by the court because of the person who signed the person's the party's form, nomination form and interest form too, and that was the reason this individual was disqualified. So when you ask why INEC should play in this, isn't it better that they come in at this point to clear the air so that people that want to participate and run for the February FCT election and June and July Osun State, Ekiti State governorship election also do that without fear of being disqualified after the election?
Whether they intervene and get any solution or not, if there are legal breaches, as it were, in those circumstances you mentioned, at the end of the day, the judiciary will still take its course of action, and whoever won on a wrong nomination will still lose his or her seat. The concern I have is very simple. PDP is not the only. And when I begin to see government and government agency continuously wanting to get involved, it presupposes that they actually were part of the real problem that party already has. It keeps telling me that, look, there are several external forces that want that party to die, and because the party, those in the party or leadership at the party didn't see it early, they fell to the trap, and the same persons are taking continuous error from the party leadership over time. And that's where I just have the issues. I'm aware that Labour Party have issues. I've not seen INEC intervene up till this time. I'm aware that several other small parties have issues. The truth of the matter is this: for a negotiation to for mediation to actually take place, the parties in that negotiation must be willing first for the mediator to come in, and then they must be willing to follow the rules of mediation. And one of the basic rules of mediation is that the parties should be willing and ready to shift ground. From what we've seen so far, none of these parties will shift ground, and so the mediation itself will fail even before it begins.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel Leroy. I'll come back to you on this matter, but let's go to our Benin outstation where we have Comrade Chris Ojekere. He's a public affairs analyst as well as a political affairs commentator. Good morning to you, Comrade Chris Ojekere, and thanks for coming to VOP this morning. Hello, Comrade Chris, can you hear me? I need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, very well, I can hear you. Good morning, Comrade Chris Ojekere.
I said good morning and thank you for having me here.
Now, beautiful. I'm sure you have followed the conversation. INEC invited both camps in the PDP, the Sheyi Makinde-led camp and the Nyesom Wike-led camp for reconciliation. I want to have your broad reaction to this meeting that has been called by INEC before I ask you further questions. What's your reaction?
Well, I'm surprised that Emmanuel says he doesn't know why INEC intervened. He doesn't know that Professor Amut-Peter loves the PDP so well that he doesn't want the PDP to disintegrate. He loves the PDP so well that he wants them to be a formidable opposition to the APC. You see, my brother, we love to supply you, the media, talking points so that we can keep ourselves as politicians engaged. Perhaps that gives a semblance of participation, or a semblance of pragmatism, or a semblance of popularity. It's funny what's going on. The agenda of both sides are very clear. Wike is doing his job and is doing it perfectly well. What I would want to know is what is Makinde's job. Is it that Makinde is trying to get together the dredge of PDP so that he can use it post 2027, maybe in 2031 or something? Or does he seriously believe that he's going to win this battle? Wike's job was to destroy the PDP. That's the job Wike is doing. Why is everybody? Why are they pretending? And the way the matter is so intractable that Wike will win in this matter. The suspenders and the suspended are all intricately woven together. And as the prof said when he intervened, or I would rather call it interfered, when he interfered, He made this clear to them. He gave them a hint. You have so many conflicting letters with INEC, which tells you that even though one happens to succeed to produce what they call candidates, it will still face post-election situations and post-election.
Comrade Chris, that's exactly my question. Shouldn't INEC be the one? I'm surprised that the INEC chairman is also saying, look, we have so many conflicting documents, correspondences from you. Shouldn't INEC be the one to say, look, this is the authentic faction of the PDP, this is the authentic leadership? Shouldn't it be the call of INEC?
That should give you a clear clue to Professor Amopitan's intervention or interference, as I put it. He's going there to create an alibi. He's going there to pretend that they carried out their constitutional duty of being, partly part of their mandate to supervise the political party.
I'm sorry, Comrade Chris. Let me button at this moment. You know that the INEC chairman is a professor of law, and you might well understand that, look, the courts have no place, in deciding the authentic leadership of the party, and that is why he has stepped in. Because as a matter of fact, the Supreme Court...
The court might not have a place in naming who is the leadership, but the court, whether the processes were followed, or the processes according to the constitution of the PDP were followed, that's the court's place always. The court would decide, based on the processes that were followed, to arrive at whoever you call leader. If the processes were followed according to the Constitution, the court will recognize that, and
talking about processes, it's curious that INEC, is doing this kind of job that Nigerians don't understand. A certain convention was called in Ibadan by Seyi Makinde and his group, and INEC did not observe that convention, which more like invalidated that convention, and the executive, the National Working Committee, that got elected in that convention. Now, fast forward to Ekiti State, where they held a Goba primaries. The Goba primaries was conducted by the Seyi Makinde-led camp that produced Taminu Turaki as the new PDP chairman. Now, that is the camp that conducted the primaries. And INEC turned around to accept the candidate from that camp. So what is INEC telling us? Isn't that a statement that is the authentic faction of the PDP?
The professor wouldn't have held the kind of meeting he had with them. The truth of the matter is that there are so many booby traps set by Wike's camp that whatever you see is just what they call the more you look, the less you see. The truth is, as he rightly admitted in that meeting, there are so many conflicting letters that they will have to wait for the appeal courts. And the appeal court is to decide whether the process. It was a court order that said INEC should not witness the Ibadan, convention. And that court order was relying on some of these so-called plenty letters that is with INEC, these conflicting judgments and letters that are with INEC. The truth is, Wike is doing his job. The job of Wike is to create so much confusion that it is even impossible for INEC to say what is PDP and which is PDP. Right now, the national secretary of the party, the organizing secretary of the party are in Wike's camp. And those people are statutorily elected according to Supreme Court judgment. So how do we begin to reconcile this at the day? Is the appeal court going to say that the secretary, that the Supreme Court had said his election followed due process and the rightful national secretary of the party be sacked down by an appeal court? So these are the issues. There's so much confusion there. The only wise thing I would have advised Makinde to do, if not for ambition, is for Makinde to take his own section of the PDP, his own group of the PDP, and go and pitch camp with the ADC and pitch camp with the coalition. We should not toy with 2027 and divide the ranks that should come together to unseat this terrible government that is ruling us. This kind of gerrymandering that they are doing in PDP, they will only end up not having a candidate. And then they will have served neither the opposition and indeed served the ruling party that will say we all want to get out. It doesn't make any political sense for anybody to be fighting in his own house when there's an enemy outside ravaging the entire household. So I don't think politically, we have sat down, we have analyzed this. What's PDP's intention? Rather, what's Makinde's intention? Because Makinde cannot claim to be more PDP than Wike. Despite the activities of Wike and those with Wike, despite the activities of those people, surreptitiously. The truth of the matter is that by legal processes and by processes of party constitution, it is not possible for Makinde to have expelled the people he said he has expelled. There are too much history. And those histories will all come up in court. And you continue to have this merry-go-round until the election comes, rather than being pragmatic and take a decision the way Atiku Abubakar and the others have taken, leave Wike's house for Wike, and then move on to ADC and unite with the coalition, and then forge a common front for Nigerian people to have an opposition to support against this incumbency that is a fiery serpent biting everybody in their backyards.
All right, then, Comrade Chris J.K. Thank you for your submission there. Let's go back to Chief Dr. Emmanuel Ireyanama. Chief Doctor, the way the PDP is right now,
yes,
the different factions, the Turaki Makinde faction and the Wike Samuel Ayanwo faction, as they are, do you think either of them will make a good addition to any opposition party? Or will it be more problems for any opposition party that they choose to align with? Just like how Comrade Chris Ojekere did say, that the Makinde faction should just, align with the ADC and make things work. Would that be a good addition, or more problems for the ADC or any other party? Let's have this and have your concluding thoughts on this one before we move to the next conversation.
But like we all know, the bigger any house, the more problems are likely to arise. So whichever group they join is likely to have its own problem, because politics is all about interest. That's what it is. But again, it's a mind how much they can solve the problems. All of them coalescing. Why are they coalescing? If they declare that they have a common enemy, it's easier to manage the entire thing. We shouldn't forget what happened with the now APC and then PDP in 2014. In coming together, they took a simple decision. Hey, we have a common enemy. So each person needs to drop ambition. We're all aware that at that time, Tinubu himself actually wanted the presidency. But they had to do some give and take because they had a common enemy, which was then PDP. So if this set of PDP persons also have taken that direction and tell themselves, hey, we now have a common enemy called APC, them and indeed any other person that is actually wanting to coalesce to forming a proper, and then think direction to say, hey, let's drop whatever we're going to do and then let's just one person across the line. Then they can actually be a formidable opposition. If they don't do that, I do not see the problem that what they actually have in current PDP. And like I said before, PDP as it is today cannot, no matter what happens, no matter which of the sides moves, cannot remain a serious opposition in Nigeria.
Why is it that in Nigeria we're having different laws for different political parties? For Labour Party, we're told that the law, or rather the court, has no right to meddle into internal affairs of the political party. But in PDP at this point, we're seeing a court of appeal getting ready to decide what their fate will be or who the leadership of the party will be. And also the Supreme Court, according to what the Makinde Block publicity secretary in Memebom talked about. He said that the Supreme Court was the one that made INEC or gave the order that they shouldn't attend the party convention and all that. So why do we have different laws for different political parties in Nigeria? And what does this portend for democracy of this country?
The creators of the law themselves created lacunas right, left, and center. But before I even conclude, let me say one thing so that our audience gets it clear. INEC not attending the convention does not make that convention illegal. That's a very clear thing. The information, what the law says is inform INEC on within XYZ period. If you do that, you fulfill that right. But that's not even where I'm going to. Let's get to the real thing. The truth is, the law at creation created some lacunas, some gaps right, left, and center. The fact that the Supreme Court says party matters should be handled at the party level also created a caveat that says the party must follow established constitutions and the general constitution of the land. So if you take laws into your hand, as we see with Nigerian politicians, where they throw away laws even that they create themselves and then go ahead and do anything, the courts will still come in from time to time, and that's the problem PDP is having, and most of the parties actually have it. There's impunity on the part of leadership at the various levels of our parties. They do things and think that they can just go away with it.
Okay.
And so the law has a way of still catching up with you when you go in that direction.
All right, thank you very much, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Iroyenama. Now, let's go into another interesting conversation that is also political. Now, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Goodluck Jonathan, has urged the judiciary to maintain discipline, consistency, and strict adherence to constitutional timelines in resolving election disputes ahead of the 2027 general election. Jonathan emphasized that the judiciary will once again be required to play a stabilizing national role, and that pre-election disputes must be resolved with clarity and balance to maintain public confidence. She also highlighted the need for judicial welfare, security and well-being, and encouraged judges to openly engage during the conference to strengthen the institution. Let me come to you, Comrade Chris Ojekere, on this. And that was during a judges' conference, and the Chief Justice CJN Kekere Ekun decried, the spread of conflicting judgments, ahead of the 2023 general election, and said that, look, we don't want a repeat of all of that. She also talked about timeline, the quick dispensation and delivery of justice. Now, if you read the Chief Justice's statement, that looks like an admission of the failure of the judiciary to uphold democratic tenets during the 2023 general election. What's your reaction to that statement coming from the CJN? Hello, Comrade Chris, can you hear me? I need for you to unmute your mic.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I woke it, yeah. Now, I said she should have done more than that mess. Nigerian judiciary now goes beyond mere statements. What we need is a wholesale judicial reform. You see, the problem with us, when I say us, I mean government and some complicit people who are citizens of the country, is that we just like talking about things. The state of the judiciary right now in Nigeria is so deplorable that the people that discuss it more who tell us countless and plethora of non-judicial practices, from their recruitment to the activities of judges in courts and so on and so forth. So why is the CJN pretending that what we have is a small problem? She should declare a state of emergency in the judicial sector and embark just now, before the election, on real reforms that will convince Nigeria that she's serious. We've had conferences. We've had mere statements like this. We are not going to be talking about statements anymore. Pragmatism should be the key word right now. She should come up with points, salient points of judicial reform. She should name some judicial officers, constitute them into a reform committee, and then bring out specific cases, specific conflicting judgments.
Comrade Chris, I hate to butt in at this time, but permit me to do that. She actually talked about reforms. She also talked about the welfare of judges, and she said that, look, a judge that is not protected cannot, in actual sense, deliver justice. When she talked about the welfare of judges, do you think that judges that are not well paid are likely to, give judgments, that are somehow compromised? Do you think that should it be?
Yes. And I'm happy that she's sincere about that she's giving us, supplying us some of the motives for all this kind of judicial infractions and compromise. I'm happy about that. That should be part of the reform. We admit that the kind of society we live in today, judges are so poorly paid that there's very strong temptation to inducement. Although when they signed to be judicial officers, they had signed that whatever the situation, whatever the circumstance, they will uphold the rule of law and they will uphold justice. What the judges don't know and what the judiciary should know is that their influence and authority and right to demand for better payment or whatever they will demand comes from how they stick to their calling, how they dispense justice, how they uphold the rule of law. And that will get society to respect them. And whatever demands they make after that, everybody will support, even the man on the street will support. So there should be pragmatic steps. With those timelines to give, there should be timelines on when the committee will submit their reports. Okay. And then one or two judges will be used as examples from existing cases. There are many cases in court who are giving conflicting judgment, who have compromised the law, and so on and so forth. The NJC was set up particularly for that. We want to see the days of Justice Kayode Esho. We want to see the days of Mohammed Duwet. We want to see the days of Okuta. We want to see those days back in the judiciary. So just papering over things and saying that does not impress anybody.
Okay, just papering things and over, that doesn't impress anybody. Now, let's bring in Dr. Emmanuel Iroyenama into this conversation. Dr. Iroyenama, I'd like you to interrogate the recent comment made by the CJN talking about how the judiciary needs to improve by 2027.
First, she should be ashamed of heading an arm of government Nigerians have no faith in. Nigerians have lost complete hope in the judiciary, more so under her tenure. She needs to tell us what the Abuja division of the High Court is up to and the kind of meddlings and things they've done in recent past. It is easy to talk, but we want to see real action. While one may not blame her, even looking at how almost all of them grew to the position they grew to, having been pushed by politicians and being obedient to political decisions. If she wants to be serious, talk is not the way to show us, but action. 2027 is just here by the corner. I, for one, do not have faith in her or in that agency. The judiciary today is a plaything. And so talk of that nature doesn't do anything. They've been super compromised. And it's seen in everything they do. They give different judgments. Severally, she had said courts of coordinate jurisdiction should not take decisions on the same case. But what do we see every other time? They do the same thing and nothing happens. What has been the consequence for those that have erred? At best, they retire you. And if you look at what you will take through that illegal process and what your retirement or continuous stay will be, and if that the other is higher, you take it and there you go away. Nothing happens thereafter. Nothing happens.
Okay.
We need a judiciary that we can trust.
Okay, we need a judiciary that we can trust and not the one that we have now. And this is where we have to draw the curtains on VOP this morning. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Emmanuel Iroyenama, socio-political commentator and advocate of good governance. Thanks for coming to VOP this morning. We also had Barrister Darlington Agomu, a lawyer and political affairs analyst who joined us, who was part of the show. We also had Comrade Chris Ojekere, political affairs analyst and commentator. We were also joined by Prince Adewole Adebayo, the former presidential candidate of the SDP, Social Democratic Party. Gentlemen, I must say a very big thank you for being part of this show. Now, on behalf of my colleagues here, Moses Humphrey and Fina Okechukwu, and on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwu Maokoro. Join us again at 10 o'clock when Moses and I return for newspaper review. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not continue to talk, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
The 2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bola Ahmed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a brother that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, in some ways, about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors. ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review on VOP Television. I am Moses Humphrey. Now let's dive into the papers now. Let's look at what we have the cover pages of the dailies. Well, I'm not alone, of course. I have Chukwuma Okoro with me. Together, we'll be doing this. And, well, Chukwuma, thank you very much for saying. I mean, yeah, he's an analyst. And also, we'll be going to our station where Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama will be joining the conversation as well. Chief Dr. Irayanama, thank you very much for joining the conversation. Now let's run to the headlines now. We do have Business Day. Over-ambitious budget pushes Nigeria toward self-made crisis. Nigeria's solid minerals windfall masks NLNG revenue mystery. 12 trends to shape Nigeria's economy. And then, how Africa's richest man bet everything on a refinery and won. Okay, that's an editorial there from the Business Day. But let's look at a few other dailies. The Guardian has these headlines: fiscal indiscipline fuels budget chaos, governance gaps. Tinubu declines assent to central gaming bill. NBSS assures hitch-free e-payments. Okay. Well, NBSS assures hitch-free e-payment systems amid 384 trillion naira quarterly transactions. Government targets 2 billion naira savings in 2026 as MDAs go paperless. Nigeria records 33 new Lassa fever cases, 18.2% fatality spike, and a tax reform row deepens as civil society demands probe, flags concerns. Of course, that's one story that you would find in most dailies. Stakeholders condemn reps' refusal to criminalize vote buying at primaries. Well, I'd like for us to start off with that one, vote buying at primaries, and the position of the House of Representatives. We're also being joined by Barrister Darlington Agwemo. But Chukwuma, vote buying. Stakeholders condemn reps' refusal to criminalize vote buying at primaries.
Well, vote buying at primaries, they will not criminalize it because all of them are party to it. All of them are part of it. Because I've witnessed primary elections and I know what goes on, during primary elections. At the local level, not at the state level, I mean, not at the national level. And I also have information what happens at the national level. And what unfortunate thing about this vote buying during primaries, it's always dominated in dollars, not even in naira. You know why it's dominated in dollars? Because if you have to pay in naira, it will be very bulky. It will be very bulky. So they reduce it to dollar. So they can put it in their in an envelope. They'll just give it to you in an envelope and you pocket it and walk away. Meanwhile, it translates to a very huge amount of money. And they are not going to use electronic transmission because in that case it becomes actionable. Somebody can say, oh, you bribe people, to vote for you during primaries. Now, that said, it's like I said, I didn't expect that the House of Representatives will criminalize it because they are part of it. They are part of the problem. So it's a thing that we have come to live with in this part of the world. Talking about primaries again and vote buying, it also becomes, there are questions that I have asked. At what point do we establish that there is vote buying? When somebody during political campaigns, like what Chukwuma Soludo did, during the Anambra elections, there was a debate around it. If your local government delivers ABGA, if ABGA scores, you get a certain amount of money. Does that translate to vote buying? That is the question.
That's inducement.
Okay, so what is vote buying?
It's still vote buying.
It's still vote buying. Yeah. Now, on campaign day and on election day, you see a political party that puts a pot of rice, and a crate of mineral somewhere and say, oh, come and make merriment. Don't even vote for me, but just come and make merriment. That's inducement. That is vote buying. So I think we have a lawyer here who will help us interpret what vote buying is. But from a layman's point of view, a situation where you influence or you induce someone, to go and vote for you. Technically, for us, that means vote buying. So, Barrister, what do you call it? What is vote buying? Help us understand it.
If there is an inducement that you gave money to somebody to do something for you, and this happened to be matters that had to do with the election, that is where you now be talking about vote buying. And it can come in different forms. It doesn't have to be monetary. Good. So you can induce somebody within, with anything. But the security agencies, they are the ones who should even hold responsible if such a thing happens. Because it has to be at the polling units. You can't come to my house and give me a cup of rice and then they say, no, that one is outside the electoral law. We are talking of something that happened at the point of the election proper, so that you can capture it. You would ask, what are you giving these people? Why are you giving him this thing when we are in an election time? That way, you can even have evidence. But anything that happens after that unit, the law may not even hold you. But at the point of voting, and you start sharing money, start sharing all the goodies, you are liable. Nobody should excuse anybody here. You are liable. You are not supposed to do that at that point. That's the fact. And so the law they are trying to do and amend, they should include it so that it will be holistic. In order for it to catch anybody who want to indulge in vote buying, list all the things you will do and where you are going to do those things before it becomes a crime or an offense. Not when you come to my house, maybe as a friend or whatever, you come and say this and that. Somebody will say, who is even there? Who will validate it? Who will bear witness? Nobody. So vote buying, it should happen at the polling unit. And you must have evidence that such a thing happened. That is the fact.
Okay.
But remember, they said it is primary.
Primaries, yes.
That means
I was going to emphasize
good. That means at the voting proper, there is no excuse.
And the primary
is going to be conducted in an environment.
The issue with this is the fact that those that have the money to buy will not mean well. And those that mean well may not have the money to buy.
Because those that...
So at the end of the day, the people will be stuck with whatever the parties present to them.
Again, the people that have money, when they get into office, the next
they want to recoup
the money. So governance suffers. That is the problem. But you ask a very important question. Now, the people that don't have money can buy. And because of that, they don't get elected, as candidates and all of that. So how do we get out of that quagmire?
We will if we have the political will to do the right thing.
Barrister, there
are laws. Hold on, there are laws. Even when you get into office, there are checks and balances that checkmates you and what you do in office. Like now, a lawmaker that bought vote and entered into the National Assembly, he doesn't have access to a national treasury. The only thing he can do is oversight functions. Maybe that's where they make their money and all that. So at that point, it is now left for the ministries and the agencies that they are overseeing to determine what constitutes oversight funds. And the government had to step in here and say, you will not take more than this and all that. Or during budget presentation, the executive want to bribe them so that they will have an easy passage of their budget. These are the areas that the National Assemblymen make their money. They don't have access to our treasury. They don't. Every other money they make is from the executive. That's a fact.
All right. Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama, let's bring you into the conversation. What's your reaction to the headline? Stakeholders condemn reps' refusal to criminalize vote buying at primaries.
You want to criminalize. You can't criminalize what I am part of. I cannot criminalize what I am part of. But that's not even the issue first and foremost. Why are we so interested in making law to check vote buying? Why are we leaving the reason why people buy votes? And then we are ready to talk about.
We're starting from the primaries, because
yes, even at the primary, there is a reason why people. There's a reason why people buy votes. Even at the primary, it is what comes out from elective offices that determines how much I want to put in to seek for an elective office. The day we make it not juicy enough for one to want to spend his money before election, that day we'll get it right. Now, my brother has said vote buying should start from at the polling center, and I'm asking myself, as of today, is it that the polling center they sell votes? Most of the votes are sold within the week, within a month before the time. The rices we know are giving out much more before that day. People actually give these monies in small houses, in small corners before they go out. They only put people to monitor whether the person they give the money to did the needful or not at the police center. Only very few dash money at the center proper. But the real reason is the fact that our political offices are too juicy. A man who has never worked in his life is a billionaire overnight. If that is it, buying votes becomes a natural thing. Make the elective office not as attractive as it is today. Less people will be interested in buying votes. Real servants will come. Real servants will come, and not traders. What you have in our political sphere today are traders. Nobody buys a good for resale that does not have a resale value. Nobody does that. It is the value of resale that is making them buy it now. So if I buy the vote and I get to the position, I am sure to get X, Y, Z times 3 of it. So instead of discussing even vote buying, let's discuss what the office entails. Let's discuss how to make these offices unattractive financially. And for me, that's the only way out. You can talk from today till the kingdom come on vote buying. Politicians will always circumvent the way. I won't come to the polling unit, but yet I'll still buy my votes. I'll keep my machineries to check. Those that I gave money and how they did it. You remember the voice note that went out in 2015 election in River State.
Okay.
Where the then governor was threatening somebody, the one that came to run election from his Sokoto or wherever. That if he does not bring back his money, if he does not deliver his money, he will get him anywhere he goes. He won't leave the state alive. It's a plain thing. It's what's associated with the position. So let's manage what is attracting that vote buying. We are used to putting the cart always before the horse. And that's why we hardly move anywhere. The horse is meant to carry the cart.
Oh, well, let's move on to another conversation now. The tax reform row. Now, this is how it's put on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper. It says, tax reform row deepens as civil society demands probe, flags concerns. Barrister, is there something you want to add to this? Because I know we had the conversation earlier.
Yes. It is very important because we cannot dwell on fraudulent documents to collect tax. This thing, remember, they are working with France. How will France implement such a document? Please, how? How will they do it? Tell me. You know, when we are discussing this, people don't even know the implication until it starts happening. I am telling you authoritative that there will be litigation on that tax reform. There will be, if they don't change their ways. Because most of the power they gave Oyedele and his people, they don't have it. no constitution will give them such power. So litigation is coming if they don't change their ways. That's what I'm saying here. We don't even need to argue it. The mere fact that it has turned into a fraudulent document is annoying. Not to talk of now that you have given some people the power that they don't have. What were you driving at? You know, this government, they dwell so much on illegality. I don't know why. You know very well that the constitution does not accommodate this type of behavior, yet you are going ahead with it. That means every other agency can now collect such power, Ms. Okoro and Moses. Do you know the implication? If Oyedele and the people were to get away with this thing that they are trying to do now, every other agency will now go to change their own and say, yes, we have the power to do this. NEPA will come. Every other agency that is rendering services to the country, they will now have the power to arrest you. Garnish your account. How does that pan out? It's a very dangerous move. I don't know why they just want to annoy us every time. Just deliberately. And somebody is telling us that nothing will stop it from going for another. That's how they were praising other policies. So, other policies, that's how they were praising it. Until the thing backfire. He has the mind, he's the only one who has the heart of a tiger to remove subsidy. So, when you remove it, how far? What came out of it? No, what came out of it? Are you not paying subsidy now? No, let them come and tell me they are not paying subsidy. Oh.
This tax issue now, I think the government was very intentional in doing that. They didn't know that Nigerians, will unravel it.
Well, it's still an allegation.
No. It's not an allegation. It's not an allegation. Let's not.
Because the man he showed the paragraph.
The paragraph.
He showed it.
He already gazetted. It was not a mistake.
So leave that thing. They know what they are doing.
I'm very sure they wanted to smuggle it. So, and by the time it becomes
a law,
and it been implemented, Nigerians. When you go to court, they say, well, it's an act of parliament. It's an act of parliament. Because it's very dangerous. I don't have anything against the garnishing concept, if third-party arrangement, if you are owing somebody between creditor and
leave
debtor.
That no, when any word garnishing is involved, Mr. Okoro, please don't try to paper it. Nobody.
Barrister, I'm not papering it.
You are saying you don't have any problem with it. What are you saying? You are now. That means you are giving them the power now.
Barrister, that is not. Barrister, that is not.
Even to collect debt.
Barrister, hold on.
Even to collect debt, police cannot even do that. You have to go to court.
Exactly. But what is the garnishing process?
What are you talking about?
What was smuggling was to sideline the court.
To sideline the court, that is what I'm saying. That I don't have a problem with.
There's a problem. Why should you do that?
There should be a problem.
Barrister, hold on.
I disagree with you. I disagree.
What do you disagree?
Any garnishing
order. What do you disagree?
I am telling you that any garnishing order that does not come from the court is not void.
A garnishing order must necessarily come from the court. What we are quarreling now is that this one is going through FIRS.
Yes.
And you don't want to listen to me.
FIRS, is there a court?
Barrister, hold on. We want to inform and educate the public.
We are doing
a
that.
garnishing process ordinarily passes through a process of creditor, debtor, third party, and the court process.
Yes.
What is missing here in this case is the court process. Is it not?
Yes.
So why do you have a problem with the fact that
that is the ultimate. Pronouncement by the court is the ultimate in anything garnishi. Simple. If the court did not say it, don't say it. Don't say it.
Barrister, hold on.
Well, Barrister has his.
Barrister has his
I know you have yours. But
I have my opinion.
He doesn't. You don't. In this matter, you don't.
Barrister, you can't
the
say
way
that.
you're saying that you don't have any problem.
Barrister, you are not even listening to me. You live in your head. You are not even listening to me.
The way you are saying it is wrong.
What is wrong?
No, Barrister, you can't tell him.
Barrister, before now, garnishing laws have been used by people to collect debt.
Oyedele can now order.
Barrister, no, you
can't. That is what I'm against. That is what I'm against.
They say it and
you didn't even want me to land. You didn't want me to land.
They have no right to do that. They have no right.
What Barrister? My point of faith is this: garnishing law as a process, there's nothing wrong with it. because it involves the debtor, the creditor, the third party, and the court.
Okay.
But in this instance, the court is being bypassed, and that is what I have a problem with. Okay. But I don't have a problem with the concept of garnishing, because this must be recovered one way or the other.
All right. All right. Let me just read out some of the discrepancies pointed out in that altered copy. One of them, introduction of mandatory 20% deposit before appeals can be heard. Provisions allowing assets garnishment without court approval.
Can you imagine?
And then alterations to currency computation rules and empowering tax officers with police-like powers of arrest and detention.
Can you imagine?
Those are some of the things that allegedly were added to.
Can you imagine? Illegality all along. Illegality. There is no, in fact, there is no excuse here. Illegality. They are giving them the power that they do not deserve. That's what I'm saying.
No, they are taking upon themselves the power that they don't deserve.
I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying.
This wasn't given.
And that is what makes it dangerous.
Yes.
That is what makes it dangerous. Like I said, they actually wanted to smuggle it in without Nigerians knowing. And there are so many letters of our law that are like that Nigerians don't even know. It's just that this one, we're very fortunate, for this rep member to have read between the lines and say, no, this is not what we approved, and this is not, and he raised an alarm.
And be bold enough to raise the alarm.
An alarm. And we have a government that is saying, look, no. And it's also worrisome that we have people in government say, look, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, this law must take effect from the 1st of January.
They are calling for anarchy.
You understand? It doesn't speak well of people in government, that when they think that, look, they can ride roughshod over the people, no matter how you feel, no matter anything you do, and especially coming from spokespersons of the president. The president's media handlers is dangerous.
Such statements carry weight.
And saying that, somebody saying that this is noise from the opposition.
Did you even say
so the whole of Nigerians that have raised, that have raised dissent against this thing or have raised objections, all of them belong to the opposition.
Did you even see what they did?
It's not right.
What they did, very funny way of trying to force you that you go and deposit 20%, Abi, somewhere. Then you now come for negotiation and appeal. If this thing were to be happening with somebody in Abuja and you're in Lagos here, how long will you be going to and fro Abuja? How long will you be going to and fro from Abuja to Lagos? Because it cannot end in one day. You and I know that. So when you become frustrated, what happens? They will take your money. They will take your money.
But we have IRS offices nationwide. Must it be in Abuja? Is that what they do?
What are you there are matters that you settle there at their headquarters. There are matters you settle there. The branch will.
I think the whole thing about this tax law is that we need it's a matter of shared responsibility. Nigerians should pay taxes. But the government should also
pay taxes.
No, but the government should also
the
work
ordinary
with
Nigerian.
Now, Mr. Okoro, you want to be a good boy here, no problem. You know what? The ones we paid.
I'm not trying to be a good boy. That is my opinion.
No. Yeah.
Barrister, I said, don't you understand English? I said this is shared responsibility. Nigerians must pay tax, but the tax money was for us.
The one we paid. Where are they?
So what do I mean by shared responsibility? What do you understand by shared responsibility? Barrister, what do you understand by shared responsibility?
Let's get the
You said
what do you understand?
We must pay tax.
Barrister, what do you understand by shared responsibility?
No.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution.
To keep our tax.
Let's get the view of Comrade, I beg your pardon, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Rayanama. What's your contribution to this? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, it shows our interest in what is happening. First, the funniest part of this law is when you tell me, as a small businessman, you have a right to throw any tax on me, and that if I oppose it, I should go and pay 20% of the whatever rubbish you have thrown on me before we come to having an agreement.
I'm telling you.
Very funny.
I'm telling you.
Thoughtless, wicked, barbaric.
Telling you. And if you don't have the money...
Again, you say you're going to throw a tax on me, and when you tax on me, if I don't comply according to you, The courts, of course, I don't have faith in them also. The courts should not near you. You have a right to bottle me, carry me to anywhere and lock me up, or come again, design whatever garnishing process you have designed that is out of the constitution, and then you use that to take over whatever thing you think is of value to me. Again, barbaric, funny, stupid, mindless, and wicked. Like I could have said, in every climate, taxation has a two-face. The people pay tax and the taxes are used for the people. We've not addressed the issue of the other angle, or we do not have a guarantee of how the other angle of the monies that we paid will be handled. In this so-called tax reform thing, they have told us. Very funny. But my biggest worry, thank God a man from the National Assembly is the one who is citing the discrepancies. But the problem is, do we actually have representatives in this country or bootlickers? What kind of National Assembly do we have? Up till this moment, the National Assembly have not come out clean to agree to what the member of the House of Reps spotted or refute it. Isn't that a shame? And the most worrisome, the degree of impunity exhibited by people in government, particularly the president's spokespersons, who takes Nigeria for a ride and think that they are heaven and anyhow they like. Very funny indeed, a country. What makes him think that he's more Nigerian than the rest of us? What even makes the president himself think that he's more Nigerian than the rest of us? What makes him think he's more concerned about development in Nigeria than the rest of us? We're in a mess. And until the people realize that there's a problem ahead, we'll let this nonsense continue to grow. And people in government think that they are lords over us. Our country. And for you persons, I am not against a tax reform. I'm a proud taxpayer. I have nothing against it, even though I have a problem with what the tax I have paid all these years have been used for. I can find it anywhere, I can feel it, but in the pockets of some miscreants who are opportunists in positions of authority. We must not allow this so-called tax reform act create chaos that cannot be managed in Nigeria. Nigerian leaders must remember the not too far away crisis we had in this country about police reform. 2026 may be pregnant for a dangerous thing, except it is their own idea of creating chaos to divert people's attention to a would-be robbery in 2027.
Of course.
Who knows?
Of course.
But I foresee a problem if nothing is done, and done very quickly. Nigerians must rise to oppose this. We must get a clearer picture. We must know what is really happening. We must know who actually, if it's true, brought these funny clauses into this. And there must be consequences. There should be consequences. We are sick and tired of a country where some persons think that they are lord over the rest of us. They are special people. If this is what America is, then Nigerians must say, not your turn again.
Like I said in the morning, this was how they introduced alphabet here. At the end of the day, what happened? What happened, Moses? What happened with alphabet? And when they introduced, they told us it is the best thing that can happen to our tax laws in Lagos here. Not knowing that it's just to benefit one man. One man. So what are you telling me that the person who introduced it is the same person that introduced this one again? And you are telling me that he meant well. Tell me. You are telling me that he meant well. It's not possible. It's not. I have my doubt. Look at what is happening already. It has not started implementation. No. Look at what is going on already. Look at what is going on already. You want to tell me that somebody just woke up and inserted that inside that place, Abi? After the National Assembly have approved, though, when they got to the presidency, another thing now came out. You are want to tell me it's a mistake, Abi? They are not even acknowledging what has happened, though. They are still telling us it must go on. It must go on whether we like it or not.
And that's concerning, really.
Can you just imagine?
Deeply troubling. Deeply troubling.
Can you just imagine?
Now, that gives me the impression that they are the ones that surreptitiously smuggle.
At least they would have said, okay, let us look at it. Maybe let us check, you know. At least to acknowledge that a mistake has been made. We can't, that's okay. But telling me that whether we like it or not, whether we like it or not, it will be implemented as gazetted. Now what for this country, seriously?
All right then. Well, let's move on to another conversation, another paper. The Punch has these headlines. Nigeria suffers nearly 1 trillion naira export loss after Trump tariff. Nigeria sinks into 3.15 trillion naira trade deficit with US as exports fall. All right. And there's this advertorial here that raised concerns when I was listening to the radio this morning. Petrol now selling at 739 naira a litre at MRS filling stations nationwide. Get quality petrol at affordable prices. All right, and then it tells you it's in every paper. You know, this advertorial is by Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Now, but I was listening to the radio when a caller called into that particular program and said, "Look, at my end, I think he mentioned Yanopaja.
Okay.
Yeah. At my end, I bought petrol for 789 naira a litre at an MRS filling station.
That's 60 naira more than
the advertised rate. And then somewhere else along the same area, another MRS filling station is selling for 800 naira. And then there's a number, you know, that Dangote put out there that people should call if they see disparities in the sale of fuel. But the hosts of the program tried the number wasn't even going through. You know, so now asking the question, if Dangote is saying that, look, this is how much that you can buy fuel at a particular filling station, others to join, and even that filling station is not selling at that exact amount, and we're talking Lagos. We're not talking the hinterlands. Lagos. We're not talking about the hinterlands. We're talking Lagos now. You know, where the depot is situated. What do you make of that?
We need a cleaner for this particular petroleum industry. I mean, a cleaner. You know this film they did, Eraser. But here we need a cleaner. Somebody should come and clean that industry. It is stinking. I mean, stinking with corruption. Except the regulator is removed from the player. That player will never see stability. Never. Because interests have been protected here.
This is not even a regulator issue. This is a body in partnership with a refinery. The refinery is saying this is how much you will see it everywhere.
We may not know what transpired. We may not know. Don't take anything you see on the paper for the reality. Don't. You will not know the...
That's a breach. That's already a breach. That's
no, I have told you now, you may not know what happened. That's what I'm saying here.
In what regard?
In what regard is in that regard that you are thinking of. If you don't add all the variables, the person where they went to go and pick this in, I'm sure Dangote is still paying.
Sorry, sir, for Dangote to say you can buy at 739, that means he gave it to them at lesser than that amount. With an agreement that they sell at this amount.
But the lifters the man that brought it to MRS, didn't he pay cost somewhere?
It is Dangote that brings it to MRS because they have a logistic
He rolled out 2,000 trucks the other day.
And he said he's ready to do more.
Yes.
And then
he rolled out 2,000 trucks the other day.
Okay, hold on. Now, if MRS is under pressure from an NPC, or even
at this point,
MRS cannot be under pressure.
The good boy here now.
Is that what?
I think you're trying to be the good boy here.
Me?
Yes.
No. I'm trying to be realistic because I know what happened behind closed doors.
So what happened?
What happened is that the variables or the differences must have been going into somebody's pocket so that the MRS can stay in business. What are you telling me?
If Dangote is selling for $6.90,
Dangote buys petrol, buys crude oil from NNPC. Dangote buys crude oil from NNPC and refines, and sells. There's no middleman again.
Wait, listen, bosses, did you remember what happened in the ministries? Money approved is not money released. When government said that they are releasing so much, go and check.
The situation is different.
It's not. It's not.
Dangote buys crude oil. You don't give him crude oil for free. He buys it at $64 per barrel. He now takes it to his refinery, refines it, pushes it out through his own truck at no cost to the filling stations. And he says, sell at 739 naira.
And then these other hawks that are breathing down the neck of filling stations, what do you tell them?
No, they're still importing. The problem he had with Farouk was that Farouk issued 30 licenses and 1 licenses. Now these people are bringing in refined petroleum products. Now Dangote is competing. He's competing with a cartel, and he says, okay, let's get into all of it. And he sells through his distribution. He has a partnership with MRS, and he said, sell at 739, invariably trying to push the other people out of market or force them down. That is the competition we need in the industry. We're not seeing it.
Where does the Pengasin and Nupeng make their money? Where?
Pastor, what has Pengasin and Nupeng got to do with it?
No, they are the players in the industry.
Which player? Dangote has about 2,000, 4,000 trucks. And he says he's willing to double it. He said, if they do 4,000, I'll do 8,000.
Listen, that does not stop him from complying with the dues and whatever.
Has he complained? Has Pengasan complained?
But you won't know now.
No, but they have no complaint. So what is the problem here?
Maybe that's what has been going on behind closed doors.
So how is it a problem here? How is it a problem?
It's the way you are saying it.
Why am I saying it?
Because whatever they are doing behind closed doors, they will not come and tell you.
Which closed door? What are they doing behind closed doors?
Like now, MRS, if they are paying this money, will they come and
get it for free? When they are getting for free. On Saturday, Dangote rolled out 2,000 trucks.
Let him come out and tell us.
And it's expected that some of these 2,000 trucks will stop at MRS stations.
Good. Let Dangote come and tell us why the difference. That's the only.
What's the difference?
The difference now between what he said.
MRS will come and tell us why the difference.
No, it's Dangote.
No, it's MRS.
It's MRS that will tell us why.
And that could be a one of some MRS. You know how Nigerians behave. When there's a drop in price, it takes a long time for them to reflect those prices, to adjust.
Dangote had to be in the know for him to expose what is going on with
expose what is his business.
All right. They will tell us why MRS is adding money to what he said. It's important. Yes, you have to tell us. It's left for him now. Now that he has seen the information, let him liaise with the MRS and say, look, what am I seeing in the paper?
Okay.
Let him come and tell us.
Thank you very much. Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irenama. What's your contribution?
First, it's part of our problem as a people that we are our own problem. Yes, I understand that when they load, there will be other materials, and that we do not expect an immediate change in price. That's for sure. Exactly. But if I bought one at 100 naira and you're giving me a new one now at 600 naira, and I'm not finished selling the one I bought at 100 naira, you will give me time to finish the one I bought at 100 naira. Those are kind of things that usually will happen. But beyond all of that, who has the real answer for us as people? It's not Dangote, it's MRS. But Dangote has told us, look, this is how much this will bought it for. The ordinary assumptions of cost in between are already taken care of, because when I was selling at 100 naira, those costs were actually taken care of. And it was this. So if I change a variable, then that variable should show in the total cost that you give out. We are aware there are many funny persons who do not want the common man to benefit from the expected change in price by the virtue of the existence of a Dangote refinery in the country, including your labor unions that were mentioned. But all of that are things the law will take care of and take care of very well, apart from the general noise we hear every other day. Were you surprised that they had to back out from their strikes? The law will have taken care of it. There's no two ways about it. It's just a noise they will make for some few days, and they'll be crushed. They'll be crushed. Now, I am not a supporter of monopoly, which a lot of people flout in front that, oh, he wants to take over the market. Yes, let him take over the market, and let others come too and fight to take over the market too. The competition is what we want. We want the competition. And one way we benefit from the competition is this continuous change in the pricing model. All we need to do is to learn from what happened in the cement industry. When Dangote and a few of them came into the industry at the time to fight with the likes of Eagle Cement and the old players, they saw a loophole where the cost variable was high. That while the others kept their big ships up there, they were spending money transporting it half sea. That cost was what they cleverly put off by building smaller vessels that would come directly to the ports. And that whole cost variance at that time was what helped them to crash the price initially until they got the market and increase it the way they liked. What mistake other players did at that time was not to see what Dangote was doing and to key in immediately at that time, such that he became the only one who did it. We want real competition. We want other players to come into the market. We want other refiners to come into the market. Play within his scale. That's the only way you can stop monopoly. But in the second if monopoly will reduce our final price, if monopoly will make it easy for us to get what we want, as of today, let monopoly be. The regulator must remove his hand completely and do regulation business. Because if the regulator is himself part of the business, then there will be problem.
Exactly.
And that content is what we are suffering today.
All right.
We must pull him out completely and make him a regulator. If the regulator were different from a supplier, for instance, he will have been able to ask MRS what is happening. That he has information that this is how much they got from Dangote, so they can't sell it at this price.
Okay. Quickly, sorry.
But that is not the case.
Okay.
Because the regulators have his
Well, thank you very much for your contribution there. There's another headline I would like to put out there. We may not have enough time to deliberate on it, but I'll just put it out there, and then we can talk about it some other time. But let this be out there. This is from The Punch, still from The Punch newspaper. And the headline reads, Auditor General flags 288 billion naira INEC spending under Yakubu. Auditor General flags 288 billion naira INEC spending under Yakubu, who is going on to be an ambassador, by the way.
What will he do after flagging it? You mean Tinubu will bring him in or what? There are things that he doesn't even do what our headline. You know that nothing will come after, you just said it.
Okay, so you think we should just let it be? We should just let it be?
Like others.
We should let it be like others.
Yeah, let it be like others, yes. The 210 trillion naira they told us, what happened to it up to today? Mr. Okoro, that money is big enough to power 4 African countries. Yet, it happened here, nobody's talking. You didn't remember when he did the election he conducted. It's not that they have made him ambassador, Abi. Tinubu will call him to come and answer questions. Well, leave that thing.
Chief Dr. Rayanama, 1 minute.
Flagging is one thing. Real findings is another issue. You could flag a thing, not necessarily because the thing is actually wrong. It's just that you will require perhaps an explanation and or more information. So, Yakubu may not need to come back. It is actually the current INEC chairman to be able to explain what the figures and data will be around him. But from experience, like Barrister did mention, we know that these things most times are just to manage the environment, manage the situation so that we keep talking about it while several rubbish happens thereafter. So, if not, I'm not sure it's supposed to be an issue. Audit is meant to flag cases for explanation. It's normal everywhere. INEC, under the present leadership, should be able to provide enough information to clear and admit any wrong that must have happened under Yakubu.
All right.
But again, will there be consequence?
All right then. Your thoughts on this one?
I'm not sure. How many thoughts.
Okay. Anyway,
it's one too many.
One too many, indeed. Indeed. Well, we're wrapping up now, and you will be coming back later tonight at 6 p.m.
Yes, Barrister and I will come back at 6 o'clock. I will continue with our cat and mouse game here at 6 o'clock. We'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting political stories. Join us then.
All right. So if you want to see more,
who's the cat and who's the mouse?
Boxing in the studio, you can tune in at 6 p.m. Well, thank you very much, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanaba. Thank you for your contribution. Big thanks to Barrister Darlington Agumwa and Chukwuma Okoro for the contributions. And of course, Chukwuma makes a return at 6 p.m. Well, that's it on the show today. I am Moses Humphrey. Wish you a beautiful day. Compliments of the season. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The Argungu Fishing Festival, or Argungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger and the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Argungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Argungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Argungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Argungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zairo Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Argungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The long-awaited Nations Cup happened yesterday, the long-awaited day.
Everybody waited to know how it would pan out, where we saw African Cup of Nations, Moroccan side, overcoming the Navy Star to beat the Comoros Star 2-0 in that tournament opening game on Sunday. And it was about Brahim Diaz, substitute Yakub, you could call him El-Kabi. He was just the man that scored the second half goal. And I must tell you, it was far from convincing, showing from the highly fancied Morocco, who are 97 places above the small Indian Ocean island nation in the world ranking and had to toil hard for points in the rain. Rabat, Prince Moulay, Abdullah Stadium. We saw that game yesterday. Morocco squandered an early penalty and were goalless at halftime. But despite dominating possession, I saw it eventually breaking the deadlock, and that was in the 57th minute when Musa, you could say Mazraoui you call him, just did so well to keep the ball from going out of play. And he did well before passing it square Diaz. And we love the El-Kabi scoring trademark goal, 74th minute goal, 10 minutes after coming on from the bench. He plays for Olympiacos. It was good to watch yesterday. And I must say congratulations to every Moroccan personality or people outside there. They've done so well. Not well anticipated first time, but it's just what it is. But good morning. Thank you so much for joining us right here. We are the voice of the people, Television Lagos, Nigeria. And on the show with me today, we'll be having Carrington Palmer join us away from home. And that is the man that plies his trade in the Edo State side, Benin to be exact. And then we'll be having also, he's currently here in the studio with me, Nestor Patrick, a sport analyst as well. We'll be talking about all of those games that was played yesterday. And then we'll talk about the Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua fight, talk about what's going on in McLaren Formula 1 story, talk about the golf connected to LeBron James. It's really a lot, jam-packed story that we're looking into, and then we'll face it just as it unfolds. But quickly, what I saw yesterday was about Walid Regragui. I think he was just phenomenal in his changes. El Nassiri came in from the bench, trying to find the back of the net. Akraf Hakimi was on the bench. The leadership quality showed. Roman Saiz got up to skip off the side after long being out, and it was well anticipated. And also, I think I liked the start of the show where Davido also performed with some of the big stars. We did see them. So it's all about Morocco. Infrastructure-wise, that's a very good place to be. Like Arali said, it's a tourism center at this point in time. And I'm liking the coach saying, this time around is a different ball game. You want to talk about Morocco facilitation-wise, we are the best. They're preparing for the World Cup and also preparing for the big one coming up as well, 2030. So it's more like 2026, or you could say 2026 or 2030. So it's about Morocco. But Nestor Patrick, feeling very great to have you on the show today. We'll talk this through. Good morning, first of all. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Lagos, Nigeria. It's been a long time. I mean, I'm back home again, once again, like where I feel comfortable enough.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, and back here now on the show. We're back on the show. But let's talk about Morocco yesterday. First of all, to start with the first half, 0-0, Comoros. Did you expect such a result? I would have felt at the end of the day, maybe a 7-0, 6-0 would not be wrong. Or maybe one goal reply, 6-1, just maybe. But Comoros came out alive. They had a very decent first half. They were compacted. They weren't so attacking. They played like they wanted to draw. I don't know. But at the end of the day, Morocco found their way.
Okay. First and foremost, it's always very hard to play a host nation, especially in the first game. I remember 2018 Nations Cup. This same Comoros came out unscathed against this same Morocco team, 2-2, if you can reminisce back. So I knew it was going to be a tale of let's see how it goes first, because I know those boys are still trying to put themselves together, just coming back from various club sides and try to do something for themselves. So at the tail end of the day, I mean, they struggled in the first half, but kudos to one man who I never saw it coming. He plays for the second tier division of the Belgium National League. Yeah. I mean, the Yannick, what's his name? Yannick Pando. Yeah, of him. I mean, he was one monster of a guy. I mean, a lot of saves that yesterday. But the second half, I mean, Mazraoui, I mean, what a pass, and it was something else we never thought was.
Yeah, everyone still feels like Morocco have what it takes to win the Nations Cup. Everyone still anticipates so high. Everyone still believes that Morocco are a team to watch out for. Look at Brahim Diaz's gameplay yesterday. He was the leading top scorer in the qualifier, 7 goals. He was found in space. He got himself in the right time, and then he smacked the ball. They lost their skipper, Roman Saiz. Right. And I felt like Walid Regragui knows how to put this team together. Soufiane Amrabat is so comfortable in the middle. And we saw Azadine Anouahi, who plays for Girona, the schema of the game. He got off later on. And it's about the way Morocco side tweaked that game. But I'll hold you on that. I think we should connect now to Edo State. Carrington Palmer is on the sideline, so we can have him talk about Comoros. What he saw yesterday was he will anticipate the result 2-0 in favor of the host country. Mohammed VI, the president, everybody was present at that game. And then, Carrington, feel great to have you.
Good morning, Kizuke.
Should I start saying Merry Christmas to you? Should I say it or should I hold on for now?
Oh, you can anyone you can say it or you can move on.
All right, compliment.
Yeah, same to you.
So tell me, Comoros game yesterday. The Moroccan side, they were the better side on paper. They were the favorite. They are still the man. They are still a nation on everybody's lips. They believe that they would win this one. But with what we saw yesterday, does that send any message to smaller team on the AFCON that yes, they can stand their momentum if they want to?
Oh yes. Comoros, I expected them to actually at least put up a fight in that game yesterday, given the fact that they came out on top of their qualifying group, which has a team like Tunisia. And they defended very well. They ensured Morocco did not actually give them a whooping defeat. And that is all thanks to their goalkeeper, Pando. But the Comoros side, I believe, if they can actually come outside and play, not just absorb the pressure of the bigger side, they can actually probably go on to the next round or even cause an upset. And this is also a way, like you said, the smaller side, with what they saw yesterday, they can believe that, we can have a good outing against the big boys. We just need to be disciplined in our defense and also take our chances when they come. Yeah, Comoros had a couple of chances. They had 2 big chances yesterday, but they failed to take it. That was why they ended up losing that particular event or that particular match. But other smaller side, this is a call to them that, if we do well, if we defend very well, we can actually get results against the big side.
All right, so it feels very great to know that it was a difficult opening game. The coach in Moroccan side, Walid Ibrahim, said the opening game is always very difficult, and we came good in the second half. Now that win extends Morocco's record-breaking run of successive victories by a national team to 19. In October, they went past the previous best of 15 set by Spanish side in 2008-9 season. And there will be concerns in the home camp. However, I talked about Ruben Saiz. He got off in the game in 18 minutes with that very tears in his eyes. We saw that. But tomorrow, don't forget, Nigeria will be taking on Tanzania. You could say Tanzania taking on Nigeria. Anyone works for me. Mali, Zambia meet on Monday. Today, in the next Group A clash in Casablanca on the second day of the marathon tournament. There's also Group B game matches. Angola meets South Africa in Marrakesh, and then Mohamed Salah's side will be playing against Zimbabwe in Agade. So these are the games that we'll be looking into in the course of possibly today, tomorrow, and how it unfolds. But let's move on to the next phase where the Super Eagles are in the news. But just a bit, the Super Eagles are in a very big chase to win their 4th title. And when you say we are giant of Africa in football, I don't know where you're coming from. Then if you're a giant of Africa, what happens to the 7-time champion Egypt? But it's no longer news that AFCON 2025 runs from 21 December 2025 to 18 January 2026, making the first time it's a marking of time that this tournament will be charged and staged during the Christmas New Year period. Beyond that special action of the pitch, AFCON 2025 is expected to offer a rich cultural showcase as Africa presents the best of its sports, music, and heritage to a global audience. While host nation Morocco are firmly on everyone's lips, it would interest you to know that the Nigeria Super Eagles remain among the leading contender for glory as the chapter in African football history. The Confederation of African Football CAF is set to note and set the tune high. Now we saw David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, among the headline performers. It was great to watch Davido performing, and he's also Morocco's 2nd time hosting the competition, having previously staged back in 1990. That's 1988. So, but Morocco coach Walid Regragui has made no secret of his ambition. According to him, he said, we are focused on the present because we have to win. Looking beyond AFCON, we are also preparing for the future because there is 2026 and 2030 ahead. That's the goal. I have to build a top-class team with experience. So, and then they have Hakimi in the news. Hakimi, he said he sacrificed himself over the past 4 and 5 weeks like no other one has done. He set an example for the players and the staff. The rehabilitation protocol has been very nice. But I'd like to say this to you, I'm not surprised. We're not surprised that the game went that way. History also appears to have favored the host nation, all but one of the 34 previous opening games at the AFCON final scheduled. Now, since the inaugural edition of this AFCON, that's 1957, hosts have recorded 19 opening matches victory before what we saw yesterday, suffered only 5 defeats and drawn 9. That lone exception to the tradition of hosts featuring the opening match came in 1970 when Cameroon and Cote d'Ivoire opened the tournament. So, not surprised to see the Moroccan side win yesterday. But, Carrington, I'll come to you soon. Let me talk about Nestor. Nestor, see, that game yesterday, we saw something that happened. We saw a different kind of Moroccan side. We are anticipating for better Moroccan football. I'm not saying they didn't do well, but now we have Nigeria in the mix. Now, you heard the coach of Morocco side saying, we have a project for next year, we have a project for 2030. They've got facilitation, they've got infrastructure, they have everything it takes. They've got a lot of support they need from the president, the Mohammed VI, so they are good to go. But Nigeria, let's look at Nigeria. Do we have that project?
Okay, first and foremost, I remember the last time I was on air here, I did say I'm not even sure that 2030 we might even make it to the World Cup because we need to go back to the drawing board, digress out of what we have now, digress out of our failures, and do something positive at the tail end of the day. It's basically just us, not just the federal government, or the NFF trying to put these boys together, but the boys themselves, we need discipline. We need to instill discipline. And how do they do these things? Very simple. The coach or the manager will call these guys, okay, we're preparing for this, we're preparing for the future. Now we need to meet so bodies to make them come into us and instill discipline on how to do it. Discipline is not, when I mean discipline, I'm trying to just, I don't want to sound too ironical about the whole thing, but when I mean discipline, it's trying to, if you're going to pay 200,000 naira to make this thing better, make it work. That's what Morocco has been doing. They've been financing every single project for the future. And 2030, I saw what the president said, the president of Morocco. He said they are trying to go to Spain. They're trying to learn new
very close. We know how the
technology. They are very close. You saw what Florentino Perez did when the NFL game played, the NFL game they played. They had to change pitch. Like, it didn't even take up to 10 minutes. So for every new technology in football, this is what Morocco stands for. They want to do it, and they are trying to make sure it works for them. Because 2030, you think 2030 is maybe like 4 or 5 years. It's just somewhere at the corner.
Okay, so Morocco, are they still your favorite?
Morocco are not really my favorite because according to what they played yesterday.
No.
For now,
I saw what they played yesterday. They've been on everyone's lips.
Yes. So what changed after the World Cup and after the qualifiers, I really did see something. I said, well, this Nations Cup will be one of a very kind of funny Nations Cup. I don't see Morocco winning this Nations Cup.
So underdogs.
But
underdogs, maybe.
Let's see how it goes first.
All right. So it would interest us also to know that the champions in 1980, 1994, and 2013. Nigeria finished runners-up at the last edition and remain one of the continent's most consistent forces. Nigeria landed in face on Thursday evening after a final training camp in Cairo, signaling the start of another serious title push. The Super Eagles will open their Group C campaign against Tanzania tomorrow, Tuesday, before facing Tunisia and then Uganda in what promises to be a demanding group. Head coach Eric Chell has been clear about the standard expected of the tournament. Speaking to CAFOnline.com last month, he said, when you coach Nigeria, you have to win everything. The pressure is heightened by the Nigerian failure to qualify for the World Cup, and that is making an opportunity for redemption. Now, leadership within the squad has also evolved following the retirement of William Troost-Ekong. Wilfred Ndidi stepping up as the captain, supported by Moses Simon, Alexi Wobi, Victor Osimhen. Nigeria first opponent Tanzania are making only their 4th AFCON appearance and were once coached by Nigerian football legend Emmanuel Amunike. Despite their limited tournament history, the Tigers Stars are regarded as disciplined and potentially dangerous opponents. We also talk about Tunisia and Uganda, Nigeria's first, Nigeria's remaining Group C rivals, bringing their own pedigree and history. Tunisia, I respect them a lot. They are champions they were champions in 2004, and they are this is a very big record, making their 17th consecutive AFCON appearance. So they are always involved. While Uganda have long been awkward opponents for the Super Eagles, dating back to their semi-final victory over Nigeria back in 1978. Beyond the football, AFCON 25 has raised the stakes financially, with CAF increasing the prize money So you can't say $7 million anymore. We now have $10 million as the continent awaits the very, very big final. For many Super Eagles fans, they are anticipating something very great. But Carrington, I look into the national team, and there was this big distraction back to me, and there was this big distraction we saw. I think it was about the captaincy role, and someone is saying it doesn't sound good to see Ekong leaving now that we felt like we needed it most, the leadership quality. And the Alcolo defender said, I'm done here, I don't want to play anymore. Left for me, I feel that there's so much behind the scene about Ekong's retirement, and it wasn't long Musa retired. That being said, it left Nigeria with no choice but to have a new captain. Mount your wagon, eyebrows were raised. People were saying, let's make Victor Osimhen the captain of the team. I was also anticipating for Ndidi because he's been on the job as an assistant before. But it was a bit of distraction for Nigeria. Now, going to the game tomorrow, Eric Chell, tell me, is there any pressure on Eric Chell, knowing fully well that just maybe if he loses out on this very one, he might be laid off by the body that governs the game in Nigeria, NFF?
Is very much on Eric Chell, given the fact that Nigeria could not defeat DR Congo to qualify for the Intercontinental Playoff of the World Cup. If he had been able to secure a win against DR Congo, yeah, the pressure will still be on him to deliver in this AFCON, but it won't be as much as it is right now. And you don't want us to lose a game against Tanzania. It's not going to look good on our image, on our football. It's not going to look good at all losing a game to Tanzania in the AFCON. Come on, if we are losing to maybe Tunisia or Morocco, that would still be good because these countries or this team, they are in my caliber, not losing to Tanzania. But I don't expect the Super Eagles to lose that particular game at all. I don't even expect a draw. I expect us to get a victory regardless of the distraction. I know retiring is a huge blow to the team because of his leadership quality and what he brings to the team generally, but he has his reason for retiring at this crucial stage when we have the AFCON at just around the corner. So, but I don't expect the Super Eagles to lose that game against Tanzania, no matter the distraction, no matter the news going outside of the camp or whatsoever is happening to the team. Like, I expect the Super Eagles to get maximum points against Tanzania.
Yeah, are you anticipating for his scoreline tomorrow? Do you have a scoreline you're anticipating for?
I'm not actually anticipating, but I think we should be getting a 3-goal victory.
I didn't get that right.
I said a 3-goal victory.
A 3-goal victory without reply.
Yes, without reply. I don't expect Tanzania to reply.
Okay, that's your opinion. But I'd like to ask you about the captaincy role. Would you have also loved maybe Victor Osimhen as the captain of the team?
Oh yeah, I would have loved Victor Osimhen because of his leadership quality, the way he carries himself, the way he also motivates his teammates to actually do more. Like Osimhen is always running 90 minutes non-stop, chasing all balls. But at the end of the day, you just have to give respect to the people that are already there before, the likes of Wilfred Ndidi, Alex Iwobi. And I also don't want a situation again that happened during the time of Mikel and Ahmed Musa. There were rumors coming out then when Musa was named captain ahead of Mikel Obi then. So I don't want that kind of situation again in the Super Eagles. Ndidi is also a very good player, and he has been consistent for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and I think he deserves to be the captain. Victor Osimhen definitely will captain the Super Eagles one day, but for now, Wilfred Ndidi is my leading candidate for that.
Okay, if you ask me anytime, I love to say, I always like to say it. You don't need to be the best player to be the skip of the side. I know the game is quite changed, and I love to see Wilfred Ndidi with armband, not for any reason, for the fact that I think Victor Osimhen is quality. He's hungry for goals. He wants to score. He leads the team. But let him get hungry more for goals. I don't think he has the leadership quality. That's my opinion. I don't know if you want to go with me. Osimhen is so much on this anger phase. Osimhen doesn't have what it takes to control the team. Gameplay, he's hungry to show. He wants to put himself in the score sheet. He wants to score goals. His quality. But I just want to understand the leadership quality is quite different from being hungry for goals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's easy because, I mean, you've seen Ndidi Wilfred and Ndidi right from the first time he came into the Super Eagles setup. You know, he's always shown that leadership quality. He's not very vocal like a certain Victor Osimhen. He's a very calm-headed player. Even while he was at Leicester City, you see him, he doesn't talk much. The least time he was able to wear the captain band at Leicester, he understands the game, the dynamics of the game, how to talk to a ref, how to organize his team and bring them into fruition at the tail end of the day. But a certain Victor Osimhen, everybody wants to see Victor Osimhen, like you rightly did say. Victor Osimhen knows how to, he brings that swagger into the team. He's hungry, he wants more out of the team. But when it comes to leadership quality, I don't see Victor Osimhen as having to put on the captain armband.
Okay, so we heard this one. We used to feel like it happens just basically in Nigeria, but of course not. There's a news about the Uganda people. We heard about Saturday. Uganda Cranes players, you know, they boycotted a training session on Saturday over unpaid allowances, dealing a major blow to the team's preparation ahead of the AFCON. According to reports, several squad members refused to take part in the session in Morocco, citing delays in receiving their payment. The players also were said to be seeking clarity on the exact allowances they are entitled to during their stay ahead of the tournament. The development comes just days before Uganda set to take on the Group C campaign against Nigerian side, Tunisia, and also, but they play Tunisia first of all, and that's for tomorrow. The Cranes face a tough challenge in the ghosts, and in that very group that also features three-time African champions Nigeria, and you know, talk about the eastern side again, the Tanzania people, you call them the East African rivals, Tanzania. But that strike has drawn widespread attention with reports and social media posts highlighting the disruption to Uganda's training session, raising questions about the team readiness for the opening match. Now we have Uganda against Tunisia, Nigeria, Tanzania. Could this be an advantage for Tunisia tomorrow, Carrington? I don't know. This is, for me, a distraction. And we don't want to see players being old. We hate basically more in Nigeria. It happens a lot. During the tournament, you already know your heads are high and you don't have that allowances that ought to have to yourself. So is this an advantage tomorrow for the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, without this distraction, I expect Tunisia to actually get a victory over Uganda because Tunisia, first of all, they've been on a very good run of form in the qualifiers for the World Cup. They played 10 games, won all 10, and they did not concede a single goal. So that's a huge achievement for them, first of all. So I don't expect Uganda to get a win over them before now. But with this, with this distraction, with this boycott of training, and they have not been at the Uganda have not been at the AFCON for a very long time now. So and now they are having to face something like this, to boycott training because of unpaid allowances, which happens almost everywhere in Africa. And this is one of the reasons some parts of African football is not growing the way it should. And I don't think the Tunisia side even would have any issue the Uganda side, although I don't really know how the Ugandans play. But I expect Tunisia to actually get a victory over Uganda. But I wish the Ugandans were, but this is not me writing them off, but I expect the Tunisia to get a win over Uganda.
Okay, so let me tell you, stay with me. We heard the news about Super Falcons star Michelle Alozie. She's arrived in Morocco to support the national team. She shared the moments from her, arrival on social media, proudly representing Nigeria. Alozie also met the likes of former Super Eagles striker Yakuba Yegbeni at the airport. And it's a very big game. So what's this connection about Nigerian female football? Do we have a connection with the Falcons and the Super Eagles? Is there a connection? Alozie plays for Texas in the Houston side and Houston Dash in America, and flying a trade, finding a way to get to, Morocco. What does this mean for Nigerian football? Female version and the male category, Carrington.
I think there's a connection, a heady connection between the Super Falcons and the Super Eagles, and it's actually a very good thing when both sides support themselves, because Falcons are supporting them. It's going to give them a huge boost, and also let them know that we are not just playing, or not just our fans back home are watching us or supporting us. Our female national team are also supporting us, and same thing applies to the Super Falcons. So we need things like this. We need a connection like this. At least that is going to, when you have this kind of connection, this kind of harmony amongst both sides, it's actually a huge boost. And I don't think it's something that we should be worried about. No, it's something that we should encourage, because the Super Eagles of Nigeria, they need all the support that they need in this AFCON. And Alozie flying over to watch the Super Eagles is a very huge one, and a very huge I'll say kudos to her for doing that. And that shows that, oh yes, the Super Falcons and the Super Eagles, they have a good connection and they have a good relationship.
Okay, so Nestor, what's the connection for you?
Okay, it's I remember some time ago, if I can reminisce, was it in the last Nations Cup or the other Nations Cup?
One.
I mean, when we lost at the semi-finals. Was it the semi-final? Against Algeria.
Okay.
Yeah, the Mahrez's free kick. I remember how former ex-Super Falcons goalkeeper Anne Chejine Agumana cried in that semi-final. It was a painful defeat, I mean, against the Algerian side. I mean, seeing how she cried, it showed, I mean, competence of what she wants the Super Eagles to do at the tail end of the day. And, I mean, for me, I feel the connection has been there from the very first time till date. And it dates back as well, like I did say rightly.
Okay, I think, let's leave that. Alozie, good news to see for female football. But quite lost at some point. Now, Sunday Olise said something. He's saying Morocco are the favorite to win the AFCON. He's been saying this. Morocco is now Africa's #1 team. Everybody knows. First African nation to get to the semi-final of a World Cup. They won a bronze medal in the last Olympics, coming from Sunday Olise. They came third. They would have won it as well, but they lost to the eventual winner, Spain, in the semi-final. So now, in any direction you look at it, Morocco have built infrastructure. They have a strategy, and they have decided on a very good playing style. They have the set wage system. You said they're not your favorites. That's your opinion. So, Carrington, tell me your favorite to win the AFCON for you, who?
Obviously, Morocco.
Morocco for you? Okay.
Yes, Morocco and South Africa. That's my two teams. Yeah, Morocco and South Africa. That's my two teams.
Well, you can say South Africa. They are a very good side. Looking at how far they've come with a short period of time. I will agree with you. But still on the AFCON, we talked about Davido. You could say David Adeleke, popular known as Davido, award-winning singer. He's in the news. Right now, he has placed a bet. I think that was yesterday or thereabout. $25,000 bet on goals ahead of the Super Eagles opening match against Tanzania tomorrow. Now you will understand. Davido is, I don't know, I think the word is Davido likes to be in the news. Good to see him. Afrobeat pop star, world-class performance, we did say from him. But the singer shared a screenshot of a bet slip on Sunday via his X page, and that's showing the wager on both teams to score in Nigeria Group C clash, and he accompanied the post with the caption, "Let's get this win, Nigeria," while tagging betting platforms. Now that bet carries potential winning of over $96,000, and that has quickly sparked reactions online, with fans praising the singer's confidence. You know, Nigeria, we already told you, we'll be playing tomorrow 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time, and the quest is very high, just chasing that very one. The three-time African champions also be going to the opener as favorites, with a mix of experienced players and then attacking options. But winning the first match would help Nigeria settle very well in what is expected to be a very tough Group C. Bets, placing the bet. So let me elaborate it. Both teams score, that's what he means. What you call go. Like GG, like you score, I score. Like both teams score. It's I don't know if the money is a wasted money. $25,000. I'm looking at it. If we look at it on paper-wise, it's all about Nigeria. It's all about a team that would not get a reply. But he's saying that Nigeria will concede tomorrow. That's what he means. He wants Nigeria to win. A 2-1 will save his money.
Definitely.
A 3-1 saves his money. 10-1, but Tanzania must score. So he wins $96,000 if that bet goes through. But I'm looking at Davido. I feel like the money is gone.
You feel like
I don't know if Tanzania will score tomorrow.
I don't know, but
do they look like a team? They have the compartment, but do they look like a team that will score tomorrow?
Definitely, that's football. It happens, and what if it happens? I mean,
$25,000 in Nigeria is.
That's a whole lot of money.
Yeah, so
that's a whole lot of money.
So okay, so Carrington, tell me, is the money gone?
earlier on that the Super Eagles are going to win by 3-0. So yeah, to be
3-1. So we will Nigeria will concede tomorrow.
You said 3-0,
oh yeah,
right?
yes, Nigeria will concede. If you watch the Nigeria game against Egypt, and if Tanzania should watch that game and saw how the Super Eagles conceded in that particular game, I think they can actually feel like, oh, we can score these people because they have some of their defenders, they lose focus when it gets to the important part of the game. So yeah, I think the money might come back for him.
No?
Okay, maybe. Well, Davido is big. The money might come back. I don't know. 94 million US dollar. But the free concerts, we saw the video organized by Bios and Satmate ahead of the tournament. We saw stars, big celebrities. We saw French Montana. We saw Douala Yu. We saw Latiste. At the event, the video also delivered a string of hits. Very quality music performance, I must say, including If, he did Fall, he did Aye, he did An Unavailable, with all of the, with fans singing along, and that adding to Nigeria growing and spreading around the world. That performance has shown the growth of Nigeria. The president we have, we've dominated, and it's not the first time we've seen Nigeria dominating on the scene of sportsmanship. Nigerian music at some major events, we've seen them in recent years. Afrobeat stars having increasingly taken stages from football betting platforms, football biggest platform. I think in June 2023, Burna Boy made history by headlining the UEFA Champions League final kickoff show in Istanbul, Turkey, and he performed last. Everybody go to breakfast, and it's plenty, becoming the first Nigerian artist to open the Champions League final. Rema followed back in October 2023 when he performed at the Ballon d'Or ceremony in Paris, delivering a calm down song. Baby, calm down, it sounds well. Before the football legend, including Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe. In July 2025, Grammy-winning singer Thames also joined the list of performers at the FIFA, I think it was FIFA Club World Cup final in New Jersey, further cementing her global appeal. Beyond this moment, Nigerian artists such as Yemi Alade, Femi Kuti, Big Wizzy, Wizkid, Valley Call, The Band, Kiss Daniel, Farwa, DML, Pato Rankin, they've all appeared at international sport and sport-linked events, reinforcing Afrobeat's growing influence on the global stage. You have a word for Nigerian entertainment industry, how far they've come within a short time. Me, personally, myself, I used to listen to, I like rap. So I listen to Tupac a lot. I listen to Ja Rule. I used to like Ashanti. I like the Mother Inc. Squad. I feel like I do more of the PDD, Notorious B.I.G., like back in the rap, the Case, Joe, that's all like of this kind of music. Demand. But at popular demand, that's the word. You don't spoil. But see, but I look at the music right now, it's a very different version. I play Chris Brown at some point at intervals, but it's basically more Nigerian music. How far have we dominated the industry?
When it comes to domination, we've done that very well. Was it the last World Cup? You saw when they were playing, was it Rema or was it Rema?
Which one?
Was it in the last World Cup or the Olympic? They were playing a bit of Rema.
Calm down.
Yeah, and you saw how the fans, they sang along with Rema.
It was Rema.
It was beautiful on the night, and it was biblical at the tail end of the day. So when it comes to Afrobeat, it's in the Nigerian industry, I feel like they've carried themselves well, especially Wizkid himself. They've taken Nigerian music and it's become a mainstay, because you saw, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, I had Nicki Minaj say so many things about Afro music Afro music in the US of A, and a lot of these guys are beginning to sing more of our songs there in the USA compared to just, like we used to have back in the days. But what changed?
What changed? Was it social media influence, or we put in love work?
Evolution. Let me use the word evolution. It happens, and the music industry now in Nigeria is so big that, if Sony can come into Nigeria and ask that, name your price and we will give to you. That shows you that we're doing very well.
Well, you want to say that, I would want to take that from you. I would take it from you, but I don't think South Africans will want to agree with you on that part. Because, they believe that my piano gives you that beat. They wouldn't want to agree with that. But yes, it feels great to talk about Nigerian music and how far we've come. I talked about PDD. Someone is saying, you do PDD, Puff Daddy. Back in the days called Puffy. Combs. I like his song. I like the Missing You, Every Step, a lot of songs about PDD, not the PDD oil type. Not that one. But yes, Carrington, let's talk with you quickly before we leave. Carrington, tell me, how far have Nigerian music influenced the world?
Music has influenced the world and gone far for the past few years, and all thanks to the artists, the Davido, the Whiskey, the Bands, the Two Face, and all of that. You now see American artists coming to feature artists in their songs, in their album. They really want to like get what we are getting here. They want to be involved with our music. And you see Nigerian artists going to sell out shows and stadiums all around Europe and in the world in general. So Nigerian music has grown in the past few years, and it's something that we are happy about. It's something that we want, and we are very happy about it. So kudos to the artists. They put in the work, and the work is paying off right now. And yeah, it will continue to grow as the years progresses. Other countries that are not happy about it, they should actually their artists should actually sit back and work hard. And yeah, probably their music will grow. But for now, Nigerian music is taking over the world.
Yeah, for now, shout out to Fela, and Nicola. Some Kuti, you could say. I saw the Grammy achievement. I mean, he's just come close, and then just give it to him. Well achievement, that's the lifetime achievement. His memory lives on forever. But we look into the game that will play tomorrow, Nigeria, Tanzania. If you ask me, it's a done game. Maybe just in my head, I'm thinking, maybe thinking aloud, just a word. And the formation that the chair will want to use tomorrow, we have some key players who have been firing on a very big cylinder in the European scene. The likes of Samuel Chukwueze on loan from AC Milan has been fantastic to watch. Victor Osimhen, he's heavy. He's got the goals in him. Paulo Nacho, maybe on the bench side with 11 goals in 15 games in Trabzonspor, Turkey. When you look at Moses Simon, he's not drowsed in the game. Lookman's picking up his form. Rafael Onyedika is back on Didi. The team, quality-wise, value-wise, look at the jerseys you have on the screen. This team is good to go. The bench is also quality. Amasa Basoje, just possible. That bench, for me, can even hurt the Tanzania side. But it gives me the edge to say that the football world has changed in Africa because we no longer have minnows in the game. If the Moroccan side can get a 2-0 lead, where everybody anticipated for a goal line with a high margin, and yesterday we just saw 2-0, it would also interest you to know that the tournament would be tough. But let's do some advertisement, better word about the Nigerian team and how it goes. The number 1 jersey, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Funny how he's been lined up this way. I don't know, there's no drastic change. It's funny anyway. But let's talk about Ozoho, the man who is number one by jersey-wise, not a starter regular. He's been in the team as he's the oldest goalkeeper here, 2018. I recall he was at the World Cup in Russia. And by the side, someone has got opportunity to mandate that role. No Ola Seydou Sanusi, for me, gets a start, if you ask me, from the left-back row. Indeed, the skipper of the side, I think he will be in the midfield to read the register of the game. And you look at Ego Ogbu, he's back to the team, making his debut for the first time in the AFCON. He plays for Liverpool in the Czech Republic side, quality, replacing Benjamin Frederick, Ajayi, Simi Ajayi.
Yeah.
I'm just looking, I don't know, he was formidable at the last AFCON.
Very formidable indeed, he was.
He was, but I look at him this time around, I feel like since he made a move to Hull City, he's not really gained himself when he returned from injury. Now, Pesero played the 3 at the back, if you remember.
Yeah.
And the 3 at the back works. We saw Simi, we saw Truth Ekong and Calvin Bassey. But this Franco-Malian coach right now doesn't feel comfortable playing a 3 at the back. He likes the 2 centre-back, the right and the left. So in other words, maybe Simi Ajayi might be dropped to the bench tomorrow. We have to say Calvin Bassey. And please, every chair, if you will listen to me, don't drift Calvin Bassey to the left. He doesn't have that pace anymore. This is not his Ajax days. This is Fulham style. Marco Silva. So we move on. Lookman, number 7, Jesse, possibly get a start. Onyeka, the tank, might be a depth in the middle. I don't know if he gets a start, but Osimhen is a sure man. Dele Bashiru, where's number 10, Jesse? Does this sound like a big load?
I don't see us. Well.
Number 10, big goal.
Number 10.
Number 10. I don't know. See, I don't know why they line up like primary school style. No, the number is not. But anyways, we go on. Chukwueze, number 11, Jesse, good. Tezas. I'm happy to have Cyril Tezas back in the team. And then Bruno Yemeche, wears number 13, plays for Olympiacos. Usman Muhammad, that's the name. He came back, returning back to making his debut as well. Moses Simon is the king of the team. Amasa Basoje, top choice goalkeeper. We know Singida, Tanzania. Yes, Amasa Basoje would have told us a bit about the Taifas. He plays straight in Singida. Would it be okay for him to tell us about, or does he know about them?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't really know much about Basege, but one thing I know for sure,
Tanzania.
he plays in Tanzania. It's just a new move. No, I mean,
no,
so
but it's been like 2 seasons.
What, is it 2 seasons?
Yeah, 2 seasons now.
Okay, even at that, it doesn't mean so we don't give whatever.
I like it, hold it. We don't give.
Let's just see how it ends at the end of the day.
So, do we need to meet Master Basso J, or do we need to meet? Monica to tell us about Tanzania tomorrow?
Amunike would have done that a long
I'll
time
ask Carrington Palmer. So let's move on. We will be number 17. Onyedika returns. Onacho, Awazim, Calvin, Ako Adams, Good, Wabali, Ejuke, Fargo Salim, Akin Samiro, what quality in the police side. Alibio Shun, that's the name I'm liking, the defender. Alibio, I used to call him Alibio Su before. Alibio Shun, and then Nadi Tochiku. Yeah, so these are the players. But quickly, we should be wrapping up. Let me have you, Carrington. Carrington, tell me, do you have a start tomorrow, possibly in your head? First 11 tomorrow for Eric Chell. Do we still have you? Carrington, if you're there. Oh, he's off. All right, so quickly, we should be wrapping up now. Tell me about the first thing tomorrow. Who are you really feeling that we must fill in the game together?
Okay, I want to see in the midfield. The midfield is the most important thing because that's where, the engine for every game. So I would want to see Victor. I want to see Ndidi. I want to see Onyeka.
Yeah.
I want to see who else again? Lukman and Chukwueze. I love the new system, the way Eric Chell.
Yeah.
I love because if you see the way he plays at Fulham, I feel like at AC Milan they really didn't give him that much time to really work. Chukwueze is one guy. He's not really very strong, but
he's got flair, massive flair,
a lot of flair, and he has eyes for goals as well, vision. So I'd want to see normal natural number 9, Victor Osimhen in front of goal. Who else again? I've never liked Zaidu. I've never liked him. He's never flexible for me. So, but I'll just give him that.
Are you talking about based on form or World Cup qualifiers?
When it comes to Super Eagles itself, I've never liked Zaidu Sanusi. I've always told you that he's not flexible. He doesn't know how to run. He doesn't know how to pull the ball.
That's enough. Thank you. That's our number 3. Please let's leave it.
Zaidu, then right back.
Asai.
Olaino.
You're missing.
Well, I miss Olaino because the last 2 Nations Cup he was very explosive. He was a monster, and then Bright Asai has been doing very well for himself. Coming back to England at Birmingham, he has shown that he can have his number at the tail end of the day. Now, from the left side of the right defense, I think I'd rather want us to see Semi Ajayi and Calvin Bassey. I think that would be
centre back. Semi Ajayi, Calvin Bassey.
Yes.
Semi Ajayi, Calvin Bassey. It works. No Igor Ogba. I think that's what they will play.
I think that would be the best.
Because no Ekong this time around.
Because if Eric Chell looks back in the last Nation Cup, he was a formidable force.
So should Eric Chell give his best tomorrow, or just on our way to Tanzania?
No. It's not because of Tanzania. If these guys can come out unscathed in the last qualifier, Super Eagles, everybody knows how it is now. So everybody will want to come out and give their possible best against the Super Eagles team.
Okay, Carrington Palmer left us, but just thank you so much to Carrington Palmer for being part of the show today. And also Nestor Patrick, good job. Thank you so much. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. You want to leave me with a scoreline for Nigeria Tanzania tomorrow?
Carrington Palmer already did say 3-1.
What about you?
So 3-1.
You buy into 3-1. Yes. This money is saved. That's what it means. Thank you so much, Carrington Palmer, and also Patrick Nestor. But moving on quickly, let's talk about something else and leave you with some headlines. In the boxing world, Moses Ituama called out to accept final eliminator for heavyweight title. Lawrence Okoli has confirmed his interest in the potential showdown, with Moses Ituama hoping to take himself one step closer towards a world title shot. The former world cruiserweight champion will return to action this Sunday in Lagos, Nigeria, against Ebenezer Tete, a relatively short-notice opponent. With Okoli expected to storm through his assignment in double quick fashion, his mind has already drifted towards a more meaningful challenge. It was announced at the WBC convention earlier this month that the 33-year-old has been ordered to face Ituama in the final eliminator for Alexander Usyk's belt. Interesting. And while Okoli must first take care of business this weekend, he has nonetheless insisted that a clash will be dominating as well in the boxing world. We saw this one. Anthony Joshua is calling to finally share the ring with Tyson Fury. Joshua had some ring rust to shake off, and he did so against Jake Paul cruiserweight champion. This past Saturday, the bout was scheduled for 8 rounds, but Joshua only needed 6 before he broke El Gallo's jaw. While Joshua wasn't satisfied with his performance against Paul, he did acknowledge that his opponent was tougher than many gave him credit for. According to the AJ, he said, "So I wish that I could have knocked him out at the start. But as we saw tonight, Jake has spirit. He has some heart. He tried his best and take my heart off for him. Because, number one, a lot of fights haven't got in the ring with me, and Jake did. And secondly, even when he got knocked down, he kept on trying to get up, and I take my hat off to him." So that's about AJ's style. He said now he's really happy with that win for Joshua. He's more looking for another lucrative matchup, and it might come with the Gibson King. Who knows? Speaking to reporters during the post-fight press conference, Joshua gave Fury an ultimatum, and he said, "I'll give the Dozer 8 weeks, 24 hours to sign a contract. Let's see if he's the man." AJ's right here, Grady Belly. That's about, Anthony Joshua. Also, a headline in tennis says, Grekios set to make ATP Tour return at the Brisbane World. Nick Grekios is in the line to play his 4th ATP Tour match in 10 months after being given a wildcard entry for next month's Brisbane International. Fitness issues has restricted the Australian to just five singles matches in 2025, with his most recent second-round defeat to Karen Khachanov at the Miami opening match. And also we have this one as well, 12 investigation, Chinese tennis player banned for 12 years. And that's all about match fixing. I saw this and we need to talk about this. He's a Chinese international, Chinese player, Peng Renlong, ranked 1,316 in the world. Talk about ATP standing. He's been banned for 12 years, and that's for organizing match fixing, according to International Tennis Integrity Agency, ITRA. The athlete was charged with organizing or attempting to organize 22 fixed matches between May and September 2024. So he's sanctioned. His name is Renlong Pang. And from tennis, we go to golf. LeBron James is unquestionably in the conversation when it comes to the greatest basketball players of all time. But no one has scored more points in NBA history than James. Meanwhile, he has won 4 championships during his incredible career. What Jason Day said about LeBron James, talk about the golf swing in 2018. Plenty of basketball stars have expressed a passion from golf over the years. Stephen Curry has played on the Corn Ferry Tour in the past, while he's shown played 18 holes in a video with Bryson DeChambeau recently. So good to know there's a mix up here, and I'm liking it. And also there's a news again about Jaden Sharper wins second, I think that's the second debut World Tour tournament, and that's about the NBA news connected to golf. Now, lastly, let's talk about this one about Formula One. Red Bull CEO Oliver Mainslav has opened up on the decision to part ways with Christian Horner earlier this year. Horner was the helm of the Milton Keynes base squad since inception in 2005 and also oversaw various World Championship triumphs with Max Verstappen, Sebastian Vettel. The Formula One pecking order in 2026 will largely depend on the efficiency of the new power unit. According to former Aston Martin strategy engineer Danny Collins, a major regulation overhaul next year will see changes to both the power unit build up and also the aerodynamic rules. And this is all we can give you on the show. This is all we bring to you. It's time for us to go. Do well to join the guys for the evening, the sport world, the locker room. Jerry Apeloi will be here alongside Ikechuku. And then we have the media news coming up next. Please stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Have yourself a beautiful, it's still morning, I like to say. Morning. When the time comes for afternoon, good afternoon up until then. I'll see you again Wednesday.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiments. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Chioma Innocent. First, we'll bring you the headlines. Federal government declares Christmas and New Year holidays.
Presidency declares air on tax laws.
PRP urges National Assembly to impeach President Tinubu if tax breach is confirmed.
U.S. ambassador says visa rules not targeted at Nigerians.
Troops capture notorious bandit in Benue State.
Residents flee Kwara community following new abduction attempt.
In business, FCCPC warns transporters over fare hikes.
In sports, Mauritania has bid to officiate Nigeria-Tanzania match.
And in the world of entertainment, Iniedo begs NFVCB not to withdraw a very dirty Christmas.
Now in the news and details. The federal government has declared Wednesday, December 25 and Thursday, December 26, 2025 as public holidays to mark Christmas and Boxing Day. The government also declared Wednesday, January 1, 2026 for the New Year celebration. The declaration was contained in a statement issued today by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Interior, Magdalena Jani, on behalf of the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunjiojo. According to the statement, the minister urged Nigerians to reflect on the values of love, peace, humility, and sacrifice associated with the birth of Jesus Christ. Tunjiojo also called on citizens, irrespective of faith or ethnicity, to use the festive season to pray for peace, improved security, and national progress. He further advised Nigerians to remain law-abiding and security-conscious during the celebration, while wishing them a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year 2026.
Still on the Yuletide, Ogun Traffic Compliance and Enforcement Corps has warned motorists against reckless and uncoordinated driving during the festive season to prevent road accidents. The Southwest Zonal Commander of Trace, Adekunle Ajibade, gave the warning while speaking with a journalist in Ota. He said the advice was necessary, stressing that life has no duplicate. Ajibade emphasized the need for motorists to take adequate rest, noting that driving while sleepy could be dangerous. He further implored motorists to obey traffic rules and regulations to maintain safety during the festive season and to avoid drunk driving to prevent unnecessary loss of lives. Ajibade also called for cooperation with Trace personnel and other traffic agencies to ensure a free flow of traffic during the Yuletide period.
Meanwhile, the Jigawa State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has deployed officers across the state's 27 local government areas to ensure peaceful Christmas and New Year celebrations. The command's public relations officer, Babaruddin Tijani, disclosed in a statement that was made available to newsmen in Duse, the Jigawa State capital, that the deployment covers both regular and specialized units. He explained that the operation involves personnel from the Operations, Anti-Vandal, and Intelligence Unit to provide effective security coverage across worship centers, public places, parks, markets, and other areas of mass gathering. The commandant of the NSCDC in Jigawa State charged officers to adhere strictly to standard operating procedures and maintain professionalism at all times. The command also urged members of the public to be law-abiding and to report suspicious activities to security personnel.
Now, the presidency has responded to the controversy surrounding the new tax laws scheduled to take effect on January 1. This follows calls by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, and several civil society groups for the suspension of the law's implementation. The debate intensified after a member of the House of Representatives, Abdul Samad Dasuki, raised concerns over what he described as discrepancies between the tax laws passed by the National Assembly and the versions later gazetted and released to the public. Dasuki said the differences amounted to a breach of lawmakers' legislative authority, insisting the gazetted laws did not reflect what was debated and approved. However, speaking in a television interview, the chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, dismissed the claims, describing the documents circulating in the media as fake. President Bola Tinubu recently signed 4 tax reform bills into law. An overhaul, the government says, is the most significant reform of the country's tax system in decades.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bola Ahmed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother Shaggy, the man back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Elba. Keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz.
Welcome back to the Midday News and Voice of the People television. The People's Redemption Party, PRP, has called on the National Assembly to initiate impeachment proceedings against President Bola Tinubu if he is found to have been involved in the alleged post-passage alteration of Nigeria's tax laws. The opposition party accused the executive arm of government of tampering with legislation already passed by the National Assembly, describing the alleged action as a grave violation of the Constitution and the principle of separation of powers. National Chairman of the PRP, Falalu Bello, in a statement noted that any alteration of a bill outside the legislative process amounts to executive misconduct and undermines parliamentary sovereignty. The PRP warned that if evidence links the president to the alleged manipulation, the National Assembly must act without hesitation. Still in the news, the United States ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, has clarified that recent U.S. visa restrictions are intended to strengthen security procedures and not targeted at Nigerians. Mills spoke in Abuja during a news conference held as part of a visit by a U.S. congressional delegate to Nigeria. He explained that the presidential proclamation set to take effect on January 1, 2026, affects specific visa categories and is part of broader efforts to secure U.S. borders and protect American communities. According to the ambassador, the review focuses on proper vetting and access to credible information during the visa application process, rather than penalizing Nigerian applicants. He added that the proclamation clearly outlines affected visa categories and exemptions, including holders of official and diplomatic passport, as well as individuals traveling for religious work. He urged applicants to consult the U.S. Embassy's official website for details and to use designated communication channels for further inquiries. Also speaking, the leader of the U.S. congressional delegation, Representative Bill Huizenga, said visa reviews are routine measures aimed at improving compliance and cooperation and not punishing citizens. He noted that such reviews are applied to government systems and processes across various regions of the world. The U.S. government reaffirmed its commitment to strong people-to-people ties with Nigeria despite the visa review. Now into judicial cases, the Federal High Court in Abuja has granted an application filed by the federal government to reopen the terrorism charge filed against 5 suspects linked to the notorious terrorist kingpin Bello Turji. Justice Emeka Nwite granted the application in a ruling on the motion on notice filed by the Attorney General of the Federation, seeking an order releasing the charge in the case list of the court. Justice Nwite held that the motion moved by the AGF's lawyer, David Kaswe, was meritorious and accordingly granted. You will recall that the charge was struck out on July 8 by the judge after the defense counsel moved an oral application to the effect for lack of diligent prosecution. The federal government, through the AGF, had preferred an 11-count terrorism charge against 8 defendants, including Bello Turji, who is still at large. Troops from Forward Operating Base Wukari under the 6th Brigade Nigerian Army have arrested a notorious bandit leader responsible for multiple kidnappings and armed robberies along the Benue-Taraba axis. The 6th Brigade spokesman, Lieutenant Mohammed Umar, disclosed in a statement that the arrest of Fidelis Gayama was carried out on December 21 in a precision intelligence-driven operation at Vase Community, Ukum local government area of Benue State. Preliminary investigations link Gayama to Togo, a wanted armed group leader, and suggest he headed a criminal network terrorizing travelers along Kente-Wukari Road and surrounding areas. Police have confirmed that Gayama is wanted by the Beji Police Division. Lieutenant Umar said the suspect is now in military custody and will be handed over to the appropriate authorities for further investigation and prosecution. Now, residents of Bayaganile in the Ifelodun local government area of Kwara State are now fleeing the community in droves following a fresh attempt by bandits to abduct residents on Sunday morning. This development reportedly sparked mass relocation as residents are now leaving Bayagan in droves. Spokesperson of the community, Ayinla Lawal, confirmed the development in an interview with journalists. He lamented that neither the local government nor the state government is helping the community to resolve the matter. The coalition of United Political Parties, CUPP, has criticized politicians defecting to the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. Speaking in a television interview, the Secretary General of the CUPP, Peter Ame, said the defectors lack shame and respect for the electorate. He said it is wrong to win election in a political party and defect to another political party. Well, now joining us virtually for the news analysis segment on the Midday News today, we have Ihinose Omwaka. He's a public affairs analyst and a development communication expert. Welcome, Ihinose, and thank you for joining us today.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. How are you doing today, Ihinose? Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
I'm doing fine. And you? How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Compliments of the season to you.
I wish you same from here.
Thank you very much. Let's begin with the last story I read before calling out to you. The Congress of United Political Parties is saying it is wrong for a politician to win an election in a political party and then defect to another party. Do you agree with them, and do you also agree that this should be criminalized? Maybe in the Electoral Act, maybe you should say if you win an election in one political party, you should stay in that political party. Even if you want to defect, you should wait until your tenure ends in whatever political capacity or position you're in at the moment.
Just like every other Nigerian, if you put the same question to first and foremost, I agree with what the party has said. But the most interesting thing is that the same people who are saying it, if you give them the same opportunity, would they not do it? They will. Because Nigerian politicians, as I've always maintained and I've also said, are all the same. It's just that one person is waiting for his own opportunity to express what he is accusing the other person of. You understand? Instead of criminalizing it, I think it should be what we just need as a people, as a system, is just principled people who are principled. If you do a research from 1999 to date in this dispensation, you will agree with me that there are some politicians who have been very steady with their political choice, despite regardless of what is obtainable out there. You understand? A good example, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has been consistent. You understand? The only time we see a change is not even the issue of the campaign or what have you. It's just an issue of the party merging with another party to become one. You understand? So until we have people who are principled in their affairs, you understand, and taking that principle to their conduct politically, who are the people that will criminalize it? It's not the same people who are benefiting from the same system. So we know that one is just wishing. It's just a wish, which I know will never come to pass, because the same people who are benefiting from this unprincipled and political nature are the same people that will rely that will make that act criminally. So if for that to happen, I always advocate that we should continue to push and support people to become into political office, people who are principled in their general conduct, and will take that their principled nature to their conduct in political affairs. So criminalizing it, I know it's a wish that will not come easily, but what we can do on our part is just to continue to support and push people who are principled. If people check each party, in the PDP, in the All Progressive Congress, in other parties, there are people who have been consistent as members of those parties. Despite the fact that maybe they are not in power, they still remain consistent and supportive of their party. So those kind of people are the people that political parties should be proposing for elective offices, not people who are just seasonal politicians. They always want to associate with people who they want to only associate with the government in power, and regardless of being principled men and women. So that's what I think.
All right, then, Innocent, while we're looking at all of this, I'd like to draw your attention to something that's been making the rounds, and that is Peter Obi actually hitting out at the House of Reps for not criminalizing vote buying. You do know that there is a process of constitutional review ongoing at the moment. Quite a number of things are being looked at by the National Assembly, and some of them are some amendments to the 2022 Electoral Act. And Peter Obi says vote buying should be criminalized. Now, I'm talking about this in respect to what we're already looking at, because when you look at this, all of these issues are under the same umbrella, because it has to do with elections, it has to do with the electoral process, it has to do with the people and the polity. Do you believe that vote buying should also be criminalized?
Long before now, vote buying should have been criminalized. And until those stringent measures are taken against bad conduct during elections, we'll continue to have we'll continue to conduct elections as merely as crime in Nigeria without anybody being caught. You understand? So it's just who comes to benefit from it at the end of the day. Then the other person that did not get the opportunity to benefit from it will cry foul, and all of us will now wait for the next electoral cycle again to see for another person also to cry foul that he has been cheated out from the system. So I agreed with what Peter Obi has said, that vote buying should be criminalized. In short, everything that has to do with the conduct of elections into political office, any deviation from the norm, from what should be criminalized. And apart from it being criminalized, making it a criminal offense, there should also be measures to make people who are being caught are fully prosecuted, you understand, for the crime. So it's just because it's one thing to make it a law, it's another thing for the implementation of it. You understand, people who have committed electoral offenses in Nigeria, they are still there in INEC offices. You understand? They are still there enjoying public offices. You understand? They are just out there. So we'll just wait for them again to commit another crime again next time, so that other people who didn't benefit from that crime will always cry foul for it. So until that happens, until these measures are taken, so Nigeria's issue most times, if we look at it, is not the issue of even laws. It is the implementation of that law. You know, until institutions until the judiciary is strengthened and truly independent to prosecute those kind of cases, until
Are you with us, Ihinosen? Well, Ihinosen, are you there?
To have, yes, I'm following you. So we'll continue to, I say, until all of this happens, until these measures are being strengthened against this kind of nature of offenses, you understand, until the judiciary is strengthened to be truly independent, until INEC is strengthened to be truly independent of whatever body that sets it up, we'll continue to have it. So the issue is strengthening of the Nigerians institution that had to do with the implementation of laws in Nigeria and even the conduct of election. We'll only continue to advocate that these offenses should be criminalized. Even the offenses in the Electoral Act that is operational now, that it's even a criminal offense. How many persons are truly publicly that we say this person has been fully prosecuted for the offenses they committed? You understand? So until that happens, it will just always be a mere wish. You understand? Because the same people that we are hoping that will make these things happen are the same people who are benefiting from it. So how do you not make it possible? So that's always the challenge that we have.
All right, then. Thank you so much. Let's now look at the tax laws that is for many Nigerians. They're waiting for January 1, 2026. Like, it seems like it's the day of Armageddon. Now, the People's Redemption Party, that is the PRP, is actually saying that any alteration of a bill outside the legislative process amounts to executive misconduct and it undermines parliamentary sovereignty. They're saying if any evidence links the president to the alleged manipulation of the gazetted tax laws, then the National Assembly must impeach the president without hesitation. Now, as this is coming out, many Nigerians are saying, with the current National Assembly that we have, is it possible that under any circumstances, no matter how dire, no matter how difficult, no matter how terrible, that they can impeach the president? But not just that. Nigerians are asking again, who was responsible if indeed the laws that were passed were different, the laws that were put out, that were gazetted, was different from what was passed by the National Assembly? Who is responsible for this? Who do we hold? Who do we blame? Is it the executive? Is it the legislature? What should Nigerians do before January 1?
This is a very difficult question to answer, in the sense that you're asking what should Nigerians do? What can we really do? You know, we are helpless in this situation because the body is so empowered to represent the people, which is the members of the National Assembly, both the House of Rep and Senate, seems to be helpless. You understand? After that accusation was made at the floor of the House of Rep, until today, I'm not aware, but there's no true picture of what offense has been committed. You understand? The National Assembly seems not to be interested in what was said in the floor of the House, because by now we should be seeing action. We'll be seeing maybe committees set up to investigate what has happened, what was alleged at the floor of the House. You understand? Because all what we are seeing now is just the people on the side of the executive saying that nothing of such nature happened. That actually the president signed, what the president signed were 4 bills on tax reforms. You understand? So, but until this very moment, there's no Nigerian, except maybe I'm not aware of it, but there's no Nigerian that will come and tell you that this is the true nature of what has happened. What was alleged at the floor of the Senate has not been taken far beyond that. By now, we should be seeing certain actions being taken, that, okay, there's a proper panel or maybe a proper committee set up to investigate what was alleged and all of that. You understand? Until that, all of this happens, you understand? The Nigerians are just simply helpless, especially when it comes to this. Even the issue about the January 1st, until this very moment, if you go out there and do a voice, you do an opinion among Nigerians, a lot of people don't even know the true nature of what will happen on January 1st. So, some people will tell you that poor Nigerians will not be taxed. Some people will tell you that if you earn social amounts, you are going to be taxed. So people don't know what the true nature of things is. So there is a lot of ambiguity with the sensitization that concerning the January 1st tax, the implementation of the new tax reforms will begin. A lot of Nigerians seems also to be helpless on what the true nature of the implementation be like. You understand? They're coupled with the fact that with the accusation that was done at the floor of the House of Representatives. You understand? So all of this is part of is just part of the sad situation that we are in as Nigerians. The body that is supposed to be truly representative of what of the people are just there doing their own. You understand? So I don't see anything happening from that. It will just be another talk that was done and maybe just kept out. You understand? So until we have a true representative at the National Assembly and even at the various assemblies across the 36 states of the Federation, this will always be the situation of things. And it's just so sad. It's sad that we are helpless when it comes to the plight of the ordinary Nigerians on the streets. Nobody knows how the implementation will be like, but there will be an implementation, and nobody knows who are those that will benefit from it and who are those that will not benefit from it. So these are some of the questions.
So you're saying that when it comes to this issue of the tax laws, it is shrouded in secrecy. Although Taiwo Oyedele, who is the chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, has come out to dismiss these whole claims of a difference in the document or in the laws that were passed. He said the documents that are circulating in the media are fake. But Nigerians are very used to this debunking whenever any issue comes out.
So that's the same thing I'm saying. You understand? The allegation was made at the floor of the House of Representatives. And that is what we have until this very moment. Nothing concrete has happened. That's why Oyele can come out to deny it. You understand? If that person that has done it, maybe the House of Rep has taken it a bit further to say, okay, we are investigating what it is. Well, this is the true nature of things. This is what was actually passed. This is what was gazetted. By now, all of us, both me and you, every other Nigerian would have had a true picture of what it is. But until this very moment, we don't even know what the true situation is. We keep seeing different documents. The other day, I saw one document that that part that was altered was part that has to do with company tax. The other day, I saw it that it has to do with. So there's different story out there, depending on which platform you see it, especially now with even the use of the social media. There's no consistent messaging that people will say, okay, this is the true situation of things. If the House of Rep has taken it a bit further to say, okay, let's truly investigate what has happened. They set up a panel, they do this, invite officials to come and explain. They put out the true document before the public. All of this misconception will not be happening. So that's why I'm saying that all of this is being shrouded in ambiguity, not even secrecy, because it's already there in the open that this will happen. But there's so much ambiguity with the reform that ordinary Nigerians on the streets, you understand, the ordinary Nigerians who do transact business daily, who do one or two things, make it 5 naira, 10 naira, 20 naira, 100,000 naira daily, don't even know what the true nature of things will be. So what I always say in different forums, I told people that January 1st will just come and will just hit everybody. So it is what anybody sees that they will tell you that it is. So it's the less is the situation of the more you see, the less or how they used to put it. So there's a lot of confusion out there. If you just take your camera out there now to sample opinions, you will see that people don't even know what the true situation is. Then we couple that that accusation that was made by the House of Rep member. Beyond that, nothing has come out. So there's a lot of document that is circulating on the media space that you don't even know what the true thing is, what was actually altered. You understand? That's why Oyedele can come out to deny it. Even what he denied, nobody knows what he's denying. If it's what the House of Rep member said, or it is the document that he himself has seen, or is it the one that other people are seeing? So these are all of the things that need to be properly being projected before the members of the public. So until that happens, I'm sorry to say we're all helpless because there's nothing good that will come out from that the present national.
All right, said there are certain Nigerians, notably people like Omoyele Sowore of the Take It Back movement and the Revolution Now movement as well, who have been calling for a revolution in the country. Now, there are some political analysts and ordinary Nigerians who believe that the implementation of these tax laws will be heavy on the people and might be a catalyst for this revolution that some political analysts, that some Nigerians have been calling for. Do you also share that belief?
I do. I share the belief that that people should agitate for a good governance. That people should talk about what governance should be. You understand? But our agitation will always be also mere wish. You understand? If people are not properly sensitized on what the goal of that agitation should be. If I say we should call for revolution, a lot of Nigerians, what they understood as revolution is violent change of government. You understand? The government of the day. But is that what we need now? You understand? Or what should be the nature of the revolution? You understand? Like I said earlier, you understand? January 1st will come. A lot of people, just like what some people will say, even though it's annoying, that Nigerians know how to adjust to situations. You understand? So, but there is a part that you continue to push someone to the wall, and if he doesn't have any chance of, if he doesn't have that, there will be a point that he will be forced to want to resist. You understand? So that moment may come or may not come, but depending on how all of these issues are handled. But when you mention that word revolution, what comes to mind before Nigerians? What is truly that revolution? Even the political class, the government officials, what did they see as revolution? Anytime they heard that people want to revolt, you understand? They are seeing that the people want to remove them forcefully from the position of power. You understand? So the way they react to it it will be as if maybe there's a war. You understand? So, but I feel that Nigeria should continue to agitate, continue to ask for good and responsible government that listens to the yearnings of the people, and also always see things properly. You understand? And always do things the way it should benefit the larger number of persons. You understand? You understand? Until today, if all of this will have happened, by the fuel subsidy talk already, for instance, should be a tipping point for Nigerians to want to revolt in that sense of it, what that you're saying.
So that's to say there's been many tipping points that Nigerians did not just take advantage of.
Just like many people always tell you that Nigerians are very resilient people, so we always find a way to adjust.
So the pendulum could swing either way, either towards a revolution or the people just adjust like they always do.
And people adjust and continue to suffer. You understand, for it, because some persons will tell you that why are you talking about revolution now? Is it because it's a Southwesterner that is the president? You understand? Why didn't you say there should be a revolution when it was a northern person that was president? Some people, Nigerians have not been able to agree on what should be revolt against government. Should it be that should it be targeted at removal of the president or of the government in power? You understand? Or should it be that people should demand for better governance, and that better governance we should be able to see certain indices that yes, things are getting better. You understand? Until all of this happens, you understand? You continue. It's like a merry-go-round. People say, okay, no, what we will adjust. You understand? Then the same people who are suffering it. The suffering continues. You understand? And we just wish that we continue to wish and hope that things will change. You understand?
All right, then. Ihino said, just before you go, in a minute, I want you to answer this question about what security, many Nigerians are concerned about what security will be like this Yuletide season. Of course, the federal government and security agents are promising that the people can go about their Yuletide celebration, though low-key, and the people will be protected. But many Nigerians are scared of what the roads will be like with the influx of terrorists and bandits into many parts of the country. Kogi State is being ravaged. Kwara State is being ravaged. Let's not even talk about Benue, Plateau, Kaduna, Sokoto, Kano, Borno, and other places that have been ravaged heavily before now. Nigerians are really hoping that we do not get to see or hear of any attack, whether large scale or small scale, during this Yuletide period.
For the past, since Thursday, there have been news about traffic gridlocks on major highways, the Kaduna and Abuja-Kaduna Expressway, Abuja-Lokoja Expressway, Lagos-Benin, and all of that. But in all of this, there are also no news of there's no news of kidnappings on the major highways happening. So it's likely, I don't know if that's true, it's likely that maybe there have been heavy security presence on that corridor. I've not actually traveled. I'm still in where I reside. So, but we have not been hearing. But just like every Nigerian will always hope and wish that this Yuletide should remain peaceful, as it's seeming to be. You understand? That there should not be stories and news of kidnapping and people asking for payment of ransom, people being killed for not being able to raise and pay ransom. You understand? So just like the everyday wish of every Nigerian, that government should be able to be responsible for the protection of lives and properties. You understand? So it's just the wish that every Nigerian just wish and hope for, that government should be alive to its responsibility of protecting lives. You understand? So, which is what we all hope for, and this Yuletide season should not be an exception. You understand? But until maybe we hear anything, I don't think there've been any major incidents that, except maybe on the other side again, we have been back to that era of the silent era where these things are happening and they are not being reported by the mainstream media. So it creates an illusion that the country is peaceful, people are going about their normal duty, but behind the scene, a lot of things are happening. So except people who have gone back to that period, I've not been able. There are no facts that I can I can point to show that is what is happening. But from what we are seeing, with the gridlock that is happening on these major highways, when I'm seeing them in the news, I'm saying, thank God, they are saying that people are sleeping on the highway because of traffic gridlocks, because of increase in vehicular movement. But we're not hearing that, okay, as people have been traveling, they are being taken hostage by these rampaging bandits across the country. So I just hope that it will be a peaceful situation.
All right then. All right then. Ihinosai, thank you so much for joining us today. We do hope that it will continue that way. Thank you for being a part of the Midday News analysis
Thank
today.
you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your day. And compliments of the season once again. You have been watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a very short break and return with more news stories. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Nigeria recorded 33 new confirmed cases of Lassa fever in epidemiological week 49, with the national case fatality rate rising to 18.2% according to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC. The agency reported that the new infections from Bauchi, Ondo, Edo, and Taraba State brought the cumulative number of confirmed cases in 2025 to 1,069, with 8 deaths recorded during the period. In its Lassa fever situation report covering December 1 to 7, 2025, the NCDC said the 8 deaths translated to a CFR of 24.2% for the week. It added that a total of 9,041 suspected cases and 7 probable cases have been reported nationwide this year, with cumulative details rising to 195, resulting in an overall CFR of 18.2%, higher than the 16.5% recorded during the same period in the year 2024. The agency reported that 21 state and 103 local councils have recorded at least one confirmed Lassa fever case this year. It stated that 4 states, including Ondo, Bauchi, Edo, and Taraba, accounted for 89% of all confirmed infections, with Ondo State recording the highest number of incidents, followed by Bauchi, Edo, and Taraba. According to the report, young adults aged 21 to 30 years were the most affected, although infections were recorded across all age groups ranging from 1 to 96 years. The NCDC noted that cases were slightly higher among males than females and confirmed that no new infections among healthcare workers were recorded during the week under review. And now we take you straight into the world of business, where the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has warned intercity road transport operators against arbitrary fare hikes during the ongoing Yuletide travel period. The warning follows a surge in consumer complaints across several parts of the country. A statement issued by its Director of Corporate Affairs, Ondale Ijago, the Commission acknowledged that seasonal demand and operational costs can affect transport pricing. However, it stressed that passengers are entitled to clear and accurate information, noting that fares must be communicated promptly and adjustments applied transparently and fairly. The FCCPC added that the complaints persist despite reports of reductions in the pump price of premium motor spirit in some parts of the country. In another development, the Central Bank of Nigeria says Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves have recorded their first decline in 25 weeks, falling by $263.15 million to $45.21 billion as of December 17, 2025. The drop follows 3 consecutive days of outflows and ends a sustained accumulation that pushed reserves to a 6-year high of $45.47 billion on December 12. Despite the December dip, reserves remain strong, having grown $7.5 billion since June and $3.8 billion over the 11 months to November 2025. Key factors behind the gains include a $2.4 billion Eurobond issuance in November, which partly refinanced a $1.2 billion maturity. Before the decline, Nigeria's reserves provided 13.9 months of merchandise import cover and 9.4 months when services were included. And now to sports. Mauritania's Dahain Beida will officiate today's clash between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Taifa Stars of Tanzania. The 2025 Africa Cup of Nations Group C encounter will be played at the Complex Sportif Dauphin. It will be only the second African meeting between both sides, with Nigeria winning the first 3-1 in the opening match of the 1980 tournament. Meanwhile, Super Eagles winger Ademola Lookman says the team is ready to bring the 2025 African trophy home. Defender Chidozie Awazim also expressed his willingness to play in any position for the team. The player spoke in separate interviews. And now to entertainment, where Nollywood actress and filmmaker Ini Edo has appealed to regulators and the public not to withdraw her new movie, A Very Dirty Christmas, from cinemas, insisting it does not ridicule Christianity. In an emotional video shared on Instagram, she said the controversy centers on the film's title, not its content, and urged critics to watch the movie before judging. She noted that the film was only recently released nationwide and warned that pulling it from cinemas would have serious financial consequences. She confirmed that she had been asked to change the title and said she's willing to comply, while apologizing to anyone offended and stressing there was no malicious intent. Her appeal followed concerns raised by the Christian Association of Nigeria, which described the title as offensive and called for a review by relevant authorities. The National Film and Video Censors Board and FVCB later said it had asked the producer to modify the title while acknowledging public concerns. And that's it on the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. Thank you for watching. My name is Chioma Innocent.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bola Ahmed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learnable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian presidential mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian president and vice president, as well as meeting spaces.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello there, welcome on board. It is People's Voice on Voice of the People Television, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting the major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Tax reforms delay could hurt businesses and the poor, says Oyedele. This particular one is actually laughable, conversation for you to actually say the poor, I don't want to talk about businesses, but the poor. And maybe he would have to tell us how tax reform delay could hurt businesses and the poor. You understand? But we'll be talking about, this and even more conversation today. And yes, PDP crisis deepens as faction refuse to budge. Right? Over the weekend, the INEC tried to call both faction to come together and share their swords to make peace. But of course, these two factions are still at loggerheads, and refusing to, broker peace. And if matured men like this are saying that, they don't want to make peace, who are we to complain? And it is actually a celebration thing for the APC, and I believe you all know what that particular one means. Join the conversation with experts in silence season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Nigerian police deploy thousands for Christmas security. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has ordered a nationwide deployment of police personnel and operational assets to ensure a safe and peaceful Christmas and New Year celebration across Nigeria. The directive is part of the Nigerian police force festive season security strategy, which includes intensified patrols, visibility policing, intelligence-led operations, and community engagement. That's a laudable one, which we appreciate the IG for. Of course, since it's not reducing it or even, limiting the police force to some regions in the country, but he actually made it open to every part of Nigeria. And I must say this, that not because I'm just reading this news now, I've seen that particular, movements take place this morning and of course this afternoon, stepping out of the office and returning. We saw about 2 MPF doing, is it a neighborhood surveillance? So I think we love this particular one, and I must commend, the Nigerian police force for the very first time. This one is wonderful, and thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, let's actually have our Christmas in peace and not in pieces. And away from that particular one, APC's dominance of National Assembly. Of course, I will talk about the dynamics and the implication. The All Progressive Congress, APC, has expanded its numbers in the Senate to 78, leaving the opposition significantly diminished. The party's dominance has raised questions about the potential for one-party rule and the impact on democratic pluralism. This particular one, we've been talking about it over and over, and you'd agree with me that even Gospel Akpabio also talked about this at their APC kick-off meeting. He said that they've really taken over, the National Assembly, and some senators are still talking to him presently, and he said the opposition are now up to 4 or 5. He said, and some of the opposition are talking to him to take them to the president, okay, because they want to, defect. But he just thought of it that if they all defect, they wouldn't have the minority, people there. So that's why he still wants them to be. Can you imagine such statement? Just because so many people have decided not to put their homes in order. And that's the reason why we're getting all of this particular one. But now let's come to this particular one that is quite disturbing. The program is, People's Voice. And of course, the station is Voice of the People Television, which means it's about the people. We all we do here is just to amplify people's voice, and of course to actually look into what people are really going through and to see how we can create a balance and help them reach out to the government. But of course, it's a Yuletide season already, and mixed outlook for Christmas. Lower food costs, high livestock prices. So, when we say suffering and smiling, or it's a bit cold here, it's a bit, hot here, it's a bit sweet here, it's a bit bitter there. As the 2025 Yuletide season unfolds, Nigerians are experiencing a mix of relief and challenges. Prices of essential food items like rice and, of course, beans have declined sharply compared to last year, offering a welcome, respite for households. However, the festive season has not brought unallowed comfort with rising cost of livestock products. Festive hampers, decoration, seasoning cubes, and of course really stretching budgets. Now, let's even take off all of the seasoning cubes off. But have you ever tried to go to the market to price a livestock? Like, how much is chicken? How much is goat? How much is ram? Let's not even go to cow. Presently. And now, even when you don't want to buy, complete, if you don't want to buy, live one, and all you just want is, you want to have a shared one and what have you. But it just looks like there is a surge now. So are we now saying that we want to eat for the very first time? We want to eat rice on Christmas Day without meat? Please help me to make this make sense. Are we just saying that we will not see turkey or chicken? Please, I do not know, what to do or how to, go on from here, but it's quite disturbing. Really, really disturbing, because rice and chicken, rice and meat, rice, and turkey can go. Rice and goat meat or what have you. But when we're actually having a situation where it looks like, the price of rice, is dropped, beans, or let's say yam and what have you. But now, the protein you need to put on that particular meal to serve, your family, your loved ones, and of course, your well-wishers or even to your neighbors. Because the Yuletide season is about love. It's about you, connecting with friends and families. It's about you reaching out to the, to the vulnerables. So what do we do? That's where we are. And of course, I'd like you to also, reach out to me to tell me how much, the prices of livestock are over there, at your own end. NCC slams telecoms over poor telecom services. The Nigerian Communication Commission has warned telecom operators to improve their services or face regulatory action. The Commission released a report showing that some operators are struggling with network performance, citing issues with latency, of course, and jitter with some, ranked network. And of course, some of them even rank as the highest in the national network performance, while others are still trying to face some challenges. But of course, the amount we use in paying for these networks, either data, either, buying of recharge cards, topping up our phones, is quite alarming. And if you notice, in as much as you want to buy, you want to top up your phone, you want to buy a recharge card, to have credits to call, you would realize that some of these calls, you don't even take time before they start telling you 1 minute remaining. And no matter the subscription you want to do now, you would always, get that message that you are out of data even before the 30 days. Except for some routers, and those routers are being charged on a very high, amount. So why? The question is why? And I love the fact that NCC is talking, but I would have appreciated it if our National Assembly can also take this up. With that, they will take us even, seriously. Instead of leaving this whole situation for Nigerians to just, go through on our own. We appreciate them for coming in. We appreciate, of course, our own, which I can give them, advert here. But the truth remains that why do we have to spend so much to either make calls or data? And now the networks are not even okay. It is either there is a glitch or it's not even connecting. Sometimes someone's phone is on, yet it's telling you the number is switched off. Sometimes you have data, but you cannot even access the internet. And everything keep buffering, and it's not going through. So what do we do? So they have to look into it. And I hope that the NCC will not just stop here, but will take it even, seriously as well, should in case, they decide not to, do what is right as regards to, their services to the nation. And away from that particular one, let us move to one particular conversation which is, quite disturbing, and you would agree with me that you've been seeing that particular headlines everywhere, and of course you've heard it, this morning here. Tax reform delay could cause, hurt through business and and the poor. This particular one, no matter what, I just have to wait for my guest to take it up first before we move into the PDP quarters, because this conversation is not just about you and I, but it's about the nation. And we've been asking one question that no one has answered us. We are not telling you that we don't want to be, a patriotic citizen of this nation. We're not saying that we don't want to adhere to whatsoever regulations that the government wants to dish out. All we're asking is, for all of the tax that we have paid in the past, for all of the tax you are still taking, what has the government done with it? Now, we have austerity measure, I don't want to say there's famine in the land, but there is hunger in the land. You know what your people are going through? Is it tax that was meant to be the order of the day? These are questions that needs answers, all right? To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag Google's Voice on VOP TV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People. Kindly hit the subscribe button, of course, and you can be part of the conversation. But please, I would need to remind you again, please, all I want you to do for me is reach out to me, call that number, and let me know how much livestock, are being sold in your area. How much is livestock in your area? Let me know, so that I can actually, collate all of my results and, finalize my program. All right, it's quick. Let's just go on a quick break. Yes, let's just go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be talking about the tax conversation first before we dissect the PDP crisis. You would agree with me that this two conversation is quite, serious in the nation as we speak. We still want a formidable opposition, but PDP is not giving us that particular, opportunity to still see them as one. And would it just be about APC, because we know that Labour Party is also going through their own? But you don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top. All right, welcome back to the program. Of course, I'm always wishing everyone, the very best and hoping that we'll all get to the top as soon as possible. Compliment of the season, and welcome back to the program. That is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Let's actually dive into this particular one. Delaying the implementation of Nigerians' new tax law beyond January 1st, 2026 could have severe consequences for workers and businesses, according to Taiwo Oyedele, Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Tax Policy and Fiscal Reforms. Oyedele warned that 98% of workers would continue to face multiple taxation if the laws aren't enforced, while businesses would miss out on exemptions and continue paying multiple taxes. The controversy surrounds alleged discrepancies between the tax laws passed by the National Assembly and the versions later gazetted. Civil society groups and politicians, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, have called for the suspension of the law's implementation. And however, Oyedele suggested addressing concerns directly rather than suspending the law. You know, this particular one is quite serious. I do not know why, you know, this man, of course, that's what he was called to do. That's what he was appointed for, you know, but the fact that he's just pushing for this tax, you know, to just come with the little that we've been briefed, you know, and told about this old tax situation. It is not looking like we'll be smiling. Sincerely, it's not also looking like they want to, or just like what he said, that he really wants to help the poor, because he said that it would affect the poor as well. So I really want to know, just like on Saturday at Morning Boss, we saw a particular headline that it was said that both sex workers and touts, and they mention different professions, and saying that we will be explaining how this tax would really help them. And our question on Saturday was, are you in any way legalizing some things? Are you now recognizing sex work? Because I don't know why it looks like we're just keen, you know, at, you know, implementing this tax situation, you know. I don't know why it is looking like, oh, it's a do or die situation. I don't know why it's looking like if this thing does not, you know, take off in January, something else would happen. So I'd like to bring in my guests so that they can actually, you know, give their reaction as regards to that particular one before we move to the PDP quarters. When I'm being joined by Dr. Dayo Kayode, a social political technocrat, and of course, aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor. Hello, Doctor. Are you there? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Savior. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear now. Doctor, compliment of the season.
I like compliments of the season. I like this your share too, if you can borrow me.
Doctor, all thanks to VOP Media.
Yes.
So it shows that they are taking care of me.
Thank you. Thank you, VOP Media.
So
you want me to quickly react to two of your news?
Yes, Doctor, you will do that. Let me just also welcome in Nwonye Chijioke, a distinguished business magnate, and of course, astute political and social analyst, all the way from Canada, the snow country. Chijioke, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I know it's morning over there, so I cannot make that mistake again. How are you doing, buddy?
Good morning, How you doing, my bro? Good
Very
morning.
well, thank you. Very well, thank you.
Please, I don't know, where should I submit my resume so that you guys will employ me and take good care of me like the way they are taking good care of me?
You want to leave snow and come to a Harmattan that we have not seen?
No, internationally, you know, everything is digital. I don't need to come down.
No. In this,
I'm looking for a way to say you should send me Christmas money.
Doctor.
Let me just pretend that I did not hear what you say.
Doctor, this is to let you know that the grass might not be greener on some other side, though. Now you are.
Forget that it's white here, but trust me, it's really red. Visually, it's red. Forget
all right,
it's white.
Let's forget about the grasses now. Let's talk about the problem of Nigerians. You know, you heard Oyedele. He said tax reform delay could hurt businesses and, of course, the poor. But before we dissect that, Doctor, you said you wanted to reply to respond to some of the news story. I want to do that in just 2 minutes because we're pressed for time, and I want us to have a robust conversation as regards to, you know, the two conversations. So please go ahead.
members defecting to APC, never mind those people that are deflecting. It is either money inducement, as we saw or had, that some monies are being given out so that the budget presentation will be allowed. Sure, you know. So forget about that. Also, you know, some of them, even right from the Senate president, are also having EFCC cases on their neck. So for sustainability sake, they just have to, by all means, defect to APC. But in days to come, we are going to see the effect of this. Now, on the prices of a livestock, well, I'm not even advertising here, though, but then I have to make reference. I have 6 big cows, and this is the truth, in my care, belonging to a kid brother of mine. And
Doctor,
for 1.6 million.
Doctor.
You won't believe it.
Doctor.
It is so expensive. Yes.
Yeah. The fact that
you say you want to know the prices.
Doctor, the fact that
of livestock.
Doctor, the fact that you mentioned that's a free advert, and I don't let any advert slide on my show. So for you to mention that your kid brother, I'm coming. For you to mention that your kid brother has, you know, cows, of course you mentioned 6. Now that means that some people might send me message right now. Some might send message later to say, please, how can we? Because you don't even know if what they've been asking is quite high. So doctor, you are owing VOP Media one of the cows there. Tell your brother. Please go ahead.
Why not?
Please go ahead.
Honestly speaking, the prices are so high.
Sincerely.
Even another friend of mine that sells turkey, you should see how much he's selling the turkey, even though big. You know? And now I was now telling my brother, how can a cow, yes, no matter how big it is, with big bending hunchback, but how can he be selling for 1.6 million? Last price 1.4. For goodness sake, in the country that we are, how do you want people to feed? How do you want people to enjoy Christmas? I was discussing with somebody this morning. I said before now, everybody will have known that Christmas is in the air. But the only thing that will make you to understand Christmas is the air is, you know, the sound of banger that you hear here and there. So it is appalling, and I think it is high time Nigerians will hold their destiny in their hands by substituting their political apathy to political anger come 2026.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for that particular angarious submission. You know, Doctor, the truth remains that we can't shy away from the fact that things are quite expensive now. And in as much as some people can actually afford some things, you know, many cannot. There's so many presently that does not even know how they'll put food on their table on that Christmas day, because they've been managing all through. And now, how would they even enjoy that Christmas? They don't know yet, except for miracle. And that's
even
why...
me, the same thing I'm thinking now. I'm going to enjoy the Christmas. I still don't know.
You know, Doctor, you have 1001 way to enjoy Christmas. Doctor, for your own, I will not agree. For every other person, I will accept.
Okay.
Yes. But Chijoke. Amen. Chijoke, Doctor, I will be coming back to you, but let me go to Chijoke. Chijoke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Xavier.
All right, so quickly, I wanted to ask you, you know, of course, you've been in Canada for a while, and you also pay tax there, in as much as you know, you do your business on one side. You know, if you're juggling business or school or whatsoever, you know, you are doing. But of course, we know that other climes gets to have, you know, a very structured way of taxation. Yes, tax reform, you know, in Nigeria has been making rounds, because we've been asking and we've been talking about all of the taxes we've paid in the past. Yet we've not heard anything, and no one has actually addressed us to say, oh, this is where your taxes go. This is what has been done with the tax that, you know, you pay. But now they want to bring in a fresh one. You know, they call it tax reform. which they are insisting it starts in January 1. Ever since you've heard about this tax situation, what can you say about the whole matter?
Well,
and of course, maybe you should be comparing it with that of Canada, where you are.
Okay, that's what I'll be doing. Well, I have a lot of things to say about this tax reform and everything. Let's start from tax. I am opportune to be in a working country because whether you like it or not, Canada is a working country and we pay tax. It's not like you have to go to a place to pay your tax. You've been taxed whatever you do. If you're working, before you get your salary, the government will remove their tax from whatever agency you are working with. If you're going to buy anything, if the thing is sold for $1, you have plus, let's say plus, depending on how many percentage. So everything is being taxed, and you pay for tax. As far as you're spending and as far as you are in, you are paying tax. But this is where it makes everything better. When the government says they are taxing you, they are either showing you what they are taxing you for, or showing you a picture of what they want to tax you for. But either way, they will explain it to you in a way that you will understand and you will not have to complain, oh, that you were this and that. But let's look at what is happening. From the first day that this government introduced this tax, there has been a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of talks. Everybody has been disagreeing with this tax until this current revolution of forging laws. So this tells you how far we have gotten. And this tells you how desperate these governments are. Not taxing the people, not in working for the people, but in stealing for the people. So it's not a question of taxing or reforming the tax. It's a question of why are they so desperate for these things? And why are they doing it this way? Why are they taking these measures they are taking? So now, here in Canada, these kind of things cannot happen. Because if a government is tasking you, if a government wants to introduce a new tax or wants to change a tax, they explain everything to you. What are just the headline you read? They say that withholding these taxes in, it's going to make business tougher. Does that make sense to you? Even without this tax, since this government gets into power, has anything gotten better? Without this tax or without this, everything has been getting worse and worse. So, you see, these things are silly excuses, baseless excuses. No one is explaining things to us. The government are desperate enough to forge tax reform law. What is really happening? Because you can't tell me this is a mistake. You can't tell me that the National Assembly just wake up one day and they make the mistake and they gazetted another thing. No! If this is a mistake, then this sparks a very big question on the National Assembly. How can a National Assembly make such a silly mistake? So you say Donald Trump was not wrong when he called out a disgraced country. So everything this government has been doing so far is to prove Donald Trump right. Okay, if you say, wait, let me finish. If you say it's not a mistake, then that means it's a deliberate act. Deliberate act on the National Assembly, which proves that the National Assembly is nothing to the government, that the government can wake up and do anything without the respect and the regard for the national or the members of the National Assembly. They did it with Rivers. They just wake up and the president ordered state of emergency in Rivers. What the National Assembly did? Nothing. And the same thing is happening now. So there is a lot of questions that we need to ask. We need to put a lot of people on trials. A lot of people need to answer a lot of questions. And I think that's all I have to say for now.
Okay.
Thank you, Savio.
Thank you, Chijoke, for that one. And for clarity, I'd like to make this assertion that for now, it is just based on speculations. And of course, the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, and Peter Obi mentioned that this situation needs to be, looked into as regards to some pardons and all of that, And the National Assembly said that they actually, built, of course, they appointed some people and said, okay, this particular committee would look into this and do their due diligence as regards to investigation to be sure that what was submitted to them is the same thing, that wants to be rolled out. So I wouldn't want us to just, give wrong, information. For now, some of these things are still, being speculated.
Silvio,
But
I
what
want
we
you
are,
to- I want-
what we
I
are
want
really
you to also understand that
Yes.
I am coming from a point of a country where things are working,
Definitely.
where governments are doing so. I'm not telling you this. See, for the fact that this kind of thing has to be coming out in a country like Nigeria is a problem. See, there are things that we shouldn't be hearing at all. There are things that are not meant to happen. Okay. So for the fact, whether it's a mistake or whether it's speculation, and the fact that how many days have we been on this speculation, and has the presidency said anything? The presidency has how many days? So do you expect us to believe, or do you? I don't know, but I work in a country that where if this kind of thing happens within hours, highest 24 hours, the prime minister or the people has come out to rectify this issue. But it's getting to a week now. The presidency has not said anything. No one, the Senate, nobody. And what you expect the people to believe? Just to keep their hands on? No.
All right. So
no,
thank you.
We
Thank you
are
so much,
people, we are citizens, and we actually put these people here to work for us, not for us to work for them. So they need to work for us and tell us what's happening. We don't have to relax, and whenever anybody wakes up, they do whatever they like.
All right, thank you so much.
Even Savior should not even see it. Savior should not even see it as speculation, because this leak actually came out from that same National Assembly.
How many days should we live on this speculation?
So, doctor. Hello, doctor. Can you hear me?
You see, the government should be working on their internet.
All right, Chijioke. Thank you so much for your submission as regards to the taxation. I would like to move to Dr. Kayode now. Hello, doctor, are you there? Hello, doctor, can you hear me? I think we're having a network issue there. Doctor, please unmute yourself if you can hear me. Doctor, please unmute yourself. All right, so I think doctor is having a network, glitch there. So, but Chijioke.
I'm hearing you, Savior.
Okay, all right, so I think doctor is back. Hello, doctor.
No, I'm hearing you.
All right, so doctor, of course, I'd also like you to, give me your submission as regards to this tax situation. And of course, in few minutes, we'll be moving to that of PDP's quarters. So, doctor, you have the ground now.
Yes. Even picking up from where we stopped, even in a country that is working, they know that they always give them tax relief, they always give them tax returns, and the government always participates in social security programs for the people and the elderly. Do we have such here? No. Now, the tax they are now talking about, from the inception of this government, the very first minute, even before being sworn in, is taxation policy started. Number one, removal of subsidy. Petroleum price jumped from 190 naira to 500 naira per litre. In another 2 weeks, to 600, to 700, to 900 plus. How much was Dangote selling fuel? At least Dangote just released to us that his fuel, he has been releasing his fuel with 320 naira per litre, inclusive of all taxes and his own profits. So tell me the differentials. Where has it been going? The taxes that we have been paying through high rate of tariffs on power, is it not enough? On our data, is it not enough? Before now, you will buy about 20 gigabytes for 1,000 naira. Now you will buy 10 gigabytes for 3,000 naira. And at the end of the day, within 2 weeks, they will say it's off. Within 2 weeks, it's off. Remember, this government has said that people that are not paying their taxes properly, they'll be removing it from their data. So that means already they know how to remove people's data. If not, they wouldn't be saying that. They know how to remove people's data. So who is saying they have not been doing that? All issues that need to be put together. Now, the National Assembly. Don't exonerate National Assembly from this tampering with the past budgets and the one they settled. Have they not been padding? Have they not been padding budgets before now? So who is saying the National Assembly is not also privy to it? Because the leak came out from the National Assembly. These are issues. You know, I've been saying it. A day is coming when the goats you are pursuing will turn back at you and will tell you that he has it. A day is coming when monkey go market, I know go fit come back. You have stressed people more than enough. People cannot eat. People cannot buy basic things. People cannot socialize again. People cannot do their businesses accordingly. No, tell me, even when you bring these or taxes, what effect will it have on people's businesses? Are people even doing businesses again? Without this tax, do you know how many businesses have collapsed? Do you know how many children have been sent out of school? Do you know how many of Nigerian youths that are gainfully employed before are now on the streets? So what again do you want to do?
Okay.
People will just turn back and say, okay, since we cannot afford this, what is even better than to die? And they will do things that they wouldn't mind to die. These are ways in which government always orchestrates civil unrest, civil disobedience, and all sorts of societal vices.
All right. Doctor, thank you so much for that wonderful, submission there. And of course, this is not in any way, inciting people for anarchy, but of course, just like you once said, there is no how you get to push someone when once the person gets to their limits, the person gets to, charge back. But we just hope that all of this situation, will find, a proper and lasting solution as regards to Nigerians, being able to be treated properly as Nigerians and, us even feeding well. Just like at the later season we talked about, you've talked about that of the data that I mentioned, We are not done talking about bank charges yet, So we have so many other things, including electricity, the unit tariffs and all of that. So we cannot, touch all of these areas without saying that we are not paying in one way or the other yet. The government still wants us to even pay more. Okay, if that's
what this is last night now, you won't believe it. I've not eaten since last night.
If doctor, for someone like you, they would say that you're actually dieting. They will actually say you're dieting. So, all right, let's move to the PDP's quarters. PDP crisis deepens as faction refused to budge. The People's Democratic Party is embroiled in a leadership crisis in a particular situation with two rival, factions led by Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and of course, your state governor, Seyi Makinde, refusing to back down despite intervention by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Both factions claimed to be legitimate leadership of the party, with Wike's camp embodying the party's original leadership and Makinde bloc maintaining its stance as the rightful custodian. INEC has called for both factions to wait for the Court of Appeal's decision on the matter. The PDP crisis worsening with thousands of members, including engineer Abdullahi Isa Jankara, resigning from the party in Niger State over leadership issues. The mass exit follows a tense meeting where aggrieved members confronted the party leadership over grievances related to transparency, inclusion, and internal democracy. The Kabir Tureki-led faction of the People's Democratic Party has approached the Federal High Court in Abuja seeking an order to compel Inspector General of Police and, of course, the Nigerian Police Force to unseal and vacate the party's National Secretariat and other offices across the country. The police sealed off the party's headquarters in November, citing a dispute over which faction has the right to occupy, the offices. It's so funny now that the Turaki-led faction can still go back to a particular high court, the Federal High Court in Abuja, to seek order, to compel the Inspector General of Police and, of course, the Nigerian Police Force to unseal their facility. This was the same people that a court in, Abuja actually said that they shouldn't hold, their convention. They went ahead to take another order from Oyo State, court, and they went ahead. So why didn't you go to Oyo State court too? PDP is just, I think at this point, for elder statesmen to be acting this way is quite funny to me. So in just 1 minute, I would just want us to just savor this particular conversation. Chijoke, are you there? Hello, Chijoke.
Yeah, I'm here, Xavier.
So, Chijoke, what can you say about this PDP situation, just in 1 minute, so we can start running off the program?
The honest truth is that this PDP situation, I call it a party problem. And once it's a party problem, I don't really see it as a big problem because I'm more focused and more concerned about the state of my country, Nigeria. But if I'm going to say one or two things or drop one or two opinions on this PDP thing, I will say these things. It's two things. And in one side, it's two people fighting. One side is fighting to take over the other party, and one other side is fighting to have a bargaining chip, just in case. So at the end of it all, you see that whatever is happening in PDP today is a selfish interest of some people. They are all fighting for themselves, for their head. And to be honest with you, I don't want to see PDP survive. I want to see PDP, I want it to fail and die. The reason is this. Once, I'll tell you, for how many years, these people has been promising us a lot of things, and what have we gotten? So I feel like once PDP dies, the idea dies. And what next? APC is the next target. Because whether you like it or not, APC is not going to survive with all these problems and all these powers. They are all packing together in one party, all packing selfish people who are all there for it. Because these people, they have not done anything for this country, so which means they don't have the interests of the country at heart. They all have their selfish interests. So imagine putting selfish people all together in one room. What do you expect? So I'm happy what is happening in PDP. Let it die. Let their idea die, and we face APC. All right. APC die. And I believe that the new party and the new people that we are going to provide with the new idea, maybe there will be a chance for them. But for now, both PDP and APC, I think, and we should be done with this party. They have not done anything for us to even think about them or even worry about their survival. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chijoke, for that particular ash one. So, Doctor, hello, Doctor.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that we have election next year as regards to Osun State. Of course, we also have the Abuja Municipal, Council, election. Yeah. And I think we also have Ekiti, also coming up in 2026. So, and with the way PDP is going, now might PDP's leadership crisis impact its performance in the 2026 elections across board. And of course, what are the key issues driving leadership crisis in PDP? Can these issues be resolved through internal party mechanism or external? Because INEC has tried their best on Saturday, but it looks like it failed. So please just round off with that.
Yes. You see, let me tell you, don't blame PDP. I will not blame PDP. What is happening in PDP is not even leadership problem. No. I was among the very few that was saying the other time that cheaper girls scenario was orchestrated by Nigerians. And I've also been saying that the insecurity in Nigeria till today has the hands of the leadership there. So also in PDP, it is all about equilaton pekuita kojoy lati wa jale nule. That is the rat inside telling the rat outside to come and assist in fighting, eating whatever they are seeing there. And let me tell you this. Let me explain it. Wike has been saying it that he will work for emergence of Tinubu in 2027. How will he do it? By causing issues within PDP. Seyi Makinde has been part of the G5, working with Wike until recently. Now that they have seen that a lot of gladiators have left PDP, and they know that if the two of them should be together, there will be respite in PDP. So the best thing is for the two of them to be showing the public that they are against each other, and then creating the problem that is not supposed to be within PDP. So that at the end of the day, when PDP is not settled, every person in PDP will now work for APC for Tinubu's emergence. So what is happening in PDP is nothing other than a before now. And thank God for the gladiators, the serious politicians within PDP. They have seen this ahead of time. They have seen this ahead of time to have been able to leave PDP for another vehicle called ADC to ensure that one party state does not exist in our nation.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for being part of the program today. Sincerely, we're pressed for time, and it's always very, sometimes painful, when we really have so much to say, but of course, time do not permit us, and thank you so much, Chijioke, for, being part of the program as well today. But this is how far we can actually go, on the program. Please don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely down and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love the world of sports, I would like you to stay put to enjoy the program. Coming up next is Locker Room. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They still call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Minded, but last, more than No Minded. Or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. And VOP TV.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs, about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please discuss.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hello Nigerians, another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, and we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from federal government announcing reserve of diplomatic ties with the United States, to Niger State governor receiving remaining rescued school children. Also, ADC criticizes 2026 budget, calls it a debt trap. And finally, Pengerson warns against 100% sale of refineries. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The federal government has announced that the recent diplomatic disagreement between Nigeria and the United States has been largely resolved, with both countries reaffirming their commitment to strong bilateral relations. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said Nigeria navigated complex international diplomacy with maturity and principle in 2025. Reiterating the bilateral relations of the two countries, he recalled that the federal government has signed a 5-year, $5.1 billion bilateral health cooperation memorandum of understanding with the government of the United States. The minister added that the MOU will strengthen Nigeria's health care system, save lives, and attract investment. Earlier, reports had indicated that US President Donald Trump recalled the American ambassador to Nigeria amid the diplomatic strain, fueling speculation about deteriorating ties between the two countries. However, Nigerian authorities insist the recall was part of broader diplomatic adjustments and not a breakdown in relations, but maintained that Nigeria and the US continue to cooperate on security, trade, and regional stability. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Joining us virtually, we have Fimba Ajego. He is the chairman, Safety Engineers, Anambra State Council. He's also a member of Nigeria Society of Engineers. We'll get to have him join us during the show. Let's start with our guests in the studio. Dr. Peter, the federal government says the diplomatic spurt with the U.S. has been largely resolved. Would you agree with this?
The issue is this: we are just hearing from what the minister said, and over the years, over the months, the minister has not really been telling us all the whole truth. He has not been telling us the whole truth, because a lot of the time what he said is being countered or rejected by other countries. And Donald Trump today, not yesterday, withdraw ambassadors from 31 countries, including Nigeria. So if they have resolved it as he said, he wouldn't have withdrawn that of Nigeria. Even though I know that they were appointed by Joe Biden, and Trump needed that to appoint his own, understand? But if there's a rapport, if Nigeria and the United States are on the same page, at least there will have been guidelines on the withdrawal, because this is an emergency announcement that was made that the guy should come back alongside other 31 countries in Africa. So it doesn't show that Nigeria and the United States are now on the same page.
Okay, I was actually going to ask you about this withdrawal. I was actually going to ask you that, doesn't this this claim, or doesn't okay, this withdrawal, does it not, you know, it looks like when you just oppose it with our claims, or as in our government claims that there's very good relationship or it's been largely resolved, you begin to wonder if if there isn't there like a kind of strain between the two countries. But like you mentioned, if there was a very good relationship with them, they should have been able to, you know, that shouldn't have been so sudden.
It would not have been so sudden. So for me, there's not really cordial relationship between Nigeria and the United States.
So what would you call what our federal government is doing? Would you call it reputational, trying to like avoid reputational damage, or trying to just you know, I don't know, maybe try to
one, they want to look good before the Nigerian masses, understand? Because when Donald Trump tweeted calling Nigeria a disgraced country, so it really showed that there was a strain. Understand me? So they now want to give an impression that it has been let me use that word, sandpapered, which I know Donald Trump. I know that doesn't stop any fight halfway. That's Donald Trump. I know doesn't stop any fight halfway. So, and I don't really believe what I hear from our Minister of Information, because they have disappointed over and over.
Okay, what would you say would be the implications, or are the implications of the withdrawal or the recall of the ambassador?
Now, you recall an ambassador, maybe if there's an emergency, understand? If you are not at peace with the country, understand me? That if there's a vital information that you need face-to-face verification. So, it is not very unusual, and it's not just Nigeria alone. They also withdraw from 30 other countries, and it's a case of emergency, not peaceful withdrawal or callback.
Okay. Does this episode, actually expose weaknesses in Nigeria's diplomatic communication and our crisis management? That's not just about the withdrawal of the ambassador. I mean, even this so-called resolve of diplomatic, even like the issues that they had diplomatically before the federal government says that it's been resolved.
Mind you, it takes Donald Trump working them up for Tinubu to realize that he has to appoint ambassadors. And as we speak, the ambassadors have just been screened, about 65 of them, but they have not been posted. So right now, we still don't have ambassadors in other countries of the world, because they have not yet been posted. And when you don't have ambassadors in countries, nobody will be speaking for you in those countries, because ambassadors are like the image makers of Nigeria in the other countries of the world. So if there's anything you need, you have to first of all call the ambassador before taking any action. So that situation remains as we speak.
Okay. We have our virtual guest join us. Glad to have you join us, Fimba Jego.
Yes, thank you. I'm pleased to be here.
Yes. Okay, so let me bring you up to speed to what we've been discussing.
Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. So the federal government has announced that the recent diplomatic agreement between Nigeria and the United States has been largely resolved. Would you agree with this?
You know, these days we hardly believe what the federal government tells us, because over the years, the representative of the federal government at various capacities have not been very sincere with us, and it's very appalling. I am very optimistic and hope that they really have sincerely they now have an MOU that is seamless and that is workable so that it can add value to, the bilateral relationships which both countries have been enjoying over the years. And under the leadership of President Tinubu, we have a lot more which we are looking out for and hope that we can enjoy. Because very recently, we understand that there was a shortlisting of Nigeria, which is now undergoing a partial ban in visa policies, which is very sad. And I happen to be one of those who could have been enjoying such kind of services. It's unfortunate that perhaps we look towards an improvement anyway.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, one of the things the minister said while he was talking about this resolve the diplomatic issues between those two countries, he mentioned that the federal government of Nigeria, federal government, has signed a 5-year, $5.1 billion bilateral health cooperation memorandum of understanding with the government of the United States. And he's actually saying, according to him, he said that this has been described as the largest co-investment by any country to date under the America First Global Health Strategy. And he went on to say that this will strengthen Nigeria's healthcare system, save lives, and attract investment. What do you make of this kind of MOU?
We still have to investigate the MOU if actually it is in existence, because Nigeria is still a country of particular concern as long as America is concerned. So if they have some prepared the relationship, understand, America would have removed Nigeria from a country of particular concern. So we are still a country of particular concern as far as the United States is concerned. We are still a disgraced country as long as Donald Trump is concerned, because that statement has not been withdrawn. We are still among the countries that we are listed for visa ban. So how has the relationship been cordial? Understand? How has the relationship been? Because nothing has changed from the beginning. We are still a country of particular concern. We are still among the countries with a visa restriction, visa ban. And one of the things that happens when you are a country of particular concern, they will withdraw aid and other assistance from you. So it's now a concern how you'll be signing a $5.1 billion agreement while you are a country of particular concern. So that's why I said we need to actually find out whether that agreement, that MOU, existed or not. Understand me? I think who have heard from the side of the United States. So I cannot believe only the side of the Minister of Information. Understand? Because he has fooled us many times in the past.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation tonight. Niger State Governor Umaru Bago has received the remaining abducted students and staff of St. Mary's Catholic Church in Papiri, Agwara local government area of the state, bringing an end to one of the most harrowing mass kidnapping incidents in recent memory. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, represented by Major General Adamu Laka, formally handed over the freed pupils and school personnel to the state government on Monday. Governor Bago, visibly emotional at the reception ceremony, expressed deep gratitude to President Bola Tinubu and the nation's security agencies for their roles in securing the students' release. Security agencies have been working relentlessly since the November 21 abduction, when gunmen riding cycles stormed the school and kidnapped more than 300 students, more than 250-something students, I beg your pardon, teachers and staff. The governor reaffirmed the government's commitment to protecting the rights and safety of every Nigerian child, pledging continued collaboration with federal authorities and stakeholders to safeguard citizens against future attacks. He also called on Nigerians to join in thanking God for the safe return of the victims, while urging ongoing support for efforts to stem insecurity in the region. Let me come to you first, Fimbar. What do you make of this, the successful release of the remaining students or remaining pupils and teachers of St. Mary's Catholic Church. What's your take on this? I guess he's no longer with us. Dr. Peter, can you please respond to that?
Well, for me, all this is surprising. When you are reading this statement, you said that the governor looked emotional. Understand? But did you watch all the video of the children? They didn't look emotional. They were happy, smiling. Children that are supposed to have been in the forest for almost a month now. Understand? They are very, very happy. Understand? Now, that's a victim looking happier than the victor. So Nigeria is a dramatic country. Well, he has commended the president for their release. We were not told how they were released. Exactly. Understand? The bandits got tired of feeding them and said, okay, we are tired. We've run out of money. Go home. Understand? Or were money paid for them to be released? How were they released? Understand? Then those that abducted them, where are they? Where are they? Because if they are not arrested tomorrow, they can still come again and abduct other people. So what is the condition of their release? We are not told. Understand? But the way I see those children, I cannot believe that they have been in the forest since because they were not looking tired, haggard, or underfed. Understand? I watched that video over and over. I was asking myself, were these children truly in the forest? Were these children in the forest? My mind did not tell me that they have been in the forest. So, but the most important thing is that they are now home. They can now be united with their children. That's the most important thing. And we thank God, we are happy for that. But they need to tell us more about what really happened. Understand? Okay, children that were abducted from school, how are they able, because they should be wearing school uniform, isn't it? We are not fools.
But let me come in here, Dr. Peter. But you don't expect that they should be wearing the uniform from the time they were abducted to... When they were abducted, one, there will be no time to carry an extra... Exactly. Knot. Probably... If they understand me, there will be no time to carry an extra knot or even to carry a bag. Because, understand? So, how are they able to dress this way or that they have been released before, then government went and measured them? No, all these are funny. But if there's a probability that the government, there are other cases where I know that after the release of these children, they will say there'll be a report that they were handed over to probably the governor's wife or the government officials to be as of course they have to be in good conditions for camera's sake. Don't you think that's what happened here? Like probably. So maybe they were released last week. Maybe, I don't I wasn't there. Maybe they were released yesterday and then they got them dressed. And they got them dressed. They got them dressed for camera today. Get matching clothes for one of them. Okay, is that? And now tell them to come and smile before cameras. But if you feel that they've not been in the forest, where would they have been? They seem to be in good condition. They seem to be happy. Children who have been in the forest for more than 1 month, understand, when you bring them out, they should be emotional.
but I don't see emotion written in any of their faces. I watched the video over and over. I didn't see any emotion written over their faces. Understand? So that's why there are so many things that they are not telling us.
But do you see them telling you anything, any of such?
Who?
The government, do you see them saying anything? Because they have literally come out to say in different times that it's coming out to really spell out how the release of this abductees is not really, it's not the way to go.
No, that they used to say that how they were released is not important. The important thing is that they
have been released,
which is keeping us in the dark. Understand me? If they tell us how they were released, then speculations, rumor, theories will end. But when they say that they have been released, and you don't tell us how they were, was it a handover ceremony from the bandits to the government? Understand? Or were money paid, or they were rescued? Understand? Or that the bandits got tired of feeding them and said, we've run out of food. Let them go back and join their parents. So what really happened? This is what government is not telling us. This is what we need to hear. This is what we need to hear. But they said that governor of Niger has commended the president for helping in their release. How did he help? That we are troops sent to go and rescue them, or we are phone calls made to the bandits to hand over those children as like happened in Kwara State, according to what's the name? Bayo Ononoga. How were they released? In the issue of Kwara, we are told that the DSS simply called the bandits, and the bandits released them. How were these ones released? That's the question that I am asking the government.
Well, okay, let's go back to our virtual guest. The children have been released. The Niger State children who were abducted over a month ago, they've been released. But I would want to ask you, do you think that celebrating successful rescues risk normalizing mass kidnappings as a recurring event?
Can't hear you.
You can go ahead and respond to the question, please.
Yes, I didn't hear you clearly.
Okay, I said the school children, the abducted children from Niger State have been released. And I'm asking you that, do you think that celebrating successful rescues like this...
Not rescue, release.
Oh, sorry. Dr. Miller just corrected me that it's not a rescue, it's a release. Okay, well, do you think celebrating successful release, because we cannot call it a rescue, because we don't even know how they were released or how they were rescued. But do you think that celebrating this risks normalizing mass kidnappings as a recurring event?
Well, I think quite it's very, very bitter that we have to be celebrating such a release. Like my colleagues clearly said that it's rescue. It's not rescue because it's release. You must use the right words to qualify the activity that's taking place. Sincerely, the government has not really helped us over time. And for them to take a case like this of releasing from the custody of the bandits, you release young ladies and children of citizens of our great country, and then you allow the bandits to continue to have a field day. It's not a patriotic gesture. I sincerely think that the federal government and all the apparatus they put in place, all the institutions have failed over time, and they continue to fail because by demonstrating that you have successfully achieved release of a number of people that have been captured. It's not a good one because what happens next? It will continue to occur. What happens next? That's the point. You allow such things to continue to fester, such bandits continue to make business, and then many more people will join the bandit business, and then becomes a lucrative business, and then you continue to celebrate people that they release on exchange of
Okay.
It must be nipped in the bud.
Okay, many persons have said that there's a need for the government to disclose if ransom was given for the release of these
Can you hear me?
children. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me as well?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I said many persons have said that there should be
Yes, sorry, I
that the
didn't hear you.
government, that the government should disclose whether ransom was paid or not. But do you really think that government should disclose?
Government should be very sincere with information which they disclose to the citizens. For us to continue to be patriotic in our services, in our places of work, in all activities that concern our great country, we must be patriotic in sincere responses and answers or activities that takes place that concerns the citizens. You cannot expect someone to be patriotic and then you come with a bunch of insincere statements that are not consistent and not coherent to to make people feel that I don't know what you intend to achieve, but it's not helping. Sincerely, it will make more bandits out of a good number of those children that are jobless.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to the studios. Dr. Peter, you know that at some point, federal government shut down some of these unity schools. And then sometime last week, I think, it was reopened. But do you really think that some schools, do you think that there's a need to open? Do you think that the schools should be reopened? Or should some schools in high-risk zones, should they remain closed until permanent security infrastructure is in place?
You know, it was 41 unity schools that were shut. Understand? And I was even shocked that's by the reopening, because the school term is almost and we have ended. Understand? That's why are you opening them now? I feel that maybe it could be because some of them did not take their first term exams, and they can say go back and take your exams, which to me is still risky. They should have shut down the school and take some time to provide the security, because where most of these unity schools were built are outside the communities, which then is a good idea. When they were being built, it's a good idea, understand? Because they don't want where people will be coming to be distracting them. But then there was no kidnapping, there was no abduction. We don't have bandits and terrorists. But now it's no more a good idea. So my thinking is that they should start relocating these unity schools into the town. Because where this is happening mostly is in the hinterlands, the rural areas. They should have taken some time to relocate those that we are located out of the town, so that they will have the courage to go back to the schools, because there's already fear in them. So I'm not really in support of reopening them without making sure that there's adequate security for their protection, because this abduction is now a lucrative business. The abduction has become a lucrative business, and mind you, last week they said that over 80 million Nigerian youths are unemployed. So when since government cannot provide jobs for them, God forbid, they may be seeing this as a way of surviving. So for me, I feel that adequate security measures should be put around all the schools, not just unity schools, all the schools, and the schools that are located outside of the town should be relocated into the main town. Because if they are in the city, abducting them wouldn't be very, very easy. Why they are succeeding is because the schools are located at the outskirts, so they can just pick the children and move into the bush without traffic disturbing them and so on and so forth.
Okay, we've had repeated disruptions of to our schooling. Disrupted, of course, this is one of it. This closure of the school had, of course, disrupted the schools as well, the academic year of that school, the academic term. But how does this affect Nigeria's already fragile human capital development?
One, the psychology there, understanding a student who assuming that they were taken to the forest, assuming a student, a 14, 15, 13, 14 school girl that is taken to the forest, who have been sleeping under mosquito nets in his father's or mother's house, now taken to the forest, where all those comforts are taken away from him, is going to impact heavily on the person's psyche. And to recover from that is going to take years. To recover from that is going to take years. And you see some, they will be afraid of going back to school when they are even released or rescued. So those things will be helping, that will be adding to the out of school children, which Nigeria is about the #1 in the world, because this APC government is giving us number one in everything. That's in the number of youth unemployment. Nigeria is #1. Understand? In this 300 and something that was abducted is the highest in the world. Understand? #1. Poverty, #1. So that's the issue. The children that went through this need to be properly taken care of. If not, that fear will be in them for a very, very long time. And it will even affect for their studies. You see, if they are in their classrooms, they will be unconsciously looking out of the windows. Understand? Because it's already in their unconscious mind.
Okay, let me come to you, Fimba. Should you think that governors should be held accountable for security failures within their states? Please unmute your device.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes, please.
Please, I repeat, yes. You were talking about
I
governors.
said, looking at the security situation in our country, do you think we should get to the point where governors should be held accountable for security failures within their states?
Of course. Of course, our constitution has stated it very clearly, and that is not a debatable section, that the governors are the chief security officers of the states, the various states. They were duly elected, and their first assignment and responsibility is the safety of lives and property within the states. The federal government may not come totally to perform such activities, but the governors have the police forces in their custody, and then some commanders have been assigned to ensure that the law and order is sustained, and the territorial boundaries for states which have borders, that people do not trespass, break through the borders. So the governors are fully and squarely responsible for security of lives and properties. It's not about for us to start debating it. It's any governor who thinks that it is not his responsibility job description as stipulated in the Constitution of the Republic of Nigeria. So I think it's not somewhere we should be debating. It is the constitution of every governor, that responsibility of every governor to ensure security of lives and property, men, women, and children, all inclusive.
Okay, okay, thank you. Dr. Peter, you have something to say before we move on.
In 2014, when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, Shetima was the governor of Borno State then. Nobody mentioned him. Understand? Everything was on Jonathan's head. Jonathan, bring back our girls. They have to charter a jet for the principal of Chibok not to go to Borno government house, but to go to Aso Rock. Understand me? To go to Aso Rock. Bola Ahmed Tinubu said that Jonathan should resign if he cannot take care of the insecurity of the country, that we have only one commander-in-chief on the armed forces. So everything is settled on the head of the president. Understand? So that standard shouldn't change. If the security is failing anywhere, the commander-in-chief should be held responsible.
So not the governors.
This is a template that they have given to us, we will run by that template. So if the security is failing anywhere, we have only one commander-in-chief who swore to protect life and properties of the country. So he should be held responsible. In 2014, nobody mentioned Shetima's name. Understand me? Nobody mentioned Shetima's name. So today, governors are not in charge, the president is in charge. We should run with that template.
Oh, well, let's move on. Opposition voices have continued to criticize President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 2026 budget, describing it as unsustainable and potentially dangerous for Nigeria's fiscal future. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has labeled the 58.18 trillion naira budget a debt trap, arguing that it prioritizes borrowing over genuine economic reform. The party warned the rising debt servicing cost could crowd out spending on critical sectors such as education, healthcare, and job creation. Meanwhile, controversy continues over discrepancies in recently gazetted tax laws. Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, has called for calm, urging lawmakers to investigate the matter thoroughly. Oyedele acknowledged concerns raised by stakeholders, but insisted the legislative scrutiny is the proper channel to resolve any inconsistency. He said transparency and due process will help restore confidence in the government's tax reform agenda. Let me come to you first, Finbar. The ADC has described the 2026 budget as the debt trap. Do you agree with them, or is this a legitimate concern about this budget?
Sincerely, the budget, to me, in my own opinion, is quite enormous. It's over 53 trillion naira, which is a record-breaking budget. Over the years, we've never had such. However, the cost of things and my also concern is where this budget majorly is being invested into. You see, if you evaluate both the capital and the current, you will see that sincerely, I think the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should have also looked in wisdom into the nitty-gritty that makes up this budget. And in my own opinion, I think they quickly rushed this budget to put up this budget. They put up the activities that make up the budget from the various ministries. If you scrutinize and put further microscopic view of what is the details, you may find a lot of places where there are lacunas, a lot of places where there have been padding and over padding, a lot of places where the budget has probably, will I use the word, failed, or is not targeted at the people, not people-oriented activities. Sincerely, the budget for me, I think it should be want more, perhaps, to see that the loose ends are tightened and that the dividends of democracy through this budget for 2026 is a difference from the usual business as usual.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Peter, can a budget driven by heavy borrowing such as this, can it still be credibly described as reform-oriented? We heard what our president said. He said the budget is for, I'm trying to remember the exact words, but he was just trying to say that it's going to bring ease to Nigerians and consolidated reforms. Yes, those are his words.
APC from 2015 is very fond of mantra, propaganda, slogans. Understand? That's what their change. What did we see from their change? Understand? In their change, the disease became worse than the cure. So now this is reform. What use of a medicine? Why patients are dying because of the side effects? So the truth is that this reform is going to go the way of the 2025. Understand? This 2026 budget is going to go the way of the 2025. The way of those in the National Assembly did not even ask what is the performance of the 2025 budget. We don't know or the percentage performance of the 2025 budget, which should have been a critical question. Understand? Before we pass 2026 budget, how the 2025 budget performed. That question was not asked. So those who are saying that we have that the National Assembly has become a department of the executive is true, because they are not doing what they are supposed to do. The separation of powers has totally failed in this Tinubu administration. What we just have now is the executive. The legislature has gone under, the judiciary has gone under. So the 2026 budget, there's nothing in it for the Nigerian people. Tinubu talked about expanding on the tax net and reducing the purchasing power of the people. That's what he has been doing since 2023. And it's going to continue in 2026. Things are really going to get worse in 2026. The only ministry that is working under Tinubu's government is the Ministry of Taxation. Oyedele is an ace in checking where can we tax. Where can we tax? That's the only ministry that is functioning. And in 2026, I pray that they shouldn't tax the air that we are breathing.
Okay, so talking about tax, I was actually going to get to that. We already know, I'm sure you already read that there have been allegations that the gazetted tax laws differ from what the lawmakers said at past. Of course, one of the lawmakers was had raised this accusation, this allegation. And what would you call this? Would you say this? Would you describe this as an administrative error or an executive overreach or system? You know, what would you term this as? You know, this
before I have described this government as a government of impunity, a government that everything goes. That's done soon. Under APC government, evil and wrongdoing has been normalized. They are no more being viewed as something strange. So that's I carefully observe the two budgets. Understand? That's what was gazetted. Understand me? That's in the tax reform and what was passed. You see, even where they're supposed to be 25, in the gazette, they changed that to 50. That's from 25 million to 50 million. And you do this when you lack the creativity to build your own wealth. Understand? You now begin that to look for crooked ways of raising money from people. That is what is happening. Okay, I was reading one news before I walked into the studio of a tax on recycling of vehicles. I've never heard that before. That's the creativity of Taiwo Oyedele, looking for anything to tax. So what happened is forgery. Understand me? What happened is forgery. And I pray that the committee that National Assembly set will be able to call a spade. Because Dasuki, the House of Reps member from Sokoto, said he used 3 days to compare the budget and was able to spot the discrepancies. We've never had this kind of experience in Nigeria before. That something was passed, and when it was to be gazetted, it was manipulated. This is the first time. That's why I say these people are always coming first negatively in everything.
Okay.
Coming negative first.
Okay. Please, Fimba, can we have your final thought, your concluding thoughts before we end the show?
Yes, with regards to, the question.
I said, let's have your concluding thoughts. It's already almost time for us to round off the show. Can we have your concluding thoughts, please?
Yes, my thoughts, as a matter of fact, I'm very, very optimistic that our leadership under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that he has to listen deeply to insights, listen very much to technocrats, listen very much to the men and women of integrity in our great country, and see how he can steer the ship of this great country through the waters, through the tides, through the turbulence. Because at this point, as of today, sincerely, a lot is not going very well, especially across the board for men, women, and children.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Peter, in one sentence, please, your concluding thought.
Nigerians, we need that to hold our elected officers responsible.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fimba, for being a part of us all the way from Anambra State. And thank you very much, Dr. Peter, for being with us today. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and electoral governance. Thank you for being a part of this show. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, She implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Show is hashtags right here on VOP TV. And this is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Now, today is the first edition of the show for this week. And it promises to be an awesome edition because we've got loads and loads of stuff for you, right? So just tighten your seatbelt and let's have a roller coaster. If this is your first time here, accept a very warm welcome from us. I am Vivian Oguche.
Ikechukwu Agwa. And if this is your very first time, like Vivian said, you're welcome. And if you're not part of the family, please do ensure that you like, subscribe, and of course hit that notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of our show. Without further ado, Vivian, let's fly this plane.
All right, guys. So the very first hashtag for today is hashtag tax laws. This is something that has carried over from last week. I mean, when we broke the news last week that a House of Representatives member, Honorable Dasuki from Sokoto State, had raised the red flag during plenary, really, that the harmonized version of the tax law that was passed is not the same as what the federal government gazetted, right? So he insisted that it must be investigated because he felt it was, an abuse of his rights, especially as a lawmaker. Nigerians have been applauding him, and overnight he has become a very popular figure in the country. So today, Taiwo Oyedele, he is an economist, but most importantly, he is the chairman of President Tinubu's Presidential Committee on Tax Reforms, Fiscal Policy, and tax reforms. So he put up a post, but before that, there was actually an interview that he had. You're going to be having a sneak peek at it and lots of chatter on this particular matter. But first, I was going to say, let's take a short break, but it looks like things have resolved themselves. And so I'm just going to take you to X now, so you take a look at the post that's going to introduce us to a video. Let's do it. So Imran Mohammed says, I think it's a process and system issue that has to be addressed, and I don't think it is about finger pointing or looking for who to blame. If you think about the process today, there are a lot of stages with manual hands-on that anything can go wrong. Taiwo Oyedele, discussing what might have gone wrong with the harmonization and gazetting of new tax laws, added that just because the president, the speaker, the Senate president, and he were present when the law was signed, it doesn't mean you can read 400 pages just because you were there and confirmed everything was fine. And people will wait for the outcome of the investigations. People should actually wait for the outcome of the investigations. So it's a mouthful, lots of things jam-packed into a couple of sentences. But netizens are jumping on that particular one. So you were there and you can't sit down and read the 400 pages. But that's what the lawmaker did, Honorable Dasuki. That's how he discovered this red herring. Yeah. So netizens are reacting. But before that, why don't you take a listen to Taiwo Oyedele himself, shall we?
Versus executive conversation. What it is. Thank you, Bukola. I'll be very honest with you. I do not think that this is a legislative versus executive conversation. I do not think that's what it is. I think it's a process and a system issue that has to be addressed. And I don't think it's about finger pointing and looking for who to blame. Like what I said is, with manual hands-offs, that anything can go wrong. So when you sit to discuss changes to the law as lawmakers, there's someone who is making notes who needs to go and update. You need to ensure that they're updating what they have been asked to. You finish that with House of Rep, you do almost the same thing for Senate, and then you harmonize, and then you also need people to update. And then you certify it, you send it, usually through the Ministry of Justice to go to Mr. President for assent. And once it's been signed, you will notice that the version that the President signs is a different format. You have to then put it in their gazetting format, which is also done, manually. And then that's sending from the President after assent for gazetting goes to Ministry of Information. Now, these different stages do not have the level of quality assurance that can make sure that these things never happen, not only for the tax bills, but for going forward. So which is why my preference is maybe we shouldn't waste this crisis, if you call it a crisis, and use it as an opportunity not only to identify if anything had gone wrong in this case that is substantial, address them, but more importantly, to strengthen that process going forward, so that when we have laws, we know that these laws have not been tampered with.
Taiwo Oyedele, Chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform. Guys, did you hear what I just heard myself? By the way, credit goes to Channels TV for that video you just watched. Taiwo also, which is going to be the next hashtag, also put up a post referring to this particular interview. It's going to be done separately because netizens are really jumping on this because they want clarity on it. Now, he said a number of things, that there is no quality assurance, that it's a process thing, and that because of the manual nature in which it is carried out, it's possible that it was an error. Gosh. And Nigerians are saying, and our lives depend on this. But so let me not put words in your mouth, though, because I'm going to have you really, if you can, make comments in the comment section on YouTube. I'd really love to hear from you. But netizens are reacting. Why don't we take a look at what they're saying, shall we? Hashtag tax laws. Let's do it. So Dikbo says, can someone remind me of his job if he can't read 400 pages of documents that will determine whether the lives of over 200 million people are in danger or not. In a sane society, this guy should have been sacked and arrested. That sleight of hand is intentional and dubious. Fisaya says, yes, but please be quick with the implementation of the new tax law. That's what Nigerians are waiting for. I'm not referring to tax evaders. Mustafa Halilu says he is just looking for a way to put up defense to the authors of the gazetted copy, I think, of the tax law is what Mustafa is trying to say. And he goes on to say, if that honorable member didn't raise the alarm, and that would be Honorable Dasuki from Sokoto State, it could have been a cocktail party for parties involved. More reactions, let's continue to take a look at them. So, Kie says, manual flaws excuse for inserting unapproved arrest powers into the Tax Act. Classic Niger sleight of hand. Forged law hits January 1 while we wait for probe. Transparency or tyranny is the question Kie is asking. Oluwafemi says, it's good that you ask people to wait. Can the implementation also wait? Don't ask what you also can't give. If there are alterations in the new tax system as to what was passed, or if there are altercations, is what I said, in the new tax system as to what was passed, suspend the law and look into it. That is how to know accountability and transparency. Goody says, Ataiwo Oyedele is half right on this. It happened to one or two of Buhari's budget bills that their own executive branch went rogue with ATNAS Nigeria members to pad budgets. Buhari and Oshibajo had to almost manually check line by line. Abdul says, so a 400-page tax law was signed on trust. Interesting governance model. Ikechukwu, when we broke this news last week, did you have any idea that it was going to explode to what it has exploded into right now?
Yeah, I was talking about, how sensitive it is.
Yeah.
That someone has to actually fall in line, because it's actually an impeachable offense.
I remember you saying that.
It's actually an impeachable offense. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around 400 pages of book that you cannot read, within 3 days.
And that's what the lawmaker did.
Absolutely. I mean, 400 pages is nothing, really.
No, but hey, let's be frank.
It's
a lot. But if it's your job...
It's your job. That's what I'm saying. 400 pages is your job. It's nothing, really, sincerely. But now he's talking about, the level of quality assurance across different cadres. I'm beginning to wonder. Okay, the question is not about, changes of sentences or words. These are, an entirely different model. That's exactly what the honorable member actually raised. Entirely different model. So I'm waiting for how it's actually going to actually spin this one around to tell us it's actually what, it's just a manual mistake. For me, I think the only reasonable mistake I can see, or error that I can say attribute this is to, which is also not an error, is the one that one of the netizens actually responded to by using the word pardon. Because we've always seen it over time, right? There are persons who are actually interested in every single law that, the executive is pushing. But
I think budget pardon is totally different from tax alterations.
Yes.
And budget pardon became something that was very popular under the Buhari Oshibajo administration, where you would see, the National Assembly inflating or really increasing, numbers that were given by the executive. Yeah, so that's budget pardon.
Yes, so what I'm saying is that the closest to what can actually make sense in this case is that someone actually who's interested in a tax reform bill, who sees it as an opportunity for him to actually make some money, is the one who is actually doing this. Or someone who's actually want to embarrass the government is the one who actually change it and then tip the honorable minister off. A lot of things can actually happen. It's political. Yeah, I'm just saying. These are the only kind of things that they will say. I'll say, okay, it's actually very possible to actually think. But this excuse Mr. Taiwo is giving doesn't cut it for me at all.
Yeah, and that's what netizens are saying.
If you tell me someone actually switched some part of the government document to actually embarrass the government, I'll say, okay, I think I can actually listen to this.
One of the netizens had asked that the implementation of this particular law that's in contention at the moment be stalled, be suspended, which is what the ADC is saying, the mega opposition party, that look, suspend implementation until investigations are carried out and Nigerians are able to know exactly what's going on. Peter Obi also jumped on this particular one and said, it is totally criminal, what's happening. We had a guest here, Chijoke Oji, who is a public affairs analyst on News Hour over the weekend, and he said, Okay, Peter Obi and the rest, if you have evidence of these discrepancies, go to court.
It's not even just about going to court. I think, first of all, they have the political clout. They have the followership. All they need to do is just to demonstrate on the street, protest about it.
But I think they've also contributed to ensuring that this matter does not die a slow death.
Absolutely. But then I think it will be make a lot of sense if they step out, right? Even if it's just a couple of hours, let the eyes of the world be on them. Let the world come to understand that, okay, there's something that is wrong. Because trust me, I don't think if I'm anyone if I'm actually close to the government, the president, or maybe one of his cabinet member, I think no one will have to tell me before telling the president, I think this thing should be suspended. I think it's just the reasonable thing to do. Okay. Because you want to prove to Nigerians that you are actually not in the wrong. You want to prove to Nigerians that you have nothing to do with it. So the very first thing you need to do is to actually just put a stop to this. Let us find out exactly what went wrong, and then you have to look at the bill again and say, okay, this is exactly what I intended to sign, and then sign that into law, and then just, okay, it's exactly what the law says, not that you sign something that, the people did not agree on, because these guys are actually the ones representing us.
Well, we have another hashtag, which is hashtag Taiwo Oyedele. Same Taiwo that, you listened to earlier on. But this time around, he put up a post today on X because he discovered that this matter is not going anywhere, and netizens were reacting to the interview the previous day. So he put up this post. Let me take you to X now. It is hashtag Taiwo Oyedele. So Taiwo Oyedele says, tax reform and process integrity. I joined Channels TV to discuss recent issues about the gazetted copies of the new tax laws. To be clear, this is not a legislative versus executive blame game, nor is it politics. It is a process and governance issue. Tax policy affects citizens directly, being at the center of the social contract. So it must be anchored in trust and facts, not fear or misinformation, which only creates uncertainty and further undermines confidence. The viral document claiming specific alterations to the tax laws and presented as the report of the committee set up to investigate the issue surfaced when the committee had not even met. Rather than spreading misinformation, we should seize this moment to strengthen our process, deepen accountability, and build a tax system that moves Nigeria forward. Let's take a look at the next post. Actually, this is supposed to be another hashtag. It's not, I don't know exactly what's going on, but there's a concluding part of the Oyedele post, and that's it. Rejecting or stalling reform is not a neutral choice. It means preserving a broken system that overtaxes workers, hurts small businesses, sustains multiple and nuisance taxes, and distorts economic growth. So first, let me apologize to the viewer for the mix-up earlier due to technicalities. Apparently, these errors do not happen only in the executive arm of Nigeria's government. Well, let's take a look at netizens reacting to this particular hashtag now. Hashtag tax laws, shall we? Hashtag Taiwo Oyedele. So I Occupy Nigeria says, Oga Oyedele, make we talk straight. Dem fit call you tax guru. If it be true, if it no be true, I no send. But politics and legislative process, you know Sabiam. This one no be committee, never meet matter. This na basic reading comprehension. We get two public documents. One, the harmonized bill wey National Assembly pass. Two, the gazetted copy wey government publish. Both na public document. Anybody wey pass WAEC English fit put them side by side and say them no be the same thing. You no need committee. You no need investigation. You just need eyes and sense. So when they say one viral document surface before committee meets, na distraction. The real question be say, why the gazetted law no match the harmonized bill wey legislators vote for? And then there's a concluding part of I Occupy Nigeria's post. And it says, House of Reps know wetin dem pass. Nigerians fit see wetin una gazette. In fact, the gazetted copy dey your own official website. Plenty people don't download them. Some of us get them for hand. So who change wetin? When them change them? and under which authority? That na governance question, no be misinformation, no be fear, no be vibes. Stop insulting people's intelligence with process gymnastics. If document A no equal document B, something happen in between. Simple. No amount of TV interview go wish that fact away. There are more reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them, shall we? So Fisayo says, sir, thank you for the good work. Nigeria may not appreciate you now, but in the future, when people look back at this moment, they will thank you. President Tinubu faced similar resistance when he introduced tax reforms in Lagos State. Yet today, Lagos is the best performing state in Nigeria. Please go ahead and implement the new tax law. I have read parts of it, and you and your team have done a great job. Well done, and God bless you. All right, so Mr. Oyedele has a fan in Fisayo, but there are more reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them now. Hashtag Taiwo Oyedele as we peruse the tax laws. Shall we? The next one. All right, unfortunately, the next one is not coming up. But hey, let's talk about it. Looks like some are in favor, others are not.
Yeah, you always get that in government. Some persons will always, and no matter how the law is, a lot of persons will still back the government. It's normal. But I mean, I find it very insulting that Mr. Oyedele will actually try to spin this in the way he did by trying to tell Nigerians that a document was going viral. I'm trying to wonder if we all didn't see a video where the honorable member was actually holding two different documents. Is he speaking to the honorable member saying that he's holding one that is going viral, or is he speaking to Nigerians? I don't understand. See, this is where I don't like about the way politicians behave. The truth is, an error has been made. Mm-hmm. You're actually not the one who made the error, except you are the one. That's exactly why you are trying to actually defend the indefensible. The truth is, there are two separate documents right now, on record. How did it happen? These are the questions, right? Somebody must have to actually fall for this. Head must have to roll for me to understand that this government is actually very serious with, integrity or transparency. Because you cannot actually, this is something that will definitely affect the life of an average Nigerian. I mean, we're doing the mathematics around this particular tax law. And for you to even escape, being taxed as a Nigerian at this point, you have to earn below the minimum wage. Minimum wage is 70,000 naira. So if you do the math, right, at the end of the year, it's going to be 840 naira. But if you earn below, that's exactly when you escape being taxed. So it says a lot about, what this tax means to an average Nigerian. And now you are telling us that we don't even know what we are doing. It doesn't even make any sense. I think at this point, you should just conduct an investigation and tell us, oh, this is exactly what happened. This is where it happened. In fact, the first story he actually, the statement he made on channels, even made more sense than this one he actually, put up on X. Sincerely, it's sad that he's actually saying this. But then, I mean, it's Nigeria. It's a society where sometimes you say things, because you are close to power and nothing's going to happen.
Well, we are sticking with issues regarding tax today, right? Because that's what's trending on X. Because X is where we base mostly, we just focus on X so that we'll see what's happening on social media. Now, tax ID is what's next. So the FIRS put up a video today and the cable jumped on it. Why? Because Nigerians are jittery and they are wondering if as from January, they will not be able to pay monies or withdraw monies from their bank account. Why? Because there was chatter over the weekend, and this is not the first time, that if you don't have your tax ID, then you will not be able to use your bank account or, participate in bank transactions and all of that. But the FIRS has come out to say that it is not true. It's a rumor. They put up a video. But first, let's take a look at the post that the cable put up regarding this one, shall we? Thank you. So the cable says, about your tax ID, the tax ID unifies all things previously issued by FIRS and state IRS into a single identifier. For individuals, your NIN automatically serves as your tax ID. For registered companies, your CACRC number is used. You don't need a physical card. The tax ID is a unique number linked directly to your identity. Take a listen to the video that the FIRS put up.
information about the tax ID, and I'm here to let all of us know that the Nigeria Tax Administration Act, NTAA, mandates the use of tax IDs for certain transactions. This requirement is not new. It has existed since the Finance Act 2019 and has been strengthened under the NTAA. The tax ID unifies all things previously issued by FRS and state IRS into a single identifier. For individuals, your NIN automatically serves as your tax ID, while for companies, that is for registered companies, your CAC-RC number is used. You do not need a physical card. Please, enough of the rumors. You do not at all need a physical card. The tax ID is a unique number linked directly to your identity. The new tax ID system simplifies identification, reduces duplication, closes loopholes for tax evasion, and ensures fairness so that everyone who earns taxable income contributes their share while protecting non-taxable low-income citizens.
That was the FIRS talking about the rumors circulating about a tax ID. That, hey, don't be jittery, all is well, right? Netizens are reacting to that. Let's take you back to X now so you see how netizens are reacting to it. Shall we? Let's do it. Yeah, so AIFS says the tax ID is a unique number linked directly to your identity, NIN. Enough of the rumor. And then he said, watch this video. Of course, we've watched it. Let's take a look at the next post, shall we? So Companies NG says, Nigeria don't turn NIN to tax ID now. So my national identity number now national I need income number. FIRS, I beg, no use track my pure water and gala sales. So there are more reactions. Let's take a look at it. So DJ says, as they want standardized tax in Nigeria, they should standardize social amenities as well. I know feed they pay for where and no chop. Success says, before Nigeria pay taxes, can we see President Tinubu's taxes from 1999 till date? And Carbon says, does that mean everyone must have TIN number? But hey, Ikechukwu, this last question, can you answer?
That's TIN number?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
it's NIN. Once you have the national identity number, you don't need another tax ID.
Yes,
basically.
I think a couple of months ago, a friend of mine wanted to start, not my friend anyways, but yeah, close to the person, want to start a business, a rival business. The person went to the bank to actually, get all of the paperwork and all of that because it's a CA thing. And that's exactly where the first time I heard the word TIN. And the person said that, they told them there, because they were in group, that this particular thing was going to serve as your normal tax ID, that you don't even need to set up a tax like that. Naturally, everyone has been, a tax ID has been created for every one of us, even when you don't know, because of the new tax reform bill. So that was the very first time I heard of it.
And where was it gotten from? From your national identification number?
Exactly. So the person was explaining that to me. I'm like, oh, quite interesting. That's exactly, so you don't even have to go to the bank to queue, or the NIN number will be used to generate an automatic tax number for you.
Yeah.
And that's exactly. So when I saw the thing, I was like, oh, okay. So this is actually a thing.
Yeah.
And it is what it is.
So it's okay. Are you rest assured that everything is okay now?
No, I'm not rest assured because there's still a lot of discrepancy as regards the tax reform bill. So that's where my problem is.
Yeah.
But as regards how the tax is going to actually happen, or there will be no, as regards whether there will be hiccups, as regards getting your tax ID and all that, I know I can say, okay, I'm settled as regards that, but what exactly are we paying for? What exactly was the agreement between the National Assembly, which is us, our representatives, and the executive? I want to exactly know which of the bill, is the government actually implementing. That's exactly where my own concern is.
And that is exactly what netizens are saying at the moment. On and offline, Nigerians are saying, look, fingers crossed, we want to see how this pans out. Yeah, but hey, why don't we just take a trip away from all these tax matters, right? Do something else. Let's talk about Abia State Governor Governor Oti. He's trending at the moment, yeah, because people are insisting that his visit to President Tinubu not too long ago, just shortly after he visited Nnamdi Kanu in Sokoto, he visited President Tinubu. Now, people are refusing to stop saying that it is because he's nursing a presidential or vice presidential ambition. But he's come out to say, in fact, he was at an interview and he decided to use the opportunity, or seize the moment is what you say, to clear the air. So I take you to X now, so you see the post that's going to lead us to the video where Governor Oti is assuring Abians, that's what they call them, yeah, as well as Nigerians, that he is not pursuing any political ambition, that why he went to see President Tinubu was strictly about Nnamdi Kanu and all. So let me take you to X now. It is #GovOti. Sports Dokito. Really? Sports Dokito. Dogo says, I don't have presidential or vice presidential ambitions. I don't also have senatorial ambitions. Once I'm done as governor or as a governor, I will retire. I came for a mission and once I'm done, I'm gone. And then he says, my state governor, Alex Oti, and indeed he's on a mission. Take a listen, guys.
A message from one of you. There's a video by someone, I can't remember his name, where he was talking about my visit to Sokoto to see Nnamdi Kanu and berating me and saying all sorts of things. In the first place, that is the beauty of democracy. So people should hold their opinion and we respect people's opinion. And that you hold a different opinion doesn't mean you are right. One of the things he talked about was about my ambition after being governor. And I had said it before, I think sometime in October, when we were receiving the representative of the president. And I want to say it again, that by the time I'm done with governorship, I will retire. So I don't have presidential ambition nor vice presidential ambition. I don't. I also don't have senatorial ambition. So when I finish with governorship, I came for a mission. When I deliver that mission, I'll give way to you.
Governor Oti there, clearing the air. Do you think, are you convinced and not confused that once he's done being a governor, he's going to go?
You know my stance on politicians. I don't believe anything they say.
In fact, what you just said is what a couple of netizens said.
I don't believe politicians. Not even any single one. If an angel comes down today and joins politics, I will not believe him. That's me.
I wonder why.
Sincerely, because the beauty of politics, or let's say, yeah, I think that's the beauty. The beauty of politics, or politics are wrapped around two things: power and hypocrisy.
That's what you think.
Yeah,
but
power.
That's not the definition of politics.
No, it's not the definition of politics. Because it is power, power, hypocrisy, and betrayal. That's what politicians do. Sincerely, no. Well, you look at me like that, but it's the truth. That's what they do. That's what defines them, and that's what keeps them in power. Whether you like it or not.
But you see, lots of Abians, that's what they call themselves, are applauding Governor Oti right now. So apparently this politician to them is totally different.
Until otherwise happens.
Yeah, but there is no until yet. So can we not jump the gun?
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but why?
Okay, like you always say, like you always tell me, can we agree to disagree?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, fine. So I don't trust him on this one.
Well,
but yeah, it is good that he's saying this, because for people who don't know Alex Oti before now, Alex Oti has been, I think the very first time he contested in election as a governor in Abia State was in 2015. In fact, a lot of persons said he won that election, but because he contested as an APC candidate, it was easy for the PDP and Ikpazu to actually push him out. Mm-hmm. That was what happened. Now he came back, under the Labour Party at a time where, the Abians actually tired of PDP. In fact, the Southeast, and then, he jumped on. He was part of the people who benefited from the P2B's wave right? And that's exactly what, and ever since he got into power, he has been the most, or arguably the most performing governor in the Southeast.
Yeah, no wonder people are saying what they're saying on X. So can I go back to X now so we see how netizens are saying? Though a couple of them said they wouldn't trust politicians because, like one of them said, this is not the first time I'm hearing this. But hey, let's take a look at what netizens are saying regarding #GovOT. So Olawale said, somebody once said something similar to this. Today, he is saying a new Nigeria is possible as his presidential mantra. When the opportunity arises and he doesn't take it, then he should tell us this, not now. Olafia says, we shall see, or we shall all be here to see. We shall all be here to see. Politicians, they retire for Nigeria. He's asking a question. Dr. Chika says, proud Abian. Dignified said, the best performing governor at the moment. More reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them. Mind you, this happened yesterday, so netizens are reacting to this from yesterday till date. There is more reactions, #GovOT. So Tony says, look, if this is a joke, please inform Alex Oti to stop it. I wonder what makes him think that we will allow him to retire after serving the good people of Abia State. We will have that conversation at the proper time. One thing, though, is certain. He's not going on retirement without a fight from well-meaning Nigerians. I'm sure he can see the mess we are in as a country, and he's talking about retirement? No way. Benga says, if you believe that, then you'd believe anything. Wait till his second tenure, then you'll start seeing sponsored demonstrators demanding his representation and then he lets it slide. HB24, that'll be HB raised to power 24, says this man changed Abia State for good, and he's still working. He's a perfect example of a visionary leader. Kudos to him. So you see, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4 netizens that are actually jumping on the bandwagon to sing his praise.
True. I mean, the last time, someone actually traveled, came back, he said, that man has done the undoable in Abia State. I mean, if you've been in Abia State before, now, say, between 2012 and, I don't want to go far back to 99 Orji's Okalu, but between 2012 and, 2023, you understand why, Abians are actually really celebrating. Abia State, as a whole at the time, looked like a dump site. You can't, particularly in Aba, it's not a place you want to be. But what Alex Oti has done, trust me, it's huge.
Wow.
And that's exactly why a lot of persons are. And it says something about Nigerians. Nigerians are very easy to please. Just do the bare minimum, and you see people, talking about you.
I mean, I heard someone say not too long ago that if you want to please Nigerians, just give them steady power supply, let it be water, let it be food, let it be fuel, and Nigerians are happy. Not really too hard to please, like Ikechukwu said. But let's move on to the next hashtag. It's also about a governor, but this time around, not in the southeast, but in the southwest. It is #Gov Adeleke. So the governors are trending today. So Governor Adeleke put up a post to say that he's heard what so many people are saying about him. That, look, performance is not about too much grammar or about dancing or about not dancing. It's about what you can deliver and about the evidence of delivery you can present. This is me paraphrasing. I'm not going to talk too much. Let me take you to X now. So you see the post the governor of Osun State, Bola Adeleke, put up to let his constituency know that he's a performing governor. Let's do it. #Gov Adeleke. So Governor Bola Adeleke says, today at the Iwude Ijesha Carnival, I made it in Elisha. Thank you so much. I made it clear that leadership is about impact, not appearances. Governance is about positively touching lives, and I invite some sponsored critics to judge me by my records, outputs, and agenda over the last 3 years. By every globally accepted standard, my administration has delivered good governance across all sectors and across all federal constituencies of Abia State. In Ijesha land, we confronted long-standing challenges head-on. We secured Osun's shareholding in the Shegilola Gold Project, launched far-reaching mining sector reforms, intensified the fight against illegal mining, and commenced continuous environmental and river cleanup to restore polluted lands and water resources. We also cleaned up the Elisha Water Project, blocked corruption, and repositioned it to deliver potable water to the people through renewed processes with the Islamic Development Bank. Key infrastructure projects have been executed, including the completed dualization from Iraja Palace Junction to Brewery Junction with solar street lights. There is more. Let's go and take a look at the concluding part of this post now. And then it says, importantly, the University of Ilesha is now a reality with nearly 100 accredited courses, strong local presence in key leadership positions, and ongoing infrastructure expansion. The university stands as a lasting legacy for education and human capital development in Ijesha land. Ijesha's sons and daughters are well represented in our government, serving in strategic positions and contributing meaningfully to our people. Centered governance, to our people-centered governance is what he's saying. And then he goes on and on and on and on to tout his own horn and blow his own trumpet. But for the first time, I am seeing practically everybody on X agree with him. Normally, when you see stuff like this and you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the first 2 or 4, you will find, dissenting voices. But take a look at how this one is panning out now, so you don't think I'm just, making it up. Let's go back to X now, so you see how netizens are reacting to #GovAdeleke. Ben Samuel says, one thing I truly admire about Adeleke is his genuine passion for the role and the way he's positively transforming lives. I sincerely hope he secures a second term, regardless of the political party he aligns with. After all, good governance is not about party affiliation. It's about the individual in charge. I'll use my platform to actively campaign for your re-election, all the way from the UK. Interesting. Ayodele says, no post about Iwo till now, Oya now. Then Oscar Ajayi says, thanks, Mr. Governor. Your work is speaking for you. Please remember us in where now? In Mesile, connecting roads from Ijebu-Jesha. And then he talks about another terrible road. And he says, please roll your development wheel there. But he's also saying, thanks, Mr. Governor, your work is speaking for you. There are more reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them. #GovAdeleke. So Eniola Suleiman says, Mr. Governor, sir, kudos to you. Our people in Ife South have been criticizing you for your governance. Please, we need our light back. Let your imole, that'll be light, reach here too, sir. And then London says, leadership truly is about impact, and the records speak clearly. The strides made in Ijesha, especially in education, infrastructure, water, and economic development, are evident and commendable. This is governance with vision and results. Update says, this is commendable and appreciated. But Mr. Governor, there should be proper monitoring of festivals in Osun State that can also serve as tourism, like Osun, Osogbo, or Iwude Ijesha. Let's look for a way to improve the way the festival is being celebrated. And if you follow this thread, this is a microcosm of how it's playing out on X. Would you say based on this, His Excellency Adeleke might just snag a second term, regardless of the platform he's on? Most likely. It's difficult to actually unseat a sitting governor. It's difficult. It's very difficult. The only way it's going to happen is if there is an internal crisis within the political party that would, tear up the party within the state. But if that's not happening, I think it's going to be almost impossible. And plus, the fact that he's also from the family, one of the strongest family in Osun State that actually, can actually really influence real power in the states. Plus, the recent, battle with the executive, with the federal government that actually have, their allocation, state allocation seats that also have given him some certain level of sympathy. And now he and his siblings have been the one, paying the state workers and all of that. So all of these things definitely will be counting as a political point for him. I don't think he's going to actually lose the second term. I don't think that will happen. I think he's definitely going to keep it. And from the way I see it, it's going to be, a game of, whoever is that between the opposition that's going to really rival the APC in general election. I'm talking about the presidential now. It's going to be a game of balls. The opposition will approach, okay, if you play for us, we definitely, you definitely get something reward.
the APC might also come, okay, if you play for us, definitely, we'll definitely make it easy for you to actually, win. So it's going to be a lot of permutation. But for him, I think it stands the very best chance of returning back to power in that particular state.
Yeah, but you talked about him playing ball with the APC. Maybe
yeah, it's possible.
I don't even see that happening, regardless, because of the stiffness between both parties at the moment. But hey, I don't want to dwell on that.
Politicians.
Yeah, you always you say that always. I think it was former President Olusegun Obasanjo who had said once upon a time that in politics there are no permanent friends and no permanent foes. You know what?
Interest.
Well, yeah, it's so. There you go. Why don't we take it away from politics, right? This is our last hashtag for today, and it is hashtag Iniedu. You don't know the veteran actress, Nollywood. She released a movie called Dirty Christmas not too long ago. And shortly after that, the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, fired a salvo at her saying, no, you must change the name of this movie because it detracts from the reason for the season. Christmas is not dirty, for crying out loud. So Iniedu put up a video saying if she had known that this was going to spark outrage and stir controversy, she wouldn't have done it. That they had been monitoring the process before the movie was released and nobody said anything. That's her pointing a finger at the regulators. She said nobody said anything until when it was released. And she was crying really in that video. I'll let you say it in a short while, but Linda Ikeji put up a post that's going to lead us to the video I'm about to show you. It is hashtag Iniedu. Let's go to X now, shall we? Unfortunately, with the technical department now, to take a look at Rita Dominick's reaction for starters. That's not it, right? So let's, Rita Dominick, by the way, is Iniedu's colleague. But hey, take a listen to Iniedu herself.
So I feel like I'm here for a purpose. And I always try to stick around because I really love this business and what our stories do to people. When we chose A Very Dirty Christmas as a film title, we promoted our film for the entire, that's all I've done this year. From when we were shooting, if I had any reservation from anywhere, we would not have used the title. We used the title because it was a metaphorical way of expressing what happens in a family reunion that was supposed to be clean and nice, but family secrets unveiling, ills of the society, just talking about just things that happen when wealthy people come together. We chose A Dirty Christmas. It was never to demean Christians or disrespect Christendom or dishonor God. I would never have been a part of anything that I would have felt like it would be a dishonor to God. Because the only reason why I'm here is because of God. I have been attacked. I have seen so many things that I don't talk. Not because I don't have things to say. Not because I don't have things to say, but because
Right. So, I mean, what do you say to that? She's very teary and all. But I don't think Khan has a monopoly on wanting the name of a movie retracted or stuff like that when it comes to nomenclature. In fact, the BBC put up a post today of Ghana saying they don't want the term Dirty December anymore because it is derogatory and it might promote, negative behavior and all of that. But see, that's where that is at the moment. So it looks like Khan is going to insist until the name of that movie is changed. Few seconds as we wrap this up.
Well, I mean, sadly, we're in a society where, religion and culture, I mean, when you do stuff around these two elements, you have to be very careful. I understand her, her heart was actually very pure when she was actually making this particular story, but then the repercussion is what
things
it is.
happen. I mean, once upon a time, Miss World Beauty pageant had to be moved from Nigeria because of religious connotations and all. But we'll see how this one continues to pan out, and we'll keep it posted. On that note, we'll wrap it up. I say thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. Bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep a date with Ikechukwu and I for another edition of Hashtags right here, same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products.
It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bola Ahmed, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging my fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
My name is Usas Obama Blessing, fitness trainer, gym instructor. The name of my gym is Great Life Fitness Center. My journey as a gym instructor has been very superb, loving. Like, I'm so happy to be a sport person, to be an athlete. You know, it has not been so easy, but sport is something you do with your heart, with your mind, and you enjoy it at last. You know, this thing has to do with mindset. So I've been doing this thing for like the past, let me say, okay, like 12 years now. And again, about fitness has to do with, you know, you have to love it. You have to love it. You have to, like, you know, put your mind like, okay, I really want to do this for myself. Because when you are fit, it makes you look better. Food has to play a big role in fitness. You are what you eat. So, for example, I finish training you, you went to go and eat something that you're not supposed to eat. Like, you just rush it back. You don't understand. It's not really healthy. When you finish training, there's some kind of training you do. You eat something like food that gives you strength before you come to training again. Because if you eat anyhow, you get tired, you can't train. Anybody that wants to lose weight, one, it has to be disciplined and be focused. You understand? It has to do with your mindset. Say, okay, I'm ready to lose weight. Then be happy doing it. You understand? Don't even use your mind. Don't even say, I want to lose weight. Say, I want to be fit. Use the word, I want to be fit. When you are fit, you lose weight. When you are fit, you are flexible.
When I joined the gym like 6 months ago, I had to go to lose weight because I was feeling so heavyweight when I was at home. So when I joined the gym, I met Osas, one of the gym instructors. So he helped me accomplish my goal at first. Then I was like, okay, I wanted more. So I started lifting more weight so I'll be able to tone my body more and get like muscles because I play basketball and those things are like really necessary for me. When I started, I was mostly watching what I eat. So I was like always counting calories and being on calorie deficit and all those kind of things. But right now I'm just eating things that would help my body nutrients because of what I'm trying to achieve right now. Yeah, eat more vegetables, more proteins, less carbs. Even though those carbs are like really helpful in your body sometimes, but then healthy fats. I mean, if you look at yourself and you're happy with how you look, there's no point of you coming to the gym. You just need to like keep doing what you're doing. But then if you see that, okay, I need to come to the gym, come to the gym, you enjoy it, you love everything. People here are like so friendly. People are so welcoming. People will help you achieve your goal faster.
Right now, I'm not really big on weight loss. At this age, I'm basically doing body sculpting. But once I notice my clothes don't fit anymore, I pull back. I think last week I was 86. I noticed I was going bigger, so I just reduced that. You know, we have to do healthy eating, whether we are working out or not. So we have to eat healthy. I do selection. I also junk a lot, I won't lie to you, but I come and burn it out. Once I really want to do a weight loss program, or like I want to do when I'm going in on weight loss, I actually get onto a meal plan. I eat anytime, as the spirit leads. And basically, you know, I think the world has really changed. Gone are those days in which you sit back, get fat, get sick and all that. And I used to be hypertensive, as in up to last year. I was quite hypertensive, I was on drugs. But I noticed each time when I come to the gym, my blood pressure actually goes down. So I've been able to manage hypertension just by working out and like healthy diets though. But by working out alone, I've been able to manage hypertension. Lots of diseases. Like yesterday, I think I went to the hospital. They said I had vertebra, blah, 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 that I should be feeling pains at the back. And I told the doctor, I can't feel any pains. I actually go to the gym, I lift weights. He said, that is just it. Because you are going to the gym, just keep going to the gym. It's something we need to come out to do just for ourselves. And also just coming to the gym, apart from the fact that you have to work out at home, if you come to the gym, it has some mental relief for you. It cures depression for some people. Just come out, socialize, work out. There's some mental relief that you get.
I've been gymming for like, this is going to be my 2nd year. And my body weight was actually 3 digits. When I mean 3 digits, I mean 100 and something. But now I'm in 2 digits. That is my 90 something. I'm clocking to go to like 85. But even if I don't get to 85, being healthy is the most important thing. I'm not really a diet person. I take everything, but I eat early. That's the most important thing. I don't do night food. Once it's 6, my meal for the day is closed. For my breakfast, I do a lot of juice. I eat solid lunch. I mean, I can eat anything, but I try as much as I can to like cut everything on soda. No more soda. Soda is not part of me anymore. Leg workouts are very, very important. Leg workouts. Because when your leg is strong, you can go a lot of places. So I actually do a lot of leg workouts, and I do a lot of mass too. I carry weights. Exercise is a daily routine. Make it your daily routine. Now it's my daily routine. It's like my paracetamol. When I don't do my exercise every day, it's like I'm feeling sick. Like yesterday, I wasn't feeling too well, but today, look at me. I'm better and stronger.
Although I just got into the gym, and my aim is to burn down the fat. I want to be fit. And with Osas, the little time I've spent with Osas, man, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. And I believe at the end of everything, like a month, I'll be very fine. Now, I've stopped eating some kind of food, like eating bread. Started taking watermelon, vegetables, what is going to boost my exercise. I stopped some kind of food that won't help me. Before I eat late, but now, Osas told me I should stop eating late. Like my last food for the day should be like around 6 or 5 o'clock. The rest of the hours, I can be taking fruits or water. I don't even feel like stopping again. And I feel this gym of a thing is not something you can just do for a while. It's a lifetime thing. I think so. I wasn't thinking like this before, but now I think it's a lifetime thing. I'll keep doing it. Please, if you know the gym, you Jones. You just need to gym to sweat out all this rubbish we are eating every day. We don't have any good food here now. So you need to sweat out every day.
For working out, I've been working out for my secondary school days. But yeah, I started January. So for I would say 3 months, but I've been working out all my life. One good thing is there's no bad workout. That's a quote I'm giving you. As far as there's a workout, anyone you do will give you success. So the only thing is your body level and how to adjust and adapt to it. Many of us feel intimidated with others, and it's part of why some of them get discouraged, why some get motivated. So for me now, I advise that if you see somebody that is doing better than you, you take it as an opportunity, because you need to like step up. Then if you are doing better than the person will definitely draw you down. So now the motivation lies on you. Your workout is not 100% in terms of what you get in your body. Diet has a percentage it takes, while the workout also has a percentage it takes. So if you are working out, you also need to control your diet a lot. So if your dieting is poor, then you're going to have issues. So for every successful person that works out well, the person should also control the diet. I usually advise all my friends, even colleagues that work that they should work out, irrespective of the kind of schedule they have or the kind of job it is, that there's always time for workout. You might not hit the gym, but for those times you have at home, even if it's 10 minutes, it is better than nothing. I always advise that you work out. Even my mom, to a point, she's old, I still tell her to take a walk, and she does that.
Well, it's actually nice. You understand the journey, because initially I was having this weight. I noticed that myself, I'm adding weight. You understand? So, but the moment I started working out, I see some changes in my system, all this fatigue, normal body pains gone and all that. So it's interesting. So I've burned so many fats, I've achieved so many. Even if I'm working now, I notice that I'm light. So I eat everything, but meanwhile, I reduced my alcoholic intake. Now I eat more early than before. Because without eating early, it will not work out very well. Some food may not digest, like they said. But eating early is far better when you are taking some exercise. Working out is the best. You don't even need to advise them. They should just start working out. It makes you to overcome so many things, even stroke, all those small sickness in the body.
Yeah, I've been consistent here for like 1 year. Great Life and Fitness Gym. She motivated me actually. She has been the one coming, so she was always looking good, coming down, trimming, looking good, stronger, more energetic. I said to myself, why wait for her? Why sit down? I decided to join her, and since then it has been all sweet. So I eat in moderation. I eat everything but in moderation. Then I drink a lot of water, fruits and vegetables. I've stopped eating late. But I can take coffee in the morning. Coffee without cream, just coffee, black coffee.
You're not even meant to eat before coming to the gym. When you're coming to the gym, it should be like some few hours before you come to the gym if it's evening class. So it's not ideal for you to eat. You might likely throw up.
It's not easy to get started, but one step at a time. Just start. Just get your legs moving. You'll be motivated.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Chiropractic care is a non-invasive drug-free approach to healthcare that emphasizes the body's innate ability to heal itself. It is based on the principle that proper alignment of the spine is essential for optimal nervous system function, which in turn supports overall health and well-being.
Because chiropractic is about the alignment of the body. Once your body is aligned, your blood flows well, your oxygen flows well, you move well, you sleep well, you eat well, you run well, you have sex well, you do everything you're doing well, you sit and you don't feel pain. And that is what everybody wants. Yeah, that's what nobody wants to sit down and feel pain. Nobody wants to drive and feel discomfort. Nobody wants to have headache every now and then. Nobody wants to go to bed and not sleep well. Yeah, that's the basic thing that chiropractic is about. It just helps you. Now, it's not as if there are other things that medicine and other things cannot fix here. But once you are aligned and then you're taking drugs, it just helps.
Chiropractic care is highly effective in managing acute and chronic pain, particularly in the back, neck, joints, and throughout the body, promoting overall wellness and preventing future health problems. Through spinal adjustments and other techniques, chiropractors can enhance mobility and range of motion, facilitating better movement and flexibility.
Body has what we call synapses. That's it's a system in your body, right? So it takes waves to your system. So that's the reason why I can actually pinch her here, and then she's feeling it without her even knowing. Yeah, I can touch her, and then she's like, somebody touched me. So it's that synapses that sends the waves, the current to your brain. That somebody just touched me now, right? And they are like nets in your system. They're like nets. And you know how window net is. So blood and oxygen and passes through it. Yeah. So that is what I just corrected now, because so that if it's not compressed, yeah, you will find that there's no pain around the body. Right? There are different things that can cause pain in your system. Compression can cause pain. Tiredness can cause pain. Fatigue. When you're fatigued, you can feel discomfort and all that. So these are the things that goes on in your system. So that's what I just, and what controls that in terms of information receiver here is your C2, C1, C2, C3. Yeah, that's what controls the amount of pressure that pumps into the body. So that is what I just corrected. Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry.
Chiropractic care offers a safe, natural, and effective approach to health and wellness. By addressing the root cause of health issues and supporting the body's innate healing abilities, chiropractors empower patients to live healthier and more vibrant lives.
For every part of your body, you have what we call body pressure, right? So this body pressure is the amount of pressure that your system sends or your brain sends to that part of the body to make you feel comfortable. If the pressure is +1, let me say for example, right? If it's supposed to be 60 and it's 61, you feel discomforting. You will not be able to do things the way you like doing it, or you just not feel comfortable. So when you start feeling those kind of pressure, maybe you're having headache, you're having bloatedness, it just shows that there's just something that is compressed in your system. Yeah, and then once we align the spine, it just helps you relax. In the system, there's what we call the limb tube here. So what that does is it regulates the excess fluids in your system. Yeah, so that the lympho system is the sewage system in your body, right? So it just helps takes off excess that did not go through digestive measures, right? It just goes through your system. It goes through your marrow and bone marrows. It goes through your tissues. It goes through your bloodstream and take off excess, so that you will not feel bloated. You will not feel as if your body is swollen unnecessarily. So it just helps you feel relaxed every time you wake up in the morning. And then another way that we can measure this is you find that in the morning you have smelling breath, you have smelling armpits, and between your legs you feel discomfort here.
As awareness of the benefits of chiropractic care continues to grow, its role in integrative healthcare is becoming increasingly recognized and valued so much, so that chiropractors are currently often hired by sports teams to help their athletes with injury recovery and physical fitness maintenance, especially for physically demanding games like football, lacrosse, and volleyball.
Chiropractors can almost do everything, especially when you are properly trained. Yeah, but for some people, they are based on sports, some are mobility. Yeah, but for me, I did an intense training, so I almost can do everything, because what it is about is for your client not to feel pain, for your client to be able to move and do everything you need to do, for your client to be able to assess their body whenever they want to.
Would you like to explore the world of chiropractic care further? Whether you are seeking relief from chronic pain, looking to enhance your athletic performance, or simply striving for better health and vitality. Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People TV.
The rebirth of a nation. The rebirth of a nation. The choices of the people, the core of the matter. Now, stay close with me because we are going a little bit deeper. So allow this word serve as the gills for you to navigate through these deep waters and bringing you into. Listen, there was an idea whereby the Trinitarian tribunal sat, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and said, let us make man in our own image and likeness. Listen, not let us make an ape and let him develop to become a man. No, hear me carefully. Let us make man and let him have dominion over the fish of the sea, the fowl of the air, and over every single thing that creeps. But I want to show you that the end point of that conversation was actually a nation that Daddy God was speaking about. It was about to birth a nation. That was the desire in the deepest recesses of our Lord. Now, hear me carefully. I know your head right now is fighting and saying, what exactly is this saying? Where are we going to? I need you to follow me closely because I'm about to bring you into the fullness of this nation that you have actually been seeking. Trust me, look at the entire civilization of man right now and tell me the person that when eventually good and evil is placed before with your own motivation and moral fibers, will you always choose good all the time? Is it because it takes life for you to always choose the place of good? But here